Hello. Is this thing on? Just think, hundreds of years ago we invented the telephone and we could just talk to each other and we knew it would work. And now, every time we communicate with somebody else, it's, is this on? Is Skype working? Dear, oh dear. Right, so, first question. Can you hear me, and is the volume of a decent level? Because there's no real way to test it beforehand, I have discovered, which is really, really useful. Right, I'm trying to keep the chat, which is flying past in a window here. I can't actually see if anybody can hear. Yes, people seem to be able to hear. Another problem, of course, is the delay. So I'm saying, hey, can anybody hear me? And then I have to wait 30 seconds to find out. Anyway, this seems to be good. The levels look good this end, which probably means nothing by the time it's been packaged up by YouTube and fired into your lug holes. But there we go. So anyway, hello again, and welcome to Ashenscast version 2 for Stand Up to Cancer, which is like a live stream of stuff. There. I don't want to get too technical, but I think you'll probably get the idea from that. If you have a look at the bottom of the screen here, or the description below the embedded thing on your YouTube page, you will see a link to Stand Up to Cancer's page, which will enable you to donate money, which will be used for cancer research purposes to try and stamp the damn disease out once and for all. So if you do have any spare cash, please do consider donating, because it's a genuinely very good cause, which is why I'm doing this, and it's why we're all here in the first place, and we all know that already. Now, the time has come to introduce the most important thing of any live stream. What is the background I will be using today? Wait for it. If you watched the first live stream, you'll know that we used one of Jeff Minter of Llamasoft, he of the fantastic light visualizers, his very first one, which was called Psychedelia, if I remember, and it was running on a Commodore 64 emulator. That's the kind of level we're working at here. Well, we're going to be using his next one up this time. It is called Color Space. There's technically an 8-bit and a 16-bit version. This will be the 16-bit version from the Atari ST, I believe. Something just occurred to me. There was a problem last time I was streaming with popping audio, and I never looked into it or fixed it and totally forgot about it, and now I'm worried it's doing it again. Fortunately, nobody seems to have said that. Somebody said put the chat in slow mode. I don't know what that means. I'm going to have a look in the YouTube settings. Hang on. There's got to be an answer here. Bum, 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 bum. There's so many of these options, and I understand so very few of them. Right, I'm going to go for info and settings, because that sounds like a good thing. And let's have a look across. Advanced settings. Oh, it's got to be in here. Oh. Slow mode is enabled, so, yeah, well, there we go. It ain't going to get any slower than this. Slow mode apparently limits chat posts to a certain amount of seconds per person. We've currently got it on 10, which seems fair. Well, that was useful. Never mind. It's the thought that counts. Tell you what, let's kick in Color Space from Jeff Minter, because I don't believe in having webcams on people's faces. It just seems kind of pointless when you can have something as beautiful as this. How beautiful is that? If you're wondering how an animation like that is created, it isn't really. It's not even technically animated. It's just colour cycling. But the great thing is, this program is actually... look at that. I can put my mouse pointer on it and go, whee, and little stuff appears like that. There's also buttons you can press, which change the way the light little things go around here. The problem with doing that is it makes a really horrible beepy click noise, which is what the Atari ST would do by standard when you pressed a button on its keyboard without turning it off in the operating system. But there we are. Such is life. It's really weird. Like, some people are saying the audio is popping and other people are saying it isn't. So that's actually remembering. That's what happened last time. I have no idea what all that is about. I might try some different streaming software at some point, but currently I've got a license for this one and I've already paid for it. So tough, really. Plus it's far too late to change anything else. I'm having quite good fun, actually, moving the old mouse pointer about. I've just realised, look, the sparkles can go under one part of the picture and over another. I wonder how they did that. After drawing it in... Oh, I'm trying to think what the Atari ST art programs were now. Neochrome. was a popular one. There's a version of Deluxe Paint that came out later that was very, very good as well. But there we are. So, dun, 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 dun. Tell you what, I'm going to change another. There's various presets. If I remember, number 8 brings up a weird spacecraft thing. Ready? Wait for the horrible system beep. No, that's not it. That's just Starfield. Hang on. That's another Starfield. Oh, yay! Found it. Ah, dearie me. Oh god. Oh, that's weird. I can't really tell what's going on with the freaky deaky controls. I'm going back to the first one. There we are. I like this. It reminds me of the Master Control program from Tron. If anybody knew that one. So I just saw it flying past in the chat there. Somebody said that Colour Space had some sort of built-in support for MIDI, which I believe is true. It would have things moving automatically entirely. I can't remember. Am I getting confused with Trippertron? A later one. I don't know. But anyway, it is now the time to play a game or something. Right, I reckon we're going to kick off with something really awful and kind of keep in that kind of area. Now, actually, I'm going to kick off with something on the Atari 8-bit systems. The main reason being, they're really difficult to set an emulator up for with the streaming thing, and I've got it running, so I'm going to do it first, just in case something goes horribly awry. Okay, I'm going to set it up this end. Or at least I would do if I had control of my own mouse pointer. There it is. Oh, hey, you can see the mouse pointer now. What fun. Right, I'm going to go for... Where is it? Ah, here we go. Right. Welcome to the diagnostics screen and menu for the Atari 8-bit emulator. Pretty. So, the game we are about to launch is called Domain of the Undead, and is, without question, one of the worst games ever commercially released. It's unbelievable. I've played much worse, but only because I have spent a considerable portion of my life seeking them out. So, without further... Actually, there is going to be further ado. Seriously, this is unbelievable. In fact, it's so bad, I've named my second book after it. It's called Attack of the Flickering Skeletons, which is a reference to this game. And you will see why when it begins. Right, let's run the program, which I'm putting off slightly because I seem to remember it plays really loud music and I've got headphones on. Right, here we go. No, I pressed the wrong button. There we are. It's really loud, even though I've got the volume down really low. Incredibly annoying. So, it's a BP version of Barks, Toccata and Fugue, I believe. And on the screen here, I think we're looking at what's supposed to be like a hand coming out of a grave. But it looks more like somebody's just dropped a bit of chicken skin on it or something. Right, I'm going to have to begin the game because oh, God, too loud, dear me, and there's no control over it. So, you control this man who can, like, fire bullets out of his fingers because apparently guns are difficult to draw. And the flickering skeletons come after you, and you must attempt to walk away and escape. No. You also can't shoot past the major... Hang on, this is driving me mad. I'm going to have to find a way to actually turn the volume down noticeably. Let's try this. Oh, it's so loud. Crikey. Right, let's try this. Oh, well, it might sound better your end, but it sounds no better my end whatsoever. Right, one of the major problems with this game is that you can't shoot past the gravestones in front of you, the larger ones. If you look, the bullets just stop there. So it's all about, oh. Gonna be honest, that could have gone better. Have a quick look in the chat there. Somebody says, so it's modern Ghosts and Goblins. No, it's not modern at all, really. It's extremely old and extremely bad. There's there's actually a worse Ghosts and Goblins rip-off than this. And I'm not talking about Nightwalk. But I'm not going to show that because it's nightmarish. Right. I seem to remember getting noticeably further than this before. Come on, away you go. Is the audio actually any better at the end for your guys? Because it ain't very good here. Oh god, did I lose a life there? So the lives are these crucifix things at the bottom, which you don't even notice if you lose because there's no feedback. Because hey, you don't need feedback, you just... Oh, you can duck. I did not realise you can duck. Amazing. When you duck, his t-shirt goes a different colour. That makes perfect sense. Right. Oh, is that a hand coming out of the floor, a head? My god, the title screen gave that one away. You can't jump, so you got to time it, I suppose. I appear to time it quite badly. Kill that thing. Oh, look at this. We've made it to the small picket fence. Oh my God, this is far worse than I remember. I only played it recently. The flickering of the skeletons, I don't know if it was an attempt to make them look spooky and ghosty or just a horrifying bug that they never got round. But it's present on the original version played on the original hardware too, because of course it is. Right, let's get in through. Oh. I'm just going to stop that one there for a second. Oh my goodness, I could not actually take much more of that. It's far more frustrating than I remembered. I don't know why. Perhaps I just kind of blocked that bit out of my memory. But yeah, if you did happen to pay money for that game, for your Atari 8-bit back in the day, there is nothing for you except, well, yeah, regret and just pretend it never happened. I think that's probably the safest thing. Somebody has just mentioned in the chat Nightwalk, yeah. Which I think I mentioned a minute ago, actually. But Nightwalk is a game I did for the old, terrible old games you've probably never heard of web series, which is very similar to that. It's more like a 16-bit version of that, if anything, and is equally terrible, but for slightly different reasons. The other one is Nightwalk is sort of slightly easier, but very weirdly designed and a very slow game, whereas this is noticeably quicker and at least 8 million times more flickery. Right, I'm glad that's over. To be honest, I was planning to spend more time on that, but yeah, that was the absolute worst thing going. Right, let's play something that isn't absolutely dreadful. No, I'm lying. Let's play something else that's absolutely dreadful. I happen to have up and ready to go. This is something that I've been playing on and off for a while, trying to suss it out for terrible old games. It's called Butterfly for the ZX Spectrum. I feel I should play it because I actually got somebody else, the video games video making person Kim Justice, to play this in a live stream, and I felt very guilty. So I feel I should now go along and do this myself. Butterfly. So this game was released in 1983. It's written by a man called Hugh Davis, which I didn't actually previously have committed to memory, but for some reason it's now sitting in my brain. So hello Hugh, if you're out there, love your games, mate. Also, I just told you a lie. So, oh no, I've just remembered this one makes horrible noises when you start it up as well. Well, never mind. Let's go off to it. And this is Butterfly. I'm adding the mouse pointer for dramatic effect. I'll get rid of it now. This is the version of a cutscene from Nice. Oh God, no! Shut up! Ah! 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 I hope this isn't as loud for you as it is for me. Crikey! Thanks, Hugh. Hugh Davis, attempting to kill the world one person at a time through beeps. Right. Let's have a look into this. Press I for instructions. All right, then, since I doubt most of you viewing this have seen this before. At least I sincerely hope not. Butterfly. The spider has to catch as many butterflies as possible. So really it should be called Butterflies or Spider? I don't know. But look out for the purple spider eater in the curtains. Yeah, that's good general advice for life, I find. Also, avoid the live wire on the windowsill. I have no recollection of what that means, and I've played this recently. What was the... Oh, I think that's just an excuse for you die if you touch the edges. You know what I mean? The spider will stay alive if he can eat 12 butterflies per minute. How fast is the metabolism on this spider? My God, that's absolutely... Ugh. Right, so let's give this a shot. Up is down, Q is A, left is M, left is right. My God, the keys make sense. That's actually relatively rare for an old Spectrum game. And to play, press P and wait. What does that mean? Press P and wait. Well, I'll press P and then we'll wait, I suppose. I've pressed P. Are we waiting? What's happening? Oh, no, yep. I wasn't waiting enough. That was it. Right. So we are the spider that looks like a wig with eyes. And you have to run around and chase the butterflies, which are quite obviously bow ties. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to be on a window. That's it, right. Okay, no, get the... They're moving around. Hooray! Flatulent noise. That means we caught one. They seem to be moving with a sort of random thing. And... Oh, my God. This is also much worse than a fantastic colour clash as you go over the green there, where it actually inverts the colours. I just managed to dodge a butterfly. The whole point of the game is to catch them. Come on, Wiggy. You can do it. You can do it, mate. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get it. Get it. Get that butterfly. See, this is one of those things that should have been a programming experiment. It's clearly written in BASIC, but somehow was released because video games being such a new thing at the time, people were publishing any old tut. Any old tut, including Butterfly by Hugh Davis. Come on, get the signed one. Yes! We're not going to reach the... oh, what? Naked Pac-Man has destroyed all. I don't know if you knew, but this game was actually a prequel for Attack on Titan. Your spider is deceased after eating 3 butterflies. The highest score so far is 3. Wow. Press P to play again. Well, how can I resist? Let's go to the electrified windowsill. It takes like a month to get down there. And... oh, it gets electrocuted, you see. I've got to say, compared to the rest of the game, the electrocution is actually quite visually impressive. Right, and what's the purple thing in the curtain? So if I go to the curtains, does that curtain thing just come out instantly? Gotta take that as a yes. Right, I'm going to give this one more go. Again, imagine if you'd paid money for this. Imagine you'd just got this computer for Christmas. You could only afford one game, and you bought Butterfly. Or more likely at the time, your dad bought Butterfly, because nobody seemed to understand things, and people's dad would always go and buy the bloody first game. I've got my own horror story about that. I'll relate later. Anyway. Dun, dun, dun. No, go for the dark blue. It's coming this way. Go on, go. Yes! 1. I've just thought, what happens if you eat 12 in a minute? Does it just say, well done, and the high score is 12, and you can't ever get above it? I wouldn't put it past it. No! No! It went through me and went green. That's cheating. Haha. Get away from the curtains. We don't want the dreaded pink Pac-Man of death to come and destroy things again. Right, come on. Come on, come on, come on. No! It went through... Your Honour, it went through me. The light was yellow, officer. Seriously. Right. Black bow tie for formal events, and... wow, it's getting pretty flickery now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, this is going to work. This is going to work. Come on. Come on. 12. I'm feeling it's pretty random whether you can catch them or not, but the gods of random numbers are smiling on us at the moment. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. No! No! Ah, the purple... oh. So, right, there's this word in the English language, frustrating. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I think it may have been invented to describe this bloody game. Oh my goodness. That was probably the most awful... yeah, let's not get into that. So there we are. That's already 2 of the worst games ever commercially released that you've probably never heard of. What a jolly fun in the first 20 minutes. My goodness. Where can we go from here? As Yaz and the plastic population said, the only way is up. Right, let's get colour space back for a minute. I do like that. So, what was I going to say? Yes, that anecdote about your dad buying you your first game. So... I had a ZX Spectrum plus 2, one of the grey ones with the built-in data recorder, for my... no, actually it was for Christmas, not my birthday, in December 1986. And it came with a few games, and they were all really bloody terrible ones, really. Things like Disco Dan and Punchy. If you are aware of these things, they are very much not good games. It also came with... what's the one set in this Egyptian... Oh Mummy, that's it, Oh Mummy, which is much better on Amstrad, but still not a bad game. Anyway, you get bored of those after a while. I saved up £10, gave the money to my dad, and he went and bought Cat Trap, Planet of the Catmen, which has a very impressive cover and an interesting story to the game, because unbeknownst to him, it was actually designed by a reader of Crash magazine, which is one of the big ZX Spectrum magazines of the time, and basically it was like a competition, and if you won it, you got your game design made. And his design was Cat Trap, Planet of the Catmen, where you had like an egg-shaped robot with legs called the Multi-Terrain Exploration Droid, which abbreviates to MTED, or MTED, Hey, bit of a joke in there. And, yeah, I don't know, like he was on a planet and had been taken over by the Catmen or something, so you had to go and shoot them all because that's what you do. And it was the idea behind it was there were different types of enemies and you had to pick up different types of weapon which would work on different enemies. Like you had to fire water at the fire enemies and, that kind of basic stuff. However, it just didn't kind of work on a basic level. I always got the impression that the actual design document, the competition winner came up with, was probably pretty much all right, but something went horribly wrong in the process, and it's an extremely poor game. I've considered it several times for terrible old games you've probably never heard of, but I don't think it's quite bad enough for that, but it's very much not good. Let's put it in that category. There were versions for other systems as well, and I think they were all pretty much uniformly terrible. I also remember Crash Magazine giving it a very inflated score. Probably because, they were pretty much directly responsible for the creation of it. And it was, I'm trying to remember who programmed it. I think it was a Domark game. So therefore it's probably programmed by the in-house team at Domark. That makes sense, doesn't it? Ah, dearie me. Let's have a quick look at the chat. What's going on there? Is Horace the walking pair of trousers? Kind of. Horace was like the first ever attempt at making a sort of mascot for a platform, I suppose. He was kind of the mascot semi-unofficially for the ZX Spectrum back in the day. He was like, imagine a fat sort of blue man shape, but with no head and two big holes in the chest, which may or may not be eyes. He was a very strange looking thing. Also, his arms and legs kind of tapered away to nothing. It was a very spooky figure, come to think of it. But various games made, most of them rip-offs of existing arcade games. There was Hungry Horace, which was just a version of Pac-Man. You had Horace Goes Skiing, which was probably his most famous one. It was sort of a rip-off of Frogger in the first bit. And the second bit was like a vertically scrolling, in fact downward scrolling skiing game, which was quite interesting, all in one there. And there was Horace and the Spiders, which ripped off, I think, Lode Runner amongst other games. It was one of these multi-part things. And then there was a slightly weird end to the story. Horace was programmed by a man called William Tang, and William Tang had suffered a collapsed lung or something, and he was never heard of again. To this day, nobody knows what happened to him, and he doesn't seem to be, contactable on any sort of social media. So he may have actually died of the collapsed lung, which is quite sad because the Horace games seem to be getting better. So it would have been quite a nice thing. The last I heard of the Horace license, it was owned by Scion, who used to make those awful, I say awful, they were half decent for the time, personal organizer things, like a big lump of keyboard and LCD screen that you'd have in your pocket if you were something of an executive in the late 80s or early 90s. And these days we've all got smartphones instead, obviously. So there we go. I'm going to read more of this chat thing because it's new and interesting. Did you ever like Dragon Talk? Oh, no. For the simple reason that I don't think I've ever played it because I recognise the name and I cannot think what it looks like. I'm actually going to look it up on the internet as we speak. Dragon Talk. I've got a visual of the game on Spectrum called Dragon Talk, and I'm thinking of Avalon, actually. Dragon Talk. Oh no, that was what I was thinking of. Oh, so what's Avalon? I thought that was. Oh, I'm confused now. Right, yeah, Dragon Talk. I've never actually played. You play a wizard who floats around everywhere while seated in the lotus position, and that's about all I know about it. What was Avalon on Spectrum? That's really going to bug me now. Fortunately, with the power of the internet, I can find it immediately. Well, I can if I put Spectrum after it, because if not... Avalon looks exactly the same. I'm going to assume Avalon is a sequel to Dragon Talk, or Dragon Talk is the sequel to Avalon. Or they're different names for the same game, or there's some sort of problem with the space-time continuum, and we've currently converged with another universe. That's all specifically weird. Oh, I kind of want to play that game now. Let's play Dragon Talk later on. I'm going to add it to my list. Hang on. Wait for the tapping noises. Here we go. There, that was exciting, wasn't it? Should have brought a mechanical keyboard so it's much louder. Right, I'm going to catch something else from the chat as it flies past. Cheese and onion fritters. Brilliant. Thanks, guys. Would you like to play Bandersnatch? Oh, my God. Bandersnatch? That was one of the mega games that sunk Ultimate Play the Game, wasn't it? Right. Story time again. Yeah, Ultimate Play the Game, big game publishers for the ZX Spectrum, and they put a lot of money into these things called the mega games, which was going to be like basically an add-on you would put into the Spectrum, which would give it more memory or more processor. I can't remember the actual specifics of it. And then, you could play this game, and it was beyond what the normal hardware could do. Hence, it was going to be called a mega game. And they kind of put all their money into it, and it kind of sunk, and that was the end of that, really. And that game, it was never released. Old Bandersnatch. I think the mega game, something did come out of it. A gift to the gods was like a cut down version of one of the games they were working on. And there's a very early Atari ST game called Brattacus that I think is what Bandersnatch became. But and oddly, I found a copy of Gift for the Gods in a CEX in Thetford the other week. Just a ZX Spectrum game. I didn't think they sold retro stuff anymore. Then suddenly they got a load of like Super Nintendo games in. Then there's just a Spectrum on there for £2. So I bought it and then took it home and thought, why the hell have I bought an old Spectrum game that wasn't very good? Daley Thompson's Decathlon. I've just seen fly past there. Oh my goggly goodness. Daley Thompson's Decathlon. That was an early sports game. And in order to make your character run faster, you would alternate pressing 2 buttons on the keyboard very quickly or waggling the joystick left and right very quickly. Here's the problem with doing that. Breaks your keyboard or breaks your joystick. Breaking the joystick, not good. They were relatively expensive. Breaking the keyboard, very bad, because keyboards in those days were an integral part of the computer. So if you broke your keyboard, expensive repair job or no computer for you. Neither of these things are particularly good. Right, let's try and pick something else out of the chat. It's flying so past I can't actually make out an entire sentence at the moment. Where are we? Come back to Norwich, where you belong. I'm already in Norwich, don't worry about it. I had to go to Thetford briefly because my financial advisor has an office there for some reason. CX seems to have started selling a lot of retro stuff lately. Yes, that is entirely a thing. What are you using for emulation, Stuart? Oh my goodness, a lot of different emulators. Steam for the Atari ST, we've got Spectaculator for the Spectrum. I think the Atari 8-bit emulator was just called Atari 800. All things like that, dear me. Oh, I can see Cheap Show mentioned there. Cheap Show! It's Paul Gannon and Eli Silverman in the cheapest show on earth. Also, the worst possible name for any sort of internet-based show you can almost imagine. Because how can you get that in search rankings and stuff? It's just called Cheap Show. So if you Google Cheap Show, you're just going to find, like, tickets for shows. Cheap. Didn't think that one through, did you, Paul? Did you? It used to be called the Geekatorium, I believe, as well, which is like a really unique word. But never mind. Do you like Sheffield? Well, just in general. I went to Sheffield once, many years ago, as part of a work thing. I spent a week there. It was very grey the whole time. It was very bad weather. It never quite rained, but constantly looks like it was going to. Something very weird happened to me on the way back from a restaurant after dark, actually. A very strange thing indeed. It's a very odd story, actually. I'll make a note and tell you that later. It's quite an interesting one. Anecdote about Sheffield. There we are. Yeah, it spooks me out slightly, just remembering, actually. It was very strange. Right, let's pick out something else. No, it's so fast, it's very difficult. Rowan Atkinson Chinese bootleg doll, please. Oh, yeah, that's a coming. Although it's not a bootleg doll, it's an official one. Yeah, I know, that's frightening, isn't it? That's something that will be up on the Ashens channel later. Basically, if you remember that Macaulay Culkin doll we looked at, which had the overly realistic plastic head, imagine one of those of Rowan Atkinson. It's absolutely terrifying. Massive thanks to Justin who gave us that, if you happen to be around. Right, I'm going to pick something else out of the chat just for the joy of it, really. Let's have a look. Oh my god, it's so quick. Something about Killjoy 20th Anniversary Edition. I don't know what that is. Didn't somebody remake Killjoy? Killjoy was a slightly rubbishy game I made back in the mid-90s for the Commodore Amiga. No, I don't know about the remake edition. I seem to remember it existing, or somebody mentioned it. I think I had time to look into it. Anyway, what else have we got? It's too quick. When are you doing a video on the Atari Jaguar? Oh my goodness, I do have an Atari Jaguar. It was a gift from my agent, inexplicably. Basically said, get more work or I'll give you another one. I have a few games for the Jaguar. Problem is, It's not really a system you can... I don't think there's any sort of Everdrive thing, one of these cartridges you can put an SD card on and play all the games. So you have to kind of try and find the originals, and that's a bit difficult. I'm trying to think what games I've got. I've got Club Drive for it, which is an unbelievably pathetic racing game. Actually, I can't even call it a racing game, a driving game. Let's call it that. Where you have like a crappy polygon car, and it's just unbelievably awful. It would have been really expensive at the time. The story about it goes, when Atari had their big PR event and brought people and said, hey, look at our Jaguar stuff, and then all our new Jaguar games coming, and then they presented Club Drive on a screen, people openly laughed at it. And that was from the promotional material, so imagine how bad the game is. Yeah, I've got that, I've got Doom, I've got Wolfenstein, I think. There's a bloody good version of Doom on it, really good version of Doom. When you compare it to things like the awful Sega Saturn version, it's unbelievable. I've got Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, which is pretty poor. I think the Mega Drive version is much better, if I recall. And I've got the really awful Mortal Kombat ripoff, which is the Jag one. I think it's Kasumi Ninja, isn't it? Isn't the Dragon one? The Jaguar one. I always get confused because around that time there was like an awful one on the 3DO, there's an awful one on the Jaguar. I think Kasumi Ninja is the Jaguar one. It's really astonishingly bad and virtually unplayable. And they've tried to fit these fatalities into it, which just look beyond absolutely awful. Oh, somebody's developing an SD solution for the Jaguar, the same guy that made the Link. The Lynx SD, I presume that ended. Oh, that would be interesting. I would like to see that. Dearie me. Right. Go on, I'm going to do one more of these because I'm quite enjoying it. Did you ever play the Time Splitters series? Oh, yeah, they were good. I never played Time Splitters 1, but Time Splitters 2 I had on the GameCube, and it was excellent. There was a third one, wasn't there? Future Perfect or something? And then they went on to make Haze, and it was never quite finished, and it was awful, and that destroyed the company, really, which is a big shame. But if you don't know Time Splitters, it was a first-person shooter series with a sort of vaguely cartoony comedy aesthetic, and it was really good. Each level would be like in a different set of levels. Sorry, it would be in a different time period. I wouldn't mind going back and playing that again. Actually, the problem is, would it stand up these days? It can be hard going back and playing old 3D games, can't it? That's one of those things. Older pixel art kind of stands up as an aesthetic, whereas older 3D just looks really primitive and low frame rate and a bit broken. But yeah, Time Splitters was great. I had a text from a friend recently that just said, I'm in the pub with Dr. Doak. Dr. Doak, you may recognise as a character from GoldenEye, and he was one of the developers on sort of, I think, Time Splitters and GoldenEye and, all the games like that. It's a small world. Sadly, I couldn't get to the pub quick enough to say hello, but there we are. Go on. I'm going to do another one. I am enjoying this. Where are we? Ill Bleed on the Dreamcast. Best game ever made. Right, that's enough of that. Somebody's mentioned Ill Bleed on the Dreamcast. If that's not a sign to move on to another game, I don't know what is. Right, because the Atari 8-bit emulator is still kind of working, I'm actually going to try another game on it. This is one I've been meaning to look into. I have the original cassette for this, oddly. It is called California Run. It's a racing game, and many people have said it's incredibly, incredibly awful. But, not having played it, I don't know. Right. Let's switch over to the old 8-bit emulator. There it is. And get it a-running. Oh, I think that's decompressing something in memory there. Yeah, this isn't part of the game. Don't worry. Yay! There we go. Written by Steve McIlwee. That sounds like a Scotsman with an Ilwee. Pirated by Somebody's pirated it. That'll be why it was going all flashy and weird. I was going to say, often they would do that because it was a cartridge game, and they will have found a way to put it onto tape in order to pirate it. But that's not true, because I've got it on tape. So there we go. And that is quite obviously a rip-off of the Outrun high score table. Okay, I'm interested in this. How do we start the game? I have absolutely no idea. Nope. No, what am I doing? Let's take this back there. Come on. Press start. Oh no, which button is start? Which button is start map to? I don't know. Oh man, there's been a lot of button pressing here for a second. Come on, you can do it. Right, I'm going to have a quick look at the README file and find out where the blithering heck the start button is on this emulator. Right. I happen to have left it up because I know this is a slightly confusing thing to run this thing. Escape, delete, yes, enter, no, start. Come on, you must have a start button. That's probably quite important, I would have thought. I have one actual original Atari 8-bit system, because I've got one of nearly all the old systems which I use for terrible old games, so I can make sure the games were as bad on the original hardware as the emulator shows. Oh, it's F4. There we are, we found it. And mine is an Atari XEGS, which is like one of the last 8-bit systems they made. And it's sort of set up like a console with a separate keyboard you can plug into it. I think in a sort of vague attempt to compete against Nintendo and things of the time. Not a very effective method, but it's a really interesting machine because it's got these massive buttons on it for start, etc., that make it look like somebody's dropped those old flying saucer sweets on it and glued them on or something. Right, ready? Let's get going. Just before I get the chat back up. Come on. There we are. Right. Let's run in California or something. Oh, get to choose a Porsche, a Ferrari or a Corvette. The grip is 80 miles an hour. Yeah, because that's how you measure grip, isn't it? Let's just have the Ferrari. Go. That'll do us. Get ready. I'm more ready than I've ever been, Mr. System Font. Oh my goodness. Oh, I have played this, yes. Oh. Right, so the car looks like a weird face. Oh my goodness. Are there gears? No, the fire button is actually brake. Up is accelerate. Left and right is move left and right. And the noise of the engine is horrifying. Oh my goodness. Should have played California Games. Oh, good bloody hell. Well, that was quite visually impressive at least. But, oh dear, this is not great, is it? Yeah, somebody saw Outrun, tried to make it for the equivalent of 48 pence, and the other cars come down the track so quickly that you can't actually react or do anything. Also, you tend to get sucked into the turns slightly, which messes up your steering. Right, I'm going to try braking next time something comes along. Nope, it did nothing. In fact, all it did was slow me up. It was actually better when I didn't brake. In fact, just hitting the car seems to give them a turbo boost, and that's it. Something that is quite good, though, is that when you hit a car and it goes ahead, it is still there on the track ahead of you. On a lot of these really bad old 8-bit racing games, when a car went off the track, it basically disappeared into another dimension, and that was the end of it. Oh, God, this is pretty bad. I've got to say, though, I've been playing a lot of racing games on the Commodore 64, which had a particularly bad rep for them. And this is better than, yeah, like literally 4 or 5 I played. If you've ever seen Cisco Heat on the Commodore 64, I think it may be the worst driving stroke racing game literally ever made. Oh, dearie me. There's just nothing you can do. I will say the sprite scaling's very good, though. If you look at the weird trees, they may actually escape out of the game and try and, like, attack you in real life. But they really smoothly come right past. Oh, split road ahead. This is going to be exciting. I'm going to go to the right. Wait, where is the split road? What's going on? Also, the other cars scale down relatively well. Not as smoothly, but... Oh, here we are. Oh my god, it does actually split. In a very bizarre and unrealistic fashion, but it's there. That was missing from a lot of the 8-bit versions of Outrun. Mind you, the Outrun conversion's not amazing. Oh my goodness. Oh, the sadness is sapping my will. Which is a quote from the Never-Ending Story text adventure, if you ever played that. This is so boring! My goodness. You know why? Because it doesn't really feel like you have any particular control over what you're doing. You know, oh, there's a car coming, but I can't really do anything about it, so I'll just keep going. What happens when the timer runs out? Are we looking for a checkpoint to go through, as in Outrun? I don't really know. My god. How slow must these cars ahead be going? It's clearly not a race, is it? It's more of an Outrun setup, I suppose, where you're on a road. Oh, the sound effects, my goodness. Also, I've just noticed there's a big hole in the car, look! You can see the white lines going through the middle of it. What is this vehicle he's driving? Oh, for God's sake. Danger! Wet road! How is this going to make any difference? The answer is not at all, apparently. I almost feel like I had time to dodge that one. I didn't, but... Collision detection's not 100% either, so that's nice. Oh my... Oh. I haven't paused the game. You can see it's still counting down. I just want to see what happens. I just can't stand that noise anymore and anything like that. Oh, dear. You know, there are many criticisms you can aim at entertainment media, whether they be games or movies or whatever, but being boring must be absolutely one of the worst, and there's just nothing to excite you about that game whatsoever. There's a great impression of speed for like a cheapy 8-bit racer. I think it was a budget game, but yeah. I've just seen in the chat, somebody said my dog is not enjoying the noise. Yeah, I'll bet. My goodness. This basically a game for worrying your pets, I think. Somebody asked, what's the point of the game? That is a really good question, actually. I would assume it's like Outrun, where you're supposed to just keep going, go through the checkpoints, and then eventually reach an ultimate goal before the time runs out. But there we are. Oh, run out of time, everyone. Oh, no, mate, no time. Oh... Well, it was published by Alternative Software. That means two things. One, it was a budget game, and two, Alternative Software often weren't very good. They made some really bad stuff. Rick the Roadie being a particularly awful one. My goodness. Right. Oh, dearie me. I've got something a bit different up next. But before we do that, let's watch the mouse pointer fly around. Let's nip back to code. Let's go back to the spaceship one. I quite enjoyed that. If I can remember how to actually activate it. I think it was that button. There we are. I think that bloke's really hurt his neck because he's just looking one direction constantly. Yeah. So, unless thee forget, we are attempting to raise money to stamp out cancer through research and other scientific means. And if you would like to donate some money to cancer research, you can have a look below the window on this very YouTube page, and it will give you a link to our fundraising page. Let's see how we're doing on that, actually. Let's have a peek. Yep. At the moment, all I can seem to get my browser to do is repeatedly show me the trailer to Thor Ragnarok, which is all very wonderful, but I've kind of already seen it. Right. Looks quite fun, though. It looks like Thor has eaten the Guardians of the Galaxy, as a friend said. Right. We are currently... My goodness, we're £1,000 in already. That's bloody fantastic. We're 25% of the way to the fundraising goal. And I've got to say, I thought it's quite a high target, considering did one of these not so long back. And it's that time of the year where nobody really has any money, which is all the year round at the moment, really. But that's absolutely fantastic. Wow. Keep donating, guys. If we can hit 4,000, something amazing will happen. I don't know what that is yet, but my goodness, it will be astonishing. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to give... Oh, that's really good. Really, really pleased with that, guys. Fantastic. Keep it on a coming. Right. Now it's time for some real nostalgia. And that is the Argos catalogue. If you are not of the British persuasion, you will probably not have heard of the Argos catalogue. It is a catalogue that has things in you can buy. It's no other way of saying it, really. I think your equivalent would have been something like the Sears catalogue or something. But the way Argos works is slightly different. You would look in the catalogue, see what you wanted, write down the little code, and then go into a physical shop, which was basically a warehouse with a couple of people in front. You go up to the people on the counter and say, I would like this, and they go and get it out of the warehouse for you, which is obviously a way of having an immense amount of stock. And these shops still exist, and they still even have a printed catalogue, although most of it's done over the internet now for obvious reasons. Another one similar was the Index catalogue, which was a similar chain owned by... I think it was owned by Littlewoods Index, if I remember. Argos now being part of the Home Shopping Group or something, which includes like Home Base or something. I don't know. I don't keep up with all that sort of stuff. But I've got scans of the catalogue from Christmas 1988, which I remember actually looking through at the time. And it was one of those things, as a child, where you would look through it around Christmas, go, oh, I wish I could have that. I wish I could have that. And of course you never would. There were items you would see in the Argos catalogue that you would basically never ever actually come across in the wild. something like, what's the one Gary Larry always mentions? Dark Tower, which is a board game which was so expensive it was unbelievable. It had like this big black electronic tower in the middle. Larry actually has a working version. We were going to play it on a video, and it was so complicated. By the time we'd worked out how to play it, we wouldn't have had time to actually record us playing it. But that's something we will possibly come back to at some other point in the future. If you would like to see any of these Argos catalogues, they're all online somewhere in PDFs and stuff. That's where I got them from. So, let us fire up. Bum, 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 bum. 1988. Those were the days when you could get grandstand IQ builders that make learning fun. They did not make learning fun, but actually I was going to say they were quite fun to play with. But looking at those, I don't think I've ever seen those specific models. So yeah, at the top here, can we see the mouse pointer? Oh yeah, there we are. I can point. Look, it's like the future. This thing looks bloody amazing. This looks like some sort of early Commodore business machine in small green format. I wonder how much these would be to get off eBay these days and do a video on. The answer is almost certainly too much. Then for people who actually wanted to have some fun in their lives, you've got Game & Watch there, the old Nintendo things, obviously. And then, really cheap Systema thing. What is number 17? You probably can't read the text on there, but I can just about on the original scans. Where are we? 17, blah, blah, blah. Formula 1 racing car. That exact game you get in all the pop stations, just with a slightly different method of displaying the graphics. Pinball one there. Oh, God, imagine pinball on an LCD. Oh, my goggly goodness. Horrifying. What's the middle one? I don't recognise that. Hero and Princess. It's Breath of the Wild, the very first version. Yeah, those things come up cheap all the time, these little cheap Systema things. Exciting fact about Systema, until about 5 years ago, I thought they were called System A. And then I noticed it was quite clearly written as one word, and I'd been saying it wrong for like 35 years. Anyway, next page. Oh, Atomic Pinball. A very simple little pinball game, quite good fun. I didn't see one of those at the time, but an ex-girlfriend had one inexplicably. We used to play on occasionally. Astro Shooter is like a larger version, slightly more fun. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. You see, I'm doing that thing now of looking at old stuff going, I kind of wish I had one of those. Oh, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? Not really. Wouldn't make a very good, interesting video, and I'd never bloody play on it, so let's not do that. Oh, Tomitronic 3D. I have several of these things. I don't have the Shark one. I think I've got the racing one, and I've definitely got the Space Invaders one. Imagine something you stick your eyes in and then instantly regret. Also, imagine the game is kind of 3D, and it basically works in a similar principle to an old LCD game, but it's far more colourful and impressive looking. Yeah, not the greatest of games, but they were interesting at the time. I'd like to do a sort of proper... I'm trying to think if I've ever shown one in a video. I'm not sure, actually. The problem is it's almost impossible to film them, because you'd have to set up a very weird system of light in order to get it to work. In fact, if I remember, they weren't even backlit, hence why they've got these big hatches on the top in order to let the light in. So you had to kind of sit under a window or a light bulb or something. Oh, my goodness. Right. Alien Attack, yep. Early Tomy backlit game, yep. We've got, a little robot. Which one's that? That's Dingbot. Good old Dingbot. If I remember, it was just a little robot. You put a battery in and he shot around the floor, and when he hit a wall, he turned around and went the other way. Relatively good fun, I suppose. I don't have a Dingbot. I do have a couple of Tony robots. I've got Tomy robots. I don't know who Tony Robots is. He sounds cool. The Flipbot, which does flips. And I've got a Verbot, which I got years ago for a video. And it's one of those things I'm putting off doing because I'm really looking forward to it. And once I've done it, it'll be gone forever. But the Verbot is amazing. It's like a physically large thing. And it's voice controlled. But because it's so early and primitive, it barely works at all. It is one of those things, though. I think if it worked properly, it'd be quite boring. But when you're going, turn left! I said turn left! Every 14 seconds, it actually makes it more fun. Anyway, back to the page. Number 9. Spotbot. A pet of the future. That's not exactly an Aibo, is it? He wanders around bumping into objects and then runs away, yapping and chasing his tail. Just like a real gazelle. Yeah, that's... I wonder if that was what was in the back of my mind when we had, in our film, Ashens and the Quest for the Game Child, early on. I'm dealing with a fake Digidog. No, that's not what was in... Oh, God, no, there's a different story to that. No, in fact, it's coincidental. It's a dog, come to think about it, but that's another story. Right. Oh, train sets. I was never interested in train sets as a child. I don't know why. My nephew loved them, but not something I ever got into. Aurora AFX Daredevil Rally. Now, you see, that does sound amazing, but it's just going to be Scalextrics, where basically you just try to go around a track as fast as you can and not go too fast or you come off. Not something that ever particularly interested me. There's quite a lot of sets going on, though. You got Nigel Mansell there and his mighty Grand Prix. Formula 1, Le Mans 24 Hour. If you want to see a really terrible game, look at WEC Le Mans for the Commodore 64. Night Stages, Rallying with Lights. I can imagine that's quite expensive and interesting. Pole Position and Mighty Metro. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, I don't know, Scalextric's something I was never personally into, but there's a lot of sort of interesting bits for it as a hobby, isn't it? They're a bloody expensive one, though. The prices of these back then, I mean, like the Le Mans set is £64. Suggested retail £101.99. Yeah, right. Like anybody ever sold it for that. But I mean, that's a lot of money, guys. That really is. Next page. Oh, old board games. Scruples, which I think is still made. Pictionary, which is definitely still made. Trivial Pursuit, which still exists in a version. Psy, not pounds per square inch, but Psychology, Slander and Intuition. Sounds like a marketing company. What is that? Let's read the description. A game of psychology, slander and intuition. Yeah, we knew that bit. Describe your friends and the famous as what kind of animal, holiday or object they are. That sounds like a lot of work. And a therapy game. Entertaining adult game of human nature and saying, what the hell is this? It's like amateur psychology board game hour page in bloody Argos. An outburst. Compete in teams to complete 10 answers on familiar topics, such as naming 10 items that can be found in a toy shop. Oh, I find those things where you have to dredge your memory incredibly annoying. That's interesting. I wonder... Well, the good thing about old board games is you can pick them up for like 10p in almost any charity shop if you keep an eye out, so that's quite good. Ian Botham's Test Match. I've seen that. That had little plastic figurines that would move their cricket bats around. Emlyn Hughes Team Tactics. Wow, Ian Botham, Emlyn Hughes. We're getting all the 80s guys. Can we have Jonah Barrington's squash game or something next? Play the transfer market to complete a full team of top class. Let's not bother. Cup final. Now that's the one with the plastic players for football there, or one of the many. 90 minutes. No idea what that is. Also, all the descriptions are off the page, I think, which isn't helpful. A Question of Sport. A Question of Sport. How is that TV show, A Question of Sport, still running? Even people I know who are really into sport find it incredibly, crushingly dull and never watch it. It must have an audience. It really must. Right. Hotel. Well, it's just like a big plasticky version of Monopoly. Oh, Mysteries of Old Peking. I seem to remember playing that round of friends. It was actually a pretty good game. Yeah, there's sort of quite a lot to it. I mean, not as good as like a modern game like bloody Pandemic or something. You know, it's far more child-oriented than that, but still pretty good. Compendium, that's just a load of cheap boards of various board games, so you can play, I don't know, Chinese checkers on one side and drafts on the other and all that. Genius! What's all that about? A strategic game of both general knowledge and phenomenal facts based on the Guinness Book of Records. My goodness. Disney storyboards. The news from the BBC! Sorry, something about that is immensely amusing. It's just the most boring idea for a board game ever. And they've put it next to Disney storyboards, so it looks like something for kids. If you don't behave, Johnny will play the news board game. What? And surely the whole thing's out of date 10 seconds after they've printed the bloody thing. Oh my God, right. Number 18, I've got to read the description of that. The good news game of headlines and laugh lines. Well, it's made me laugh already. File your own news reports using strategy and knowledge spanning 50 years of newsworthy sources. You see, actually, that sounds vaguely interesting now, but God almighty, just from the cover of it. Unbelievable. Dearie me. Go for Broke. I've definitely played that. It's like Monopoly, but in reverse, trying to lose all the money. Ghost Castle. Oh, now that was an interesting thing. Yeah, you wander around a board and you put like a marble in the thing in the top and it would fall down. It would physically knock your counters over, which adds a bit of interest. Oh, dear. Must release an Ashens board game one day. If you're a board game company, get in touch. Me and Paul Gannon are coming up with an idea. And The Game of Life. Mainly I only remember that from the TV advert, which went, be a winner at the game of life. and it never quite told you how you would actually win the game of life. It's a bit esoteric, isn't it? How would you win? Have like a really happy life and like a nice family and stuff, and not starve to death in a ditch? Live a long time? Start a YouTube channel? I don't know. What amazing things could you do? Oh my God, lose your marbles. That's something I've never seen, but it feels quite familiar in that I've probably heard of it and totally forgotten about it. Trying to be the first to clear all your marbles off the steps by knocking them into the trough at the bottom, which then transfers them to your opponent. Folds up neatly for carrying. What, your opponent? Jesus Christ. It'd be like the start of the new Rick and Morty where Jerry folds himself over 12 times or whatever. Good God. That actually looks really interesting. Probably isn't, but there we are. Wouldn't it be a hell of a claim to fame if you could say you were one of those children on an 80s board game? You dressed up in a very, very brightly coloured jumper and sat around looking at some marbles pretending to be exciting. Mr. Pop. Oh, Mr. Pop. Basically, you had to like stick bits on his face before the time ran out, because when the time ran out, his face flew forward and all the bits fell off. It wasn't very good. Space Attack. Yes. Oh, my, yeah. Again, Ashens and the Quest for the Game Child, we actually have Space Attack in it as a plot point because that's the kind of thing we do. Centre Court Tennis, have no memory of this. Become a Centre Court Tennis champion with speedy reactions and skillful ball control. Could be exciting. These are all sort of action-y based games, physical stuff, so that could be quite good. Kong Man. Kong Man is amazing. We played that on Ashens recently. I'm seriously wondering, I think I might do a full Ashens video about it. It's something very interesting about it as a game. Basically, you have to go up a tower with a ball. There was also, as I did not realise till Dan Nerd Cube told me, a repackaged version of it with like Sonic the Hedgehog brands and things, which is very interesting. Screwball Scramble, the classic. I don't think I have a Screwball Scramble. We did it on Ashens again, but I think Barry brought his in. Used to have one back in the day. Blockbusters with good old Bob Holness. Can I have a pee, please, Bob? Oh, you shot me in the face. Yeah, Blockbusters not. Actually, thinking about it, that would probably work quite well as a board game. Interesting. If I can find one of those, then I'll probably buy it, put it in a cupboard and forget about it. Crazy Crocodiles. Yep, that's one for entertain the kids with little things. Bewitched. That was something about toads and witches' hats. Probably only saw the TV advert for that. Dare. Oh. Yes. I've played that. I'm sure I've played that. Something that was like all true and false questions. I've played it relatively recently, like a few years ago, I think. Brick Quiz as well. I had an ex-girlfriend who was really into board games, and she had several of these. She had Dare, she had Brick Quiz. I don't think she'd actually had them from back in the day. I think she just found them cheap in charity shops later. But yeah, Brick Quiz was kind of just questions about Britain on a big UK-shaped map, you know what I mean? Most of them were out of date from what I recall as well. And Bloody Rubik's Clock. Oh my goodness gracious me, Rubik's Clock. I had two of those. I got two of them for Christmas one year. Not from the same person who thought I'd break one or something. You basically had to push buttons that rotated things, went round, and it was very... It's something where you had to be able to sort of think so far ahead. It was quite irritating. I spent a lot of time playing with it, though. It was quite a tactile thing. A bit like a nice remote control. You can sit there fiddling with it while you're bored of what's on the television. My God, there's so much stuff. Pop-up Pirate, we know again. We've done that in Parsons. Shark Alert. There's a shark eating marbles. That is an interesting concept. A randomly programmed shark swims around the surface attempting to catch the players who are racing for the lifeboats. Ah, so it like spins, and then wherever it lands, it goes forward and physically eats the... Yeah, okay. That's making sense. Pig Pong. There's like a very light ball and people are squeezing little rubber pigs to keep it up in the air using the power of wind. That's a hell of a thing. Hungry Hippos game. Oh, Hungry Hippos, as I thought it was called, but I'm apparently wrong. It's only got one hungry in it. I wanted that more than anything as a child, and I never got it. And then years later, I played it around a friend's, and it was bloody terrible. Literally, all you do to win is repeatedly slap the back of your hippo, which makes his mouth go forward. There's no skill or thought to it at all. It's the one thing I always wanted as a child that I'm glad I didn't actually get. And Buckaroo! I definitely have played that. The mildly irritating game of sticking things on an ornery donkey. Torpedo Run looks fun because it looks like you've got a giant mat which you actually fire things across on. Oh, that's quite interesting. Feed Me? That's like Little Shop of Horrors, the board game. Fair enough. Bed Bugs? Oh, yes. I've seen an advert or something for that back in the day. You had to pick little bugs up with a pair of tweezers. Weird. Mousetrap, the game nobody ever played. They would just spend ages setting up the actual mousetrap system and playing with that because it was far more interesting. So you remember the game, if played, was boring. Game of Knowledge, another one ex-girlfriend had. That was just kind of... the 3 words I would use to describe it are out of date. It's just all the questions were just like, the answer was Barry McGuigan for the sports ones and stuff like that. Guess Who? I have a Poundland version of Guess Who. I'm doing a Poundland board game special. I only need one more and I've got enough to actually do a whole special. Or, as like usually happens, I end up not doing the last one because it takes up too much time and then regret waiting so long, but we'll see. And Dizzy Dinosaur. I've definitely played that. It's got a dinosaur in it. He's dizzy. He knocks people's over. Fun, isn't it? And now we're on to some Lego. Oh, good old Lego. Basic, some town stuff. I had that fire station. Oh my goodness. I remember that sticker. And the no, I'm not sure I did have it now. That's very confusing. Oh. Right, I have remembered. I wanted to buy that and I never got enough money and I bought the car racing one instead. I remember actually looking at it in this catalogue. My God, there's a nostalgia hit for you. Crikey. Yeah, I actually had that set. Yep. But I remember the little firehouse sticker on that one. I never had that one. Don't know what that one is. Don't know what that one is. That's familiar, but I think I had a cheaper version. Blah, blah, blah. One of the strange things about Lego is people often say, oh, it's all licensed stuff these days. Oh, you can't even get like a police station or just a car anymore. And they're right. There is a lot of... licensed stuff out there, but they're not right in that you can't get the normal stuff. They actually produce more city and standard stuff now than they ever have. Just that people just like to ignore it and moan because there's now a Prince of Persia set or a Lone Ranger set. Yes, both of those things are real, and Lego pretend they don't exist. Lego Castle. Oh, those were amazing. I had that big Lego castle, and it took me like a year and a half to save up for it, but it was amazing. I wish I bloody kept it. It's worth more than my house these days. Lego Technic. Never got into Lego Technic. I think by the time I was sort of old enough, I'd moved on to other things like computers and stealing cars. Not really. And plus, I never liked the look of them much. They're all very sort of bare bones and Meccano and... here's just the outline of something, you know what I mean? Oh, the old space stuff. Look at that. A space monorail, a non-space monorail, a really cool-looking car, cool-looking space base. Oh, this is the stuff. Fisher-Price constructs, which I have no memory of whatsoever. Looks like a sort of more simple system for making something that looks like a flattened version of Benny's spaceship. And Bolt and Build. Construction set with remote control. Cool, but that was bloody expensive. 18 quid. Yep, not too good. These are boring toys. Oh, wait, except for the monster truck with 9,000 wheels. That's pretty exciting. And some road blasters. Oh, I'd forgotten they existed. Yeah, they were cars, and you would just stick these crappy plastic guns on the top of them, and that was it. I have no idea if it had anything sort of tie-in with the video game Road Blasters. I would assume not. Oh, now we're into Mask. Oh, now we're into the real stuff. Latter Day Mask. Back when it was... Oh, right. Let's play some gaming stuff in between before we get back into that. Let's get Colour Space back up. Don't you just love it? Tell you what, let's have a quick look at the chat whilst it flies past. Were these in the Lego movie? No, but they did have... the Benny character and his spaceship was kind of a reference to the space stuff of Lego, but from an earlier time of that. It was more a reference to the sort of very early 80s stuff, where we're sort of looking late 80s for that one. Why is it even called Lego? Oh, I know the answer to that, and I've forgotten. It's isn't it like it means like play in another language. I think so. In Danish, presumably. Something like that. Is that correct? I don't know. If not, it was invented by Tim Lego. There we are, that's what we'll make. And I've just seen what is possibly the greatest comment I've ever seen. It just says, my friend barbecued a golf ball. You know what? I don't think we'll ever beat this moment. Somebody barbecued a golf ball. What is inside a golf ball? Is a golf ball one of those things where you cut into it and it's just like loads of weird stuff kind of compacted into it and it all flies out like ribbons? Or I want to see masks as somebody. Don't worry, we'll be coming back to mask. It's from the Danish word for let's play or something. Yes! I was actually correct. That makes a change. Is this the Argos catalogue? Well, it was. It's gone now, but it shall return. Hey, Stuart, just bought a ZX Spectrum. Any game recommendations? Oh, yes. Get yourself... I'm trying to think of something you could buy off eBay that sold a lot of copies but was still good. I'm going to give you a single game recommendation. 3D Death Chase. 3D Death Chase. It is a heck of a game. A very early one and very good fun. See, I would say something like Chaos, which would be great, but you're not going to find that on eBay cheap. Do you know what I mean? I'm just going to have a quick fiddle around with the light synthesizer here. Woo! Let's go to a different default. Oh, that one's fun. Oh, wait, here we go. Way. Oh, this is no good. I've got to sit here waving the bloody mouse around for that to do anything. Let's go back to the Tron thing. There we are. Right. Bit more chatty stuff going on. I said to him, give it to Ashens. The golf ball was all black and it looked like a rubber ball. More updates on the golf ball barbecue story as events warrant. Oh, dearie me. I wonder if he's planning to eat it afterwards. That would be a heck of a thing. Somebody else claims that their dead cat is haunting their house. I would probably hope that's not true, because that would be extremely worrying on multiple levels. Ah, dearie me. Somebody's bought an Acorn Electron recently. Any recommendations for that? I want to say Citadel and Exile. I am now... Oh, but they may have been BBC Micro. No, I'm sure Citadel had an Acorn Electron version. I'm sure it did. Another quite interesting game called The Golden Figurine, which was similar but not as good. But yeah, go for Citadel if at all possible for the Electron. It may be rare, though. It may well be rare. And if Exile is available, that will be good. Oh, dearie me. Play some Cuthbert games, somebody says. Cuthbert? I don't recall Cuthbert. Which system was that from? Have I ever played Stardew Valley? No. Heard of it. I think it may be one of those things I thought, oh, that looks good. And I got it when it was cheap on Steam, and I've never got around to playing it, and it's probably like 900 years old. But there we are. Such is life. Play Granny's Garden. Oh, man. Do you think we could work together to complete Granny's Garden? My goodness. So, if you're American, you will have heard of the Oregon Trail. Granny's Garden is kind of our version of that. In fact, if you watch Guru Larry's latest video, he mentions it in that, if I remember. It's like an edutainment title that you would play in school. Basically, the school would get a license for it, and you'd play it on the BBC Micro usually. There is also an almost virtually identical ZX Spectrum version. And Granny's Garden still exists in the same format, but with like an updated one for PC. And I have a copy. It's almost impossible to get, but I just found one in a bloody charity shop for like £1. It's astonishing. But you have to be very careful with it, because the people who own it are really, really careful about the copyright of it. Basically because their company entirely exists off the back of selling licenses for it, so they're quite protective of it, you could say. I mean, I don't think they'd mind you kind of streaming it on YouTube or something, but I think you have to be a little bit careful with the more modern versions. But yeah. Somebody says, play Super Gran. It's shit. It certainly is. I remember playing it quite extensively on a friend's ZX Spectrum, and because we liked Super Gran, the TV series. And if you've never heard of Super Gran, the TV series, it's about a gran who's super. And yeah, it was pretty bad, but the Amstrad version, if I recall, is absolutely terrible. In fact, it's on my short list for terrible old games for that reason. Ah, dearie dee. I'm thinking we should get some Granny's Garden going later. I'm trying to work out if I can get a copy up quickly enough. Perhaps we take a break later on. I'll have a look into Granny's Garden then. What about Abe's Odyssey? Did you play that? Oh, that was Oddworld. Abe's Odyssey. Yeah, briefly. I never liked it much. It never did anything for me at all, actually, but I know it's very popular with a lot of people. Weirdly, there's a little bit about one of the Oddworld games in... I can't tell you actually because it's spoilers. Sorry, forgot I said that. Oh, Cuthbert was a Dragon 32 thing. Cuthbert Goes Walkabout was a classic. Oh, so the Cuthbert was like the mascot for the Dragon 32. Right, I'm making a note of that because I didn't know that. That's a useful thing to remember. I'm going to write it with a pencil because that's the kind of madman I am. Cuthbert Dragon 32. I don't know much about the Dragon 32 other than the really bad games for it through research, but I do have one. It's an interesting machine because it's a very physically large computer and it weighs nothing because there's almost nothing inside it. Really weird. Dragon 32 being the sort of Welsh 8-bit computer and not a bad one. The big downfall for it was the weird controllers. The joysticks had a weird specific port and they were really awful. They felt like analog sticks, but they weren't, if I recall. They were just awful things, spongy and with massive dead zones and horrible. Oh, wait, golf ball update. Would you like me to ask my friend to give you the golf ball for review? No, that's very kind of you, but I don't think there's a whole lot of mileage in reviewing a burnt golf ball. And if there was, I'm probably capable of burning a golf ball myself. Oh, dearie me. Somebody has said, Megalomania. Did you ever play that? I certainly did. We, by which I mean me and nearly all my friends, absolutely loved Megalomania. I actually completed it. Got through to the weird end level where you got all the soldiers you'd put in cryogenic suspension earlier on and got them out for a big battle. It was very, very underwhelming because it was a very simple end level. But Megalomania was a great game. It was like an early strategy game based around tech trees and things where you were... Well, you basically made bases, attacked enemies. It was all based on a grid system. You could then, if you destroyed them, you could maybe could you take over their base or build a base? Yeah, I think you could build a base somewhere. Oh, do you know, I can't remember. I haven't played it in so many years. But you'd start off with like cavemen throwing rocks at each other, and eventually you ended up with like spacemen with laser guns and stuff, and nuclear weapons at one stage. It also had really good little speech recordings in it. There were the actual AI opponents all had their own personalities and their own voices and things, and there was also quite nice system messages. If you use a nuclear weapon, instead of going all serious, it would literally blow a big hole in the tile of the map and you couldn't go on it anymore, and a little voice went, "We've nuked them!" As if he's really, really excited about the horrifying thing he's just done. What a monster. Also, if you paused it, it went, "Putting you on hold," like a 70s secretary, which was amazing. Ah, dearie me. Have I heard of Contraption, Zach? I have now. Oh, somebody just said, "We've advanced the tech level." Yes, that was another one of the good things. Oh, my goodness. Bum, 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 bum. You should play some of the old school Doom from the 90s on SNES. Well, I could do, but that's not super exciting, that. Elite 1984. Play it. Oh, man, we haven't got time for that. My goodness, Elite takes forever. Bloody good game, though. But which 8-bit version was the best? The answer was, doesn't really matter, because you can play a 16-bit version, which will run smoother. Dear me. Somebody's got a Grandstand SDO 70 colour programmable. Well, I'm afraid, my friend, I cannot recommend you anything for that. Oh, dear. My favourite game was Golden Axe 2 on the Sega Mega Drive, somebody said. Oh, Golden Axe 2. Yeah, I've played that. Is that the one with the Panther monster in, or is that Golden Axe 3? I seem to remember not liking Golden Axe too much. I think Golden Axe has got properly good from 3. I would say 3 onwards, but I don't think there was one beyond 3. Unless you count something like Golden Axe The Duel for the Sega Saturn, which is a one-on-one fighting game that I always seem to remember was pretty crap. And I actually played it recently. It was all right. I don't know why I remembered it being so poor. Usually it goes the other way round, doesn't it? You remember something's good, go back to it, and it isn't. But, yeah. Look for Minter's Polybius. Somebody says, yeah. Jeff Minter, he who programmed the mighty light thing going on here, is writing a VR game called Polybius, amusingly based on the urban legend sort of thing. Yeah, which is nifty. Somebody's got a 3DO. Any suggestions? I had a 3DO and about 25 games for it, and they were all terrible. And I'm not saying all 3DO games were terrible. There were lots of really good ones. But every single one I had was awful. I ended up just bloody selling the system on for the price I bought it for, if I recall. Things like Power's Kingdom and Hell, a cyberpunk adventure with Dennis Hopper. It really was not very good. If you're looking for good 3DO games, the version of Need for Speed was pretty good on it. Didn't have the highest frame rate in the world, but handled really well and was really good fun. Also some spectacular crashes on that. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo is a good version of that, but crying out loud, you can play that on almost anything. You can play it arcade perfect in your bloody browser, for God's sake. So that's not a massive thing to go out for. I suppose if I had to pick a 3DO game, I would go for Return Fire, which I had on the PlayStation, which had a slightly higher frame rate, but the music was a bit messed up. And you wouldn't think that was that important, but music is a huge part of Return Fire. Do you know what? I'm not even going to describe Return Fire. Seriously, everybody listening, if you ever have the chance, play Return Fire either on PlayStation or 3DO. It's a unique and very fun little game. And there was a sequel I found out recently. Can't remember what it was called, and apparently it wasn't very good, but there we are. Oh dear. Have you ever had a Commodore? I have a Plus 4 and a C16. Yeah, C16, then the C16 Plus 4. My anecdote about the C16 Plus 4 is it's the only system I've ever played a video game on that I completed first time. It was Joe Blade 2. It's so easy, it's unbelievable. You basically can't get hit or die or anything unless you fail an incredibly easy sub-game. And I literally just played it through to the end the first time I played it. It was very odd. My main memory of the C16 Plus 4 is a game called Bridgehead, which is a sort of a rip-off of Green Beret. It wasn't very good, if I recall. It wasn't completely awful, but there we are. Have I ever watched Bottom? Oh, yes. Bottom is a classic on many levels. Adrian Edmondson and the dear departed Rick Mail. Oh, dear. Somebody has asked if Panasonic 3DO is similar to Philips CDI. Yes and no is the weird answer to that. It's far more powerful than a CDI. But equally, the CDI's sort of internals are very rarely made good use of. Anecdote about the CDI now. I had one back when they were cheap second hand. I eventually had to take it to the dump because nobody would even have it for free because it was so big and heavy. The early Philips versions were like bigger than a VCR and twice the weight. They were absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, the games for it awful. I mean, it was all sort of FMV stuff and that kind of thing. And I had one of those dreadful Zelda games, the Wand of Gamelon specifically, which I'm very glad I bought because I sold it for like £100 after buying it for 5 years later. So that was quite nice. But yeah, it's awful, just jerky sprites. And I always believed that the CDI could not handle sprites smoothly. And I found out years later, hey, it could. There's only a couple of games that do it, but like it could quite handily, move proper sprites around. There's like a side-scrolling beat-em-up, like a Streets of Rage thing for it, which isn't great, but, compared to Wand of Gamelon and whatever the other awful Zelda game on CDI is, it's something of a masterpiece, my goodness. Have I played the new Shadow of the Beast? No, I have not. I left that to Kim Justice. Look up her video if you want to see that. I never liked Shadow of the Beast at the time. It just wasn't a very good game. We were all quite slightly impressed by it, of course, when we saw it on the Amiga for technical reasons, but oh dear. And then they went and ported it to like the ZX Spectrum and the Atari Lynx and stuff, and it didn't work. Well, saying that, the Lynx version's all right technically, but it's just no fun to play. All this reminds me of a game called Sword of Sodan, which was another one that had big, colourful graphics, terrible animation though, and really impressive sound for the time, but the game was awful, absolutely awful. Sword of Sodan was released for the Mega Drive at some stage, possibly under a different name. I can't remember. My main memory of that game though is it has enemies who literally hop up and down and backwards and forwards rather than walking, and they attempt to stab you with kebabs. It didn't kind of fit with the rest of the game, but I was quite amused by that. Ah, dearie me. Right, I'm going to have a sip of refreshing beverage. CDI is actually quite powerful. It's never really taken advantage of its capabilities. No, I would agree with that, purely from having seen one game with smooth-scrolling sprites, but of course, the 3DO had custom 3D and texturing hardware in it, which the CDI didn't, so it's still technically a lot more powerful. Oh dear. Have I ever played Hong Kong 97? Yes, I have. And we will leave that there, for I do not wish to think about it. Oh, dearie me. Oh, yes! Somebody says the end boss in Shadow of the Beast. Laughing my arse off. The end boss of the original Shadow of the Beast game. Well, basically, you've been turned into a monster, and by this horrifying beast, if I remember, and you have to go and reclaim your humanity is the basic plot of it, which doesn't really actually feature into the game, but let's not get into that. So the idea is you have to go and kill the beast that you literally live in the shadow of, you see. I didn't mean literally, but you kind of do as well, because the beast is a giant. So you get to the end and you have to fight the giant, the beast. All you see on screen is its foot. And it's the end of its giant club that it tries to hit you with. And you basically have to run backwards and forwards, punching it in the end of its big toe until it dies. Gotta be honest with you guys, don't think a lot of Shadow of the Beast. Dearie me. Somebody's just mentioned Big Rigs Over the Road Racing. Yeah, that's one of the worst PC games ever released. I remember playing that with a friend. I'd finally got a copy after people saying how bad it was. And I still remember laughing so hard I physically did myself an injury when we started doing reverse. If you reverse your truck in the game, it's kind of... Well, you know how when you drive forward, there's things like acceleration and inertia and, top speeds and stuff. Not so much in that game because it's a buggy mess. If you reverse, you have infinite acceleration. You can literally get up to like thousands of miles an hour and just the whole world just disappears behind you like you're warping out to another... Oh. What a game. What a game. Oh, dearie me. Somebody says Shadow of the Beast was style over content. You ain't wrong, my friend. You are not wrong. Good God, does anybody remember Commander Keen? I have never played a Commander Keen game, but Commander Keen was an early PC game, just when PCs were actually having enough power to be able to make a game that you could play, and it had things moving on the screen with more than two colours, I think Commander Keen was written by, was it id Software, who went on to do Doom, etc.? Can't remember. Yeah, I think it was. But yeah, he was like a young boy who had space adventures with his laser gun and all that. Oh dear, dearie me. Minish Cap is an overlooked awesome classic Zelda title. Thanks for that. I shall agree with that, I think. I don't really know. Somebody asked if I'm a fan of the Spyro series. No. I think I was just too old for that kind of aesthetic when they came out. Never really played them, to be honest. Ah, dearie. Are you ever thinking of doing a review of the Apple Bandai Pippin? Can you hear this? I'm going to do that again. Can you hear that? That's me banging the top of the box of an Apple Bandai Pippin. There is one next to my chair as I actually speak, because I've got it out of storage because I've just done the Casio Loopy and I might do the Pippin next. So I thought it's about time I got it out and actually wrote some CDs with the games I use the term loosely on. So yes, we will be doing an Apple Pippin later, but I want to sort out my video capture hardware for old games because I wasn't very happy with the way it went on the Loopy. I've got really good hardware set up for transferring VHS tapes to DVD and any digital, any sort of modern format, but I didn't realise it doesn't work very well with consoles. It keeps making the sound cut out and it blows out some of the contrast a bit. Which surprises me. Apparently it's something to do with the way the video signals work differently, but I might just get out. I've got like an old composite video capture unit, might just use that. Somebody has now mentioned Hugo's House of Horrors and the Adventures of Willie Beamish. Right, Hugo's House of Horrors is like an early point-and-click game. I think an early PC one. I think it was shareware. Willie Beamish was like one of the first early, oh my god, this animation looks like a cartoon, look how impressive PC stuff is, stuff from the time when PC games had just become impressive. I mainly remember Willie Beamish because it ran on, a demo of it ran on a loop in One Step Beyond, which was the independent video game shop here in Norwich, which still kind of exists to this day as a market stall called OSG, rather than OSB, and it's just kind of a load of old second-hand DVDs and some very, very old PlayStation SCART cables, and it's all a bit sad, really. Oh, dearie me. That saddens me. I used to like independent game shops and stuff. Dearie me. Whatever happened, eh? Whatever happened? Answer, Amazon. We got our games cheaper now. Right, let's play a thing, everyone. I don't know what, though. Let's have a think on this. First of all, I do need to reiterate that this is, without question... Oh, hang on. Where's my mouse pointer gone? It's gone weird. There we are. The problem with that Atari ST emulator that's running the visuals here is it does have a tendency to eat your mouse pointer. Sorry, hadn't done that yet. I think we needed to get that one in. Ah, dearie me. Right, let's have a look. What game next, I wonder? I have been meaning to go back and play Robocop on the ZX Spectrum to see if I could actually complete it these days. That's an interesting thought. But you know what? No. We're going to play one of the rarest games. so rare that most websites don't seem to even know it exists. Well, they some of them know that one version exists, but not this one. There is a game called Miami Mice. And no, it's not based on the Sesame Street skits. It's an awful, awful beat-em-up with mice in. That's about all I can say about it. It was released for the Commodore Amiga, and I found out recently there's an Atari ST version, which we shall play because I happen to have an emulator up. So, let's fire that up. Where are we? This should hopefully go... Oh, look at that! Kyle Hodgetts, give us the good stuff. By give us the good stuff, I mean just kind of make it at least vaguely competent. So, I will... Full disclosure here, I have not yet played this. Somebody said this is probably one of the worst games you will ever play, and I thought, well, that sounds like it's in my ballpark. It's amazing. I've been researching terrible games for years, and still new ones keep coming up. And some of them you play and you're just like, how does this happen? Oh, right. Here we go. Miami Mice. Nothing's happening. Oh, there we are. Oh, my goggly goodness. Right. Oh, good. Is that cheese? What is going... This is weird. Right. So basically it's a cat stabbing simulator. Do you pick up... Is that cheese? Yeah, it is, right. Okay. Going up and down. This is identical to the Amiga version. The Amiga version I've watched a YouTube video of, and it plays a stolen bit of music every time you pick up a piece of cheese. But why is this sign saying no stand? Does it mean you're not allowed to stand? Is that why he's killing these cats? Because one of them is standing against the wall? Gee, I wonder if he's going to attack us as we walk past. Yeah, this is pretty bad. It's not quite as jerky as I expected it to be. He says, encountering the scrolling. A lot of parking meters in this town, and the cats literally aren't leaving the back. We're just kind of walking and walking. Oh, whoop, there's another one. Ha-ha! Take that. I've only got one knife left. Knife left. Looking at the bottom. Oh! Oh! Oh my goodness. This is surprisingly brutal. Hey, what? Did he just get up again? Oh! Blimey. This is a... Oh, what? Is he just respawning immediately? Oh no, get out, get out. There's two of them. You can't possibly fight two of them. Did I see he's got an elbow in the eye move? Yeah, like Double Dragon. Except he doesn't put much effort into it. Yeah. So, there's this modern concept called collision detection. Doesn't see. Hang on, how many hits does he take before he falls over? What is going on? What? If you run out of knives, they're indestructible? What is... Oh, man, this is much worse than I thought it was. It reminds me of a game called Street Gang, which is equally as awful. Well, kind of... Well, I'm just going to keep walking this way. Oh, God. There's like somewhere between half and 3/4 of a second delay on the controls. It's horrifying. Do we ever get to the end of this? Is it just Drainpipe City forever? Well, according to the thing at the top, there are 4 pictures of cats. Does that mean I have to beat up 4 more cats? Because it's not going to happen. Because, just nothing's happening. Am I just going forever? Oh, no, we've reached the end. Oh, God. Ah! Oh, mouse. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, yes, that's right. We've got... Oh. No. No, you can't trade hits with 2 of them. Run. Oh, man. This is so awful. It's conceptually... Right. Oof. There's something really brutal about when they hit him and he sort of leans over. Let's do the magic thing here. You seem to be able to get infinite score via this method, but they never actually fall over. How am I supposed to beat up 4 more cats if you can't actually hurt them in any way, shape or form? No, this is it. Oh, good grief. Oh. He jumped. But it was his last act. And Miami Mice starring Cockett, Dubs, Croc. These are hilarious references to the old Miami Vice TV show. I'm not entering my name in this. That would be like admitting I played it. My goodness. That was just weird. Somebody has just pointed out in the chat there that the mouse is wearing clothes but the cats are naked. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the plot. It's actually is a Vice Squad. All right, let's not get into that. But my goodness, that's weird. That was... Wow. My problem is, I'd love to put this in a terrible old games book, but I can't find any proof that it was ever released commercially for the ST. Mind you, I know it was released commercially for the Amiga, so I could just do the Amiga version, which is basically identical, but has some stolen sound effects in it. So, oh, dearie me. Well, that was pretty damn bad. Pretty damn bad. Somebody says the game is to bring awareness to Mice's role in experimental research to cure cancer. Somehow, I doubt they had that in mind. I think basically they wanted to cash in on Miami Vice and found a word that rhymed. Right, guys, let's see how we're doing on the old money fundraising. We were up to £1,000 before. We are now up to... Come on, come on. If it ever refreshes, 1,500. That is bloody astonishing. Thank you very much, guys. It's all extremely useful in the battle against cancer, as well you know. If you would like to donate, just have a look at the link below this very YouTube video. Or just Google Ashens Stand Up to Cancer, which should take you to this page. It's a Just Giving page, so if you're in the UK, you can get gift aid on any donation you make, thus meaning they actually get more money than you put in, effectively, which is very, very good. Right, I think it is time. All right. I was going to say the anecdote about Sheffield, but no, I'm going to hold that back in a bit. I really want to look at those mask toys from earlier, actually. Let's have a quick look. I want that backpack. I want that backpack. No, I don't, because it'll be tiny. It's for kids. So, what we got here, guys. That is some vehicle, a mask vehicle I do not remember at all. It's a packing crate that turns into some sort of aircraft. That's pretty weird. Also, what we got there? Oh, I see. It's part of this. You get it as a set with the other one. Okay. So, mask stuff that I've done on the channel before, you will know of it. Basically, vehicles that turn into attack vehicles secretly, and the drivers who wear them wear funny helmets referred to as masks. Oh my god, a friend had that one. I remember that vehicle, yeah. Wasn't a very... It was a beautiful design of the car, but the actual sort of flying version of it was a bit naff. Don't remember. That's amazing. This car, all it does is it becomes really... It turns into a bridge. How does that help anybody? Bloody weird. But near the end of the line, excuse me, they started making these things called split seconds, if I recall, where basically every vehicle had to split into two modes, and one would be like flown by the normal pilot, and you'd get this sort of weird translucent version of the pilot for driving the other one. It was very, very odd. This is just before that stuff kicked in. This vehicle here is kind of the first of the split-up vehicles. But yeah. Also, the cartoon went weird, because like the first two series, where, as you would imagine, crime fighting and fighting evil, and, oh, the villains have got weird vehicles as well, and it's all very exciting. Then in the third series, they just went off and all had races all the time against each other. I never understood. I can only imagine there was like a focus group or something, where, I know, everyone sat down and went, do you know what? I think we've discovered that the racing car mask vehicles sell more than all the others, so let's just make the whole thing about racing. It did not help the plot, I didn't think personally. Next. oh, Manta Force. That is something I would love to do an Ashens episode on, actually. Oh my goodness, Manta Force. Must be able to find them on eBay. I'm going to have a look into that. And the less interesting Red Venom. I always felt it was like a boring version of the Manta Force. Manta Force was like a big spaceship that opened up and just had loads of tiny little figures and vehicles in. So it was like a massive play set. Yeah, it's really, really interesting toy. And parents liked it because it all went together in its own box, basically, at the end of the day. But yeah, it was a heck of a thing. I believe there was like a later version as well of like a... I think Harry Partridge showed it to me once. It was really impressive. Like all the little figures and things, but it was like a slightly more sci-fi sort of take on it with sort of weird monsters and acid pits and stuff. It's quite interesting. And Dino Riders, which was like Mask figures size, but they rode dinosaurs. It's about all you can say to it on that. If you like dinosaurs and you liked weird space guns that attach to dinosaurs, then this was the toy series for you. Actually, it was a pretty cool toy series looking at it. Never really caught on. I never recall seeing any in the wild whatsoever, ever. And they very rarely come up second hand. You very rarely see them around. But it was interesting stuff. I think looking back on it now, I like it more now than I did then. Ah, Lion-O and Mum-Ra, the mighty Thundercats. Thundercats are on the move. Thundercats are loose. Feel the magic, hear the roar. Thundercats are loose. Thunder, 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 Thundercats. The famous poem there by Robert Frost. Yeah, cartoon. Never liked it much myself. My friend Phil really liked it, though. There's a bit of useless trivia for you. Oh, no, Centurions. These were some of the most amazing figures. These were gigantic figures. And they came with really cool weapons that's like just attached to all different parts of the body. But they were like £10 each, which was insane money for the time. So, like, I think I only have had 2 ever. But they were very nice. And there was a slightly disappointing cartoon as well, of course. The mighty chop, twist and kick action of the Karate Kid figures. Oh, my God. I remember I didn't never remember seeing these in the flesh, so to speak. I remember the TV adverts. A couple of Thundercats vehicles and some Starcom. Oh, I really liked Starcom. They were quite expensive, but so it was one of those things you didn't see very often. But they had tiny little figures with magnets in the boots, and I think that's the base set. A friend had that, and it had magnets that moved, so you'd put a figure on it. It looked like they walked through the base, and the doors sort of opened and closed behind them. It was quite an impressive thing, but the spaceships were more fun. Also, there was a robot in it called Battlecron 9, the name of which always amused me. I think there was a cartoon as well, but I never saw that. I think it was on, maybe it wasn't shown in the UK or something. Oh, latter day, well, mid-range, do I mean range? No, mid-age Transformers. Let's go for that. You've got the 6 changes. Oh, this was brilliant. So you remember how you would have a robot that would turn into a car or something, and the car would look amazing, but the robot would look a bit hokey because it also had to be the car? Well, they decided to make something that turned to 6 different things. So every single mode looked absolute crap, and that was one of those ones there. Latter day version of Optimus Prime. I think this was around the... what were they called? Headmasters. Were they the little... No, they didn't mean they ran schools. It meant they had these other little figures that turned into like their heads or sat in their chest. No, Power Masters were the ones that were the engines, and Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, there's an Optimus Prime that just looks like a big box. That's good, isn't it? There's Galvatron, who turned from a weird-looking robot into what was, frankly, a crap-looking gun. Well done, designers there. Now, that was pretty cool. A friend had that, Snapdragon. Yeah. That was a cool thing. No, Skullcruncher. What's Snapdragon? I swear I saw that written. Ah, there we go. This thing is called Snapdragon. Right, gotcha. Yeah, the crocodile thing was actually quite a cool figure. That was one of those ones where the little robot turned into a head. Just realised what a bizarre concept that is. You know what the Transformers range needs, guys? Little men that turn into heads. Oh, yeah. And I think... the Power Master thing, I think when you put the engine or took it out, it like automatically transformed, which just meant some springs went, basically. Some real Ghostbusters stuff. Nobody ever had the ridiculous base because it was so huge. These were large figures, so that was massive. But this was the biggest thing in the world for a period, it really was. Called the real Ghostbusters because there'd previously been a film called Ghostbusters, and... the people who made the film realised they could cash in on the Ghostbusters craze by re-releasing the film as a cartoon version and calling it Ghostbusters because they still had the rights. So therefore, these Ghostbusters had to call themselves the real Ghostbusters. It's very confusing. Also, having a bit of dried spaghetti as the proton pack. Looking back in hindsight, not that exciting. But yeah, these weren't like the movie versions. These were from the cartoon, hence why they've all got like weird, cool teenage haircuts and stuff like that. Some of the ghosts, the Eyeball Ghost, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and Slimer. What more do you want? And the infamous toy Proton Pack, which had a bit of foam in it, because why wouldn't it? And this is interesting stuff. Captain Power. The vehicles came with like a cassette tape that you would put into your VHS player, and it would play an episode of the Captain Power TV show, which is like a weird live action thing with very early CGI stuff going on. And at certain points... the spaceship would like make a noise in sync with what was on screen. It wasn't a very good idea, but the figures were vaguely interesting, and the TV show, I've never watched it, but it's is apparently quite involved for what you would expect a kid show of that type to be. It was created and mostly written by J. Michael Straczynski, who wrote a lot of the He-Man episodes and went on to be the man behind Babylon 5. So there we are. It's a prototype version of Babylon 5. No, it isn't. It's a different sort of thing. It's there we are. Oh, some Action Force, as it was known back then. Not in America. In America, it was always called G.I. Joe. But over here, we had a line called Action Force, which they kind of merged into the G.I. Joe stuff and called the G.I. Joe stuff Action Force for a long time. It's very confusing. And Zartan was the coolest thing ever. It was an action figure who, in sun, his skin went a dark blue colour. And my friend to this day thinks Zartan is the coolest thing ever. Do you know what? He's right. I have a Zartan figure, and sadly, the paint doesn't really work anymore. It doesn't go dark. It's such a shame. Over here we have Dr. Mindbender. That's Zartan's brother, who I can't remember the name of, Xandor or something. Oh, what's his name? That's Beachhead. Sci-Fi, I think that one. I can still remember most of the names of the G.I. Joe figures. What a tragic life I lead. And the Stinger, which is one of the coolest vehicles. It's just like a sort of early military jeep with a load of bloody anti-aircraft rockets on it and a really cool grey-coloured Cobra Trooper. Oh, I did love G.I. Joe. Except the movie, which is the worst thing. The worst thing ever. Ooh, some more stuff. There's Tomax and Xamot, the weirdly named twins with mirror image haircuts. One had a scar on his face, the other one didn't. That's the only difference between them. There's the Cobra Rattler and the Sky Striker and things. Again, toys you would never see because they were just too expensive. Oh, dear. And the Visionaries, Knights of the Magical Light. There was a very short-lived phase where all figures had to have holograms on them, and Visionaries were part of that. They look identical to G.I. Joe figures from here, and they're very similar in the setup and the articulation, but they're actually slightly bigger. I've got a couple in a drawer, actually. I wanted to get some for like an Ashens episode. They're so expensive and rare now, it's never really going to happen. But yeah, they're interesting things. It was an interesting setup in the cartoon as well. The idea was that one day magic came back to the world and electricity stopped working. And like everything turned into this weird medieval state. And anybody who could work these weird magic vehicles, which would only work with like one specific pilot, became more powerful, and the good people joined a good group and the evil people joined an evil group, and fights ensued. The banners that the singular people had I forget, they all had different things. Like one of them could like give you advice, and another one would, I don't know, have lasers shooting at them or something. And every character had a hologram of an animal on their chest, and in the cartoon they could actually turn into that animal. Obviously the figures did not do that, as that would be witchcraft. Oh, and that's it for the boys' toys. We're into stuff I don't really know about, like Barbies and Oh Penny. I remember the jingle from the TV cartoon because it was a horrifying earworm. I shall not subject you to it. There's Cindy, which was like I think a British version of Barbie. I think it's the only way you can put it, really. There she is, looking like the lead singer of Gem and the Holograms. Fairy Tales. I've got no memory of this stuff whatsoever. Sylvanian Families. I think Sylvanian Families are actually older than the universe. They've been around forever. There's some My Little Pony stuff. Bits and bobs there. Keepers. Oh, right. I do remember this. Oh, again, awful earworm jingle, which I will subject you to. Keepers, keepers, what's inside those keepers? I don't care. Stop singing. Yeah, these were basically like weird, well, like turtles and rabbits and horses and things, and you would put a key in them and they would open up and you could keep your secrets in them. Except I imagine they're so weak you could break through them with the power of thought, I would imagine. A friend of mine's wife found up all her old ones and gave them to her young daughter. She was really intrigued by them because there's nothing like that these days. Interesting fact. Pound puppies. They were like floppy dog toys. The end. Popples. They turned inside out. They were like bags that turned... Oh, I remember them being freakish. And Puffalumps that I have no memory of whatsoever. Oh, now we're talking My Pet Monster. They were everywhere at car boot sales from about 1992 to like 2005. They must have been big sellers. I mean, they're incredibly expensive for what they are, but it's like a very large and, yeah, humorously ugly, well, pet monster, I suppose. And that thing I don't remember at all. Monster pet. Oh, I see. So that's the pet for your pet monster. This is just getting confusing. And there's a wisecracking Alf. It talks and costs twice as much as the non-wisecracking Alf. Alf was a TV show. He looked like that. There's not really much more we can say about that, really. There's a yawning cat from his range called the Yawnies. There's a Gordon the Gopher. Oh, my goodness. That was like a TV thing with Philip Schofield. I won't explain it to the Americans because, frankly, you're better off not knowing about it. And just generic dolls and My Cottage and Action GT made a doll. I didn't know that. It's called Blooming Doll. I see it turns inside out and into like a pot with a flower in. That's just weird. It's like that bit in Big where Tom Hanks doesn't get why the skyscraper turns into a robot. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh god, that was another mainstay of car boot sales in the early 90s. That sort of toy doll pram that looks like a ladybird thing, and yeah, just sort of generic stuff now. Weird Hoover with a face on it. Oh, that thing. Again, there's a lot of early 90s car boot sale fodder. That giant spider thing is certainly part of it. Webster is called, which makes sense. And the big yellow teapot, which was a very popular playset for like a decade or something. You would see that advertised. And that shoe house thing, again, car boot sale fodder, but also that was sold for a very long time. Oh, my goodness. And yeah, just getting into sort of basic kids' toys now. There's that dreaded telephone which you saw for years, and featured Toy Story 3, if I recall. Some more Tomy games. That's one I've reviewed, the weird sort of semi-outrun thing. Spirograph, Cyclograph, Polygraph, all your favourites. Dial-A-Design. My God, I think I know what that is. Mr. Frosty, the toy everybody wanted, but nobody ever got because your mum thought it was rubbish and it would just make a mess. And she was right, because it doesn't really do anything. Hairy Horrors there looks like a rip-off of the Mop Top Hair Shop, which was a really bizarre system of having little characters where Play-Doh grew out through their scalp. I'm certain I have a rip-off version of that somewhere for a video I'm planning to do one day. A small greenhouse? Man, this is getting weird now. Fashion wheel. Most of this is just stuff you would find in the early 90s in car boot sales. Oh, good grief! That thing looks possessed. That's it now. Punch bags, small snooker tables, give your child a hernia kit, all your favourites. Ah, dearie me. Right, I'm going to disappear for a few minutes. I suggest you take this time to perform your ablutions and do all that sort of stuff. And I shall return in approximately 5 of your Earth minutes. See you then. cursors. I was trying to fade back in really coolly, and it did not work. Also, I've just realised I meant to go off and see if we could get Granny's Garden running, but as it stands, I forgot. That's mildly annoying. Right. I'll tell you what I'm going to do in that case. I'm going to fire this up in the background and see if I can find Granny's Garden whilst we talk about exciting things. By which I mean I'll have a look at the chat and see what's going on. Oh, there are some updates, actually. If I look at my phone here. Paul Gannon of Barshan's fame says he's got the Tomitronic Shark game in 3D, which is the one I don't have. So we could possibly do all three if I do a video on that. That is excellent. Also... Oh, my friend, remember we mentioned Dr. Doak earlier from designer of Time Splitters and GoldenEye and stuff. He is now lecturing at the Norwich University of the Arts, which is interesting. They do a lot of game design stuff there. And their game design faculty there is second to none. And I'm not saying that just because I have friends who work there. Honest. There was something else. I'm sure there was something else. What did I just say? That was it. Yes, some people are getting audio popping. Well, the bad news on this front is some people are getting it and some people aren't. So it doesn't seem to be anything my end. It could be through a specific PC browser. In fact, the ever-excellent journalist Laura Dale says your stream audio seems to be popping on PC but doesn't seem to be popping on mobile. So that's interesting as well. I'm wondering if it is a browser thing. Thank you, Laura. As ever, you ooze excellence from every pore. Which sounds like a really serious medical condition, actually. You'd have to use, like, excellence-blocking creams. It wouldn't ruin your shirts. Anyway, more relevantly, I shall have a quick look at the text while trying to work it if I happen to have Granny's Garden... Oh! Ho, ho, ho. I will definitely have Granny's Garden. I tell you why. Because you can't legally distribute it on a website because the people who own the copyright have said don't do that because that's our business model. But I'm pretty sure I have all the ones that were taken down from World of Spectrum in a special secret place. And that secret place is Finland. No, it's not. It's just somewhere on a hard drive. Let's have a quick peek. Dum 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 dum. I must have this. Please have this. Please have this. This will be a good thing we can do. We can work it out together. And by together, I mean we'll just get really frustrated because it's really strange, if I remember. There's a very frightening picture of a witch. Oh, no, I was going to say we could play the PC version, but no, let's not get into a modern version because that is literally a company's business model to license it. So that's not very fair, is it? I don't think so. Bum, 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 bum. ZX Spectrum. Here we go. Ho, 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 ho. Come on. Oh, it's not in here. Of course, because it's not technically classed as a game. It's educational, isn't it? Or edutainment. Oh, tragedy. When the feeling's gone and you can't go on. That doesn't mean I can't get it, though. I'm sure there are various other methods. I've probably got like 15 copies of it stored in different places. I'm very paranoid about losing data and about things being deleted off the internet and you can never get it again. So I back up so much stuff, it's unbelievable. So it will be around somewhere, I am very sure. Anyway, in the meantime, Mr. Chat, what he say? Somebody's on a PC with Chrome, and there's no popping on the audio. Well done. Am I a fan of Atari? Well, Atari don't really exist anymore now. I think they've absorbed into a French company. I can't remember. Is it Ubisoft own them? Can't remember. But yeah, I used to like Atari stuff back in the day. Used to like most stuff if it was video games. I just love video games, don't I? Oh, another golf ball update. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. My friend also barbecued a Pentium 4 and a rusty power supply and a nail and buried a mother... But your friend's a lunatic. Like, stop being friends with him. He's probably going to try and burn you. At some point, you will be burned. Oh, dear. Somebody's trying to get me to play the Killjoy remake. That ain't going to happen because I'd need to vet it beforehand before showing it live in case something funny happens, and B, I haven't got it set up for that. It's not something you can just press and it happens. Oh, dear. Do I remember Bagpuss? Old, fat, furry cat puss. Which sounds weird taken out of context, but it's how they describe the character of Bagpuss. Bagpuss was a kids' TV show about a young girl called Emily, who, despite being about 6 years old, ran her own lost and found shop, and the creatures in it came to life. There was Bagpuss, who's sort of the de facto leader, in a sense. There was Professor Yaffle, who was a bookend, who was very clever. He had a pair of glasses and everything, and was a bird. And I mean, birds with glasses, you know they're clever. And they had the mice, and if anything was brought in broken, the mice would fix it, while singing a really creepy song that went, "We will fix it, we will mend it, we will fix it with glue, glue, glue." Did they fix everything with glue? Maybe they were just addicted to glue. Who can say? Anyway, I tell you what we should mention. This is a live cast in honour of Stand Up to Cancer, which is a charity that takes money to help research cancer and to try and come up with methods for dealing with it and hopefully eventually eradicating the damn thing. We are currently standing at... Wait for it. Over £2,000. We're over 53% of the target. That's bloody astonishing, guys. It's quite a big target this time. I'm really happy with that. Bloody hell. So yeah, if you would like to give some money you can spare, have a look on the YouTube page this very video is on, and you'll see a link below it. Or just Google Ashens Stand Up to Cancer, and it should give you the Just Giving or the cancer research page as a as the first link, I would have thought. I think I checked that earlier. That sounds like something I did and something I remember. But if not, just look down. It'll be in the results there somewhere. Thank you, guys. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Endrinks. Thank you, David Gilbley. Thank you, Vixen Trash. Thank you, Peter Coombe. And thank you, Michael Cressy, who are the last people who've donated there. Oh, that's brilliant. If we get to 3,000, I will tell you the anecdote about Sheffield. That's the worst incentive that has ever been given on a live show. Seriously, though, it's kind of a ghost story. It's genuinely quite interesting. And like all the best ghost stories, you find out at the end it wasn't a ghost, it was something worse. So there's a little something for you. Stuart, did you ever play Baal? Yes, I had Baal. It's Baal. It's not like a legal game where you try and get somebody out of prison for a short period by providing money up front. Baal is like... I had it on Atari ST. It was a... I want to say it was a Psygnosis game, but I'm not entirely sure it was. And you just kind of ran around with a gun, and it was pretty, and it wasn't a very good game at all. I seem to remember your gun fired massive strings of lasers, but I may have just got that confused with the arcade version of Grisor, or Contra, as they call it in America. Yeah, my main memory of Baal is I ordered it from Special Reserve, if you can remember Special Reserve, which was like a discount... mail order place in the UK. They used to have this weird cyberpunk aesthetic. When they would send you games, they would come in a jiffy bag, and the jiffy bag had printed on it, Shockware Cyberlope. I kid you not, it wasn't an envelope, it was a cyberlope. Dearie me. But I remember ordering it from them. It took like 6 bloody months to arrive. And the only time I could phone them up was on a Friday when I got in from school about 4 and the lines closed at 5. And I was desperately trying to call for months. Whilst Victor and Hugo, the cartoon, was on television, if I recall, just desperately trying to get through to see what had happened to my money. But it only like £6. That was a lot of money to you back then. Yeah, and eventually it arrived and it was crap. So that's my Baal story. Oh, dearie me. Right, I'm just going to have another quick look for Granny's Garden. Please have it, please have it. No, why have I not hoarded it like I've hoarded everything else? I'm sure it must be in one of my 43 million different directories of such things. Oh, I've got an idea. Right. Have a search there. Right. Have I ever played Deadly Premonition? Ooh. Deadly Premonition. I know Deadly, yeah, that's like an Xbox 360 game. Bloke in a red raincoat on the front, yes. And it's like quite an interesting game, but notoriously full of bugs and weird design choices, and is very, very cheap and a bit odd. Stuart, what is the best Beatles album? Well, the best of the Beatles, probably. Where are we? What microphone do I use? Currently, it's one of those Yeti Blue things, which is just like a USB mic, but it's just so easy to set up for like recording audio for stuff. They use very widely on YouTube, and quite handy for podcasts as well. I actually own 2. One I sort of keep at home, one in the office, and the one at the office tends to go around if we're recording stuff, because I'm recording a lot of podcasts at the moment, as you will find out later in the year. What else have we got? Stuart, I seriously recall you starting on beta before your YouTube debut. Oh, blimey. Yeah, beta, B3TA. a big creative website, used to release a newsletter on a Friday with a lot of interesting stuff in, run by Rob Manuel. Very nice guy. Appears at the end of Ashens and the Quest for the Game Child, playing a thuggy type. Yeah, it was... God, those were the days, weren't they? Yeah, because I was doing videos before YouTube existed. You used to have to download a WMV file from wehostfiles.net or whatever it was called back then. Oh, dear. Yeah, YouTube made those things a lot more accessible and a lot easier, to say the blooming least. Oh, dearie me. Wonder if I should just play the BBC Micro version. It'd be a pain to set up with the streaming now, is the only thing. Somebody's complaining there's a flickering blue pixel on the thing. You are correct. But wait now. Let's change this over to one of the other presets there. Oh my goodness! Right, that's good enough. That is a heck of a thing. Oh dearie me. Have I ever played World of Warcraft? And if so, how badly did it suck at the time? I only played it during the beta, really, and a little bit after it was first released. So yeah, but it was all right at the time, but it was very basic, and a lot of it wasn't quite in place. I imagine it would be almost unrecognisable these days. Absolutely unrecognisable. Did I ever play Simon the Sorcerer? Simon, yes, I did. I completed Simon the Sorcerer. I completed this Amiga CD32 version, which has the full speech in there from done by Chris Barry, you will of course recognise as Rimmer from Red Dwarf. I never thought much of Simon the Sorcerer. The humour never quite landed with me. It's beautiful. The graphics are absolutely beautiful. Sounds really well done. Animation's beautiful as well, actually. But I never really liked the puzzles or most of the story behind. No, it just never really clicked with me. It wasn't, a patch on something like The Secret of Monkey Island, but I know a lot of people like it. I'm going to have to change this because this is slightly freaking me out, actually. There we are. Let's get back to the Tron thing there. No, let's get back to the spaceship. There we are. Oh, dearie me. Oh, that was a little bit too trippy, that one. It's done me retinas in. Oh, my goodness. A bit hypno-toad, I think they call it in the trade. Oh, dearie me. Have I accepted Nosy Bonk as your one true god? He is not a god. He is the opposite of a god. He is a devil. An evil devil. Right. What are we going to do with this damn Cranny's Garden? I think I am going to go for the Spectrum version, actually. For the simple reason that it's going to be much easier to set up. I've just thought I might have a copy. Oh, no, I haven't. Oh, every time I keep thinking of where I will have hidden a copy of this damn game. Right, we may have to resort to the internet. Why? No, I could have just gone with the stuff that I had ready, but oh no, I had to go along and find some other stuff, didn't I? Oh, dearie me. Right. I would like to do the BBC Micro version, because that is the version, which I remember. But the problem with that is got to set up a Beeb emulator, got to get the Beeb emulator working through the streaming software. I mean, dearie me. We can't have technical problems. This would no longer be... So, let's have a quick... I think the... I got really excited then. I thought the Internet Archive had Granny's Garden on it. I just checked, and it's an episode of the Beverly Hillbillies called Granny's Garden. That's not going to really work, was it, really? On any sense, I don't think. Oh, dearie me. So, let's read some more chat stuff. That's quite exciting. Because Stuart is from Norfolk, he worships fire. Pfft, we haven't even got fire here yet. Although, weirdly, we have really fast broadband. We have strange priorities in Norfolk. What do you think of the Inhumanoids? The Inhumanoids. That was a toy range of really interestingly designed figures. Didn't have any back at the time whatsoever, but it's something I would like to do a feature on Ashens again, but by the time you've spent a fortune and hunted them all down on eBay and then nobody ever watches it anyway and blah, 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 yeah, I would like to do a video, but I don't think I ever will. But yeah, I seem to remember them being very good things. Very good things. Didn't they have like giant monsters as well? I think if you look at the website Dinosaur Dracula, Matt, who runs the site, has done a couple of things on Inhumanoids. That seems to be something that sticks in my memory. Dizzy for the ZX Spectrum best game. I think so. Dizzy? Dizzy for the Spectrum, the best... Oh, well, you've got an argument for Fantasy World Dizzy. Fantasy World Dizzy is a fantastic game. Famously beloved of Ben Croshaw, Yahtzee, I believe. But, yeah, the first Dizzy I didn't think was that great. I really like Treasure Island Dizzy, even though it's stupidly, farcically over-difficult. I mean, like, to a absolutely ridiculous extent. Literally one touch of anything bad is instantly game over, and it's a really long game to get through, and you can't save or anything, you know. Absolutely ridiculous. Bum, 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 bum. Will you be doing a Comic-Con appearance again? Not at the next MCM. No, because brutally honest with you, it's too bloody expensive. I lost quite a lot of money and got really ill last time, and I thought I really have to stop doing this. I will hopefully be there at one in the future, but it'll be if I've got something specific to promote, so we can get the company involved in it to actually stump up some of the money for it, to be brutally honest with you. Because, yeah, it's a pricey one, is old MCM. What we got next? Give Slep the idol your bones. It's too late, he's got them all. That's a Ashens reference. Will you be coming to Australia? No, that is a very, very long commute for me. A very long commute indeed. I've just discovered there was a version of Granny's Garden for the Commodore Amiga. Is there any computer Granny's Garden wasn't released on? My God, I never knew that. That probably means there's a... I was going to say it probably means there's a Atari ST version. Not sure there is, actually. Oh, my goodness. No, the 8-bit versions have more charm to the graphics, I feel. That is my thing. Right, well, I tell you what. Let's do a thing. Where are we currently on the fundraising? We are at nearly £2,500. Right, tell you what. If we reach 3,000, we will do Granny's Garden by hook or by crook. I will pause the stream. I will find a method, whether it be BBC Micro or ZX Spectrum or whatever, and we will have a go at it. And if we reach 2,500, I will tell you my amazing Sheffield ghost story, which is nowhere near as exciting as I have built it up to be. So yes, we are raising money for Stand Up to Cancer, and if you have anything you can donate there, have a look at the link below the stream image on the YouTube page. Have a click through and it will take you to where you can donate. We are currently at 61% of our £4,000 target, which is pretty astonishing. Thank you so much, guys. It is very, very good. Right, I'm going to quickly change the screensaver up a bit. I don't know why I just called it screensaver. I must have seen that in chat. It's a visualizer. Wee, wee. We're like dust in the wind, dude. Well, that's a better one. Like fireflies or something. Whee. Ah, a bit of a Starfield. Yeah, let's have that going on. I quite like that. The problem with this one is it's very interactive. It doesn't sort of do a lot unless you're actually actively fiddling with it. Whereas the Psychedelia we used last time just kind of does stuff on its own. I'd like to use Tripotron, which is like the version beyond this. But the problem there is... yeah, I think it doesn't do a whole lot at all unless you've got music playing. And I suppose I could have music in the back. How would I feed music through to the Atari ST emulator? Oh, yeah. That's getting complicated now. Somebody wants to play Granny's Garden on the Grundy New Brain. Oh, my goodness. The Grundy... Was that the one? It was a very early UK computer. It was thought it was going to be the big thing. It did not become the big thing, obviously, which is why you haven't heard of it. Very little software out there for it. And I think that's the one that actually has a little calculator display on the computer itself. Because, you know, your thing through the television isn't apparently enough. Ah, dearie me. What a jolly time we have. Right. I think we should... play something else. Play something else. Do you know what? I think we should play Robocop. I'm going to play Robocop on the Spectrum, and I'm going to see if I can still complete it. I probably haven't played it for at least 17 years. Probably longer. Probably closer to 20 years. And I very much doubt I'm actually going to be able to complete it these days. But I'll blooming well try, governors. Where are we? Oh, it's probably under R. Robocop's funny like that. Oh dear, I just found the Grange Hill game by accident. Oh dear, no, we're not going to be playing that, crikey. He is a robot. Oh, there's a game just called Quincy. I wonder if that's to do with the old TV show Quincy. Probably not to do with the caterpillar that sings old Beatles songs. That would be very strange. He is a robot. He is a cop. He is a Robocop. Right. Where is he? Oh, God, I've forgotten there was Robocop 3 for the Spectrum. Crikey, that was not so good. I want the 128K version, obviously. Who wouldn't? It's got better music. By which I mean, it's got some music. Having something is better than nothing, isn't it? I'm going to go for a dead version. Oh, yeah, that looks like a thing. Right, that's good. I'm going to switch to 128K Spectrum and reload. And... Dun, 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 dun. Yay! Here it is. See the blockbusting movie on video, available 11th November from Virgin Vision. We have put an advert on this game. Right. Is it loading? Is it doing anything? Something's happening. Yay! Fantastic music. Very similar to the Game Boy version of the music, which was famously used in a TV advert for Ariston. Yeah, I know, it's weird. It's very bleak. Very bleak music. Right. Fits Robocop, though. Crikey. Right. Left. Down. Up. Fire. Hold. That's pause. Let's go. Command comp. Load cars. Prime directives.
Serve the public trust. Protect the innocent. Uphold the law.
Sod the public trust. Forget the innocent. Ignore the law. Let's go for it. This is not the same game as the arcade game or the 16-bit ones, but it's similar. Oh! Oh, jump. No. Oh, blimey. Yeah, I'm out of practice on this. Haha! You have fallen to your doom and disintegrated. Also, Robocop has no mouth in this version yet. He must scream. Cool, blimey, this is weirdly nostalgic. Right, so the guys up there are... Whoa, blimey! Oh! Lost half my bloody energy already. Well, by half my energy, I mean about 15%. Don't worry, there's some baby food. Yeah, I remembered you karate kicking, guys. It's weird how much of this stuff sits in your memory, whereas useful things don't. Oh, I've run out of bullets! Oh, no! Oh, blimey. You get stunned whenever you get shot as well. Oh, look at this. I can't move. Also, Robocop never went rah, 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 I don't think. Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm very good at this. Oh, I remembered you. Oh, no. Oh, he touched me with his chainsaw and then walked off. It's the height of rudeness. Also, I'm wasting bullets really stupidly. I remember this game being really easy, but probably just because I played it a million times, you know. Right, up there, that one. Oh, I thought I dodged that one. I had not. Well, this is going actually worse than last time. Fantastic. Brilliant. Oh, right in his heel. The problem is, this being stunned when you get shot is a real goddamn problem. Ah, again, didn't quite escape. Oh, bullets in the face. Well, at least I got 3 left and didn't get wiped out last time. This is a problem. Also, I'm playing it on a really noisy keyboard, I've just realised, but never mind. Haha! Oh. Yay! Oh, you are so falling and disintegrating. There, that'll teach you. Ah, I'm trying to preempt where it'll come out. Did not do it very well. I did that time. Aha. Oh, bums. I thought I'd dodged that. Right, I'm going to be more conscious of the bullets there. Haha! Oh yeah, this is more like it. Full energy at this stage. Yeah, this is much more like it. Oh. Bullets in the back of the neck, not as positive, I will be honest with you there. So this is some sort of upgraded gun. No, it isn't, it's just more bullets than the normal gun. No, turn round! Ah! Controls! Oh! Oh, I just wasted bullets shooting after him when it didn't matter. Or does he come back on the screen? I can't remember. Anyway, this shop is called The Pits, which is a bad name for any business, unless you are literally some sort of system for replacing tyres and racing cars. Ah, the super gun shoots through people. Quite why they didn't give him this when he started out, and he had to find bullets for it in the street, I don't know. That's one of those 80s game things. You can actually get the Manta gun, or the Cobra Assault Cannon to give it its proper name, later on, but not on this level, I don't think. Oh, look at that. Right. I seem to remember the level ended there. I was very wrong. Oh, look at that. Back to normal bullets now. I only have 14 left. This is what we in the trade call a problem. Oh no! I've got 7 bullets right behind me! No! Oh! Oh, blimey. Oh. Oh, for crying out loud, guys. Yay. Oh, I actually did it! I actually did it. And he walks up a little side alley. Oh, yes, because he has to shoot the assailant, doesn't he? If I remember, you did it on one shoulder. Yep, there we are. He takes a lot of bullets to take down this guy. Oh! I accidentally shot the woman, which takes health from you, and I had almost no health. Well, I was expecting to get a lot further in that than I did. Oh my goodness. We shall do a tribute to Mensky. Deary, deary me. The sad music, I think, in many ways sums up that performance. What an absolute tragedy. Blimey. Oh, I'm really annoyed. I seem to remember it being so easy, but easy is not one of the... Yeah, we're just going to say no to that. No, it was not easy. I'm going to go back to this. I really like this image. It does. It definitely reminds me of the end of Tron, to a large extent. Ah, dearie me. Doon, 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 doon. Oh, that's going to be stuck in my head for ages. Some games were so bad for earworms. I found Atari ST games weirdly the worst, even though they had the same sound chip as that 128KZX Spectrum. There was a game, and I could not for years remember what it was, and it had this blooming earworm bit of this sort of techno-y, slightly futuristic music that lasted about 8 seconds and just went round on a loop. And no, I'm not going to subject you to it. I'm trying to keep it out of my head as we speak now. And I found it the other week by complete coincidence, and it was the Atari ST version of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Heroes of the Lance. And it's like the least Dungeons & Dragons or medieval piece of music you have ever heard. And it's completely different to all the other versions of the game, which had more fitting music, except the PC version, actually, which had a different version of the techno theme. But, oh, that drove me blooming insane for so long. Good grief. Doon, 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 doon. Oh, that's never going to get wrong. Somebody's just asked, do you like Depeche Mode? Of course I like Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode are fantastic, and their best song is Enjoy the Silence. As all decent people know. Do you like Jaffa Cakes? Everybody likes Jaffa Cakes. Unless you're diabetic, then they're probably quite dangerous. But, my God, they're nice. I wish I had some Jaffa Cakes. I could probably go to the shops and buy some. It's the kind of thing that can happen. That's seriously going to be stuck in my head for like a week now, at least. Have I seen Robocop the musical? but that sounds like the best thing ever. I've seen the Fatal Farm Robocop video, which will not be mentioned on this stream in any other sense. It's genius, but oh my goggly goodness. Right, let us escape out of that and see what the current total is at. Have we reached 2,500? Oh, we have, by a considerable margin. Ooh, nearly 2,700. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. Keep it up. The link is below this very video. Right. I want to find a spooky image I can drop in now. Do I have spooky images on my hard drive somewhere? Probably. What did I use for the Halloween special last year? I probably got some spooky stuff in there, actually. Let's have a quick peek. Oh, have I still got the stuff from the Halloween special last year? No! Hey, that's that one sorted. Well done, everybody. No, I don't think I'll be able to find anything, unfortunately, because I'm about to tell the mighty Sheffield anecdote. Bum, 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 bum. My God. Looking through the videos from the images I put in videos, and they're just so absolutely ridiculous. And none of them are even vaguely useful for this purpose. Ooh, that is a spooky picture, but I don't know what it is or what it's where it's from, so probably best not to use that, actually. I've just found a picture of an image of a whizback, which is an old form of frisbee, which comes back to you. Yeah, that's not really the sort of vibe I'm going for at the moment. I think we may just have to keep up. We'll just turn this screen dark. How's about that? For now, we begin. The almighty... Oh my God, somebody's donated £150. Thank you, Dominic. Do you think that's Dominic Diamond, who used to present Games Master? I'm sure he's still rich. Anyway, so, Sheffield. It's a place getting towards the north of England, that kind of way. Yeah, went there for a week. As part of a job many years ago. It was not a good week. It was completely pointless us going, actually, and the people in that office didn't really want us there or understand why we were there either. So it was kind of pointless. The kind of stuff that goes on in offices, basically. But one day... No, I'm going to start slightly differently, actually. I'm going to put a bit more information at the start. We would walk from the hotel we were staying at to the office. And en route was a weird little church where all the windows were bricked up. And not with, like, old bricks, but relatively new bricks. I mean, they didn't look like they'd been done that week or something, but it was an old church made of, old grey stone and stuff, and they had proper red bricks in all the windows and doors and that. And it's like, that place is weird. It sort of gives off it's a weird image, something a little bit spooky about it, even though nothing's going on. Anyway, we'd walk there into the Sheffield City Centre, to the, I think it was called the Pomona Business Centre. Can't remember. The pub near it where we had lunch was definitely called the Pomona. I remember that. Anyway, so we did all that. The people I was with were a little bit dull, bless them, so I wouldn't stay around that much after work when they went drinking and that. We'd just sort of have a couple and then leave. So I left when it was dark in the evening to go back to the hotel. And I remember being not entirely sure of the route, which is always not a good thing, because this is the days before smartphones, or in fact the days before mobile phones at all, if I remember, so there was none of this Google Maps thing going on, So go wandering in, work out the way back. Fortunately, did not go wrong, but I'm approaching the weird little church, and I think, oh good, it's that weird little church with the bricked up things. But, oh, well, actually not good, because it's weird, but at least it means I'm going the right way back to the hotel. And then I spot, as I'm getting closer, something that you get that sort of blood freezing moment, and there was what looked like a man, or a woman, conceivably, I suppose, or a monster, in a robe, like an old-fashioned monk's robe, with the hood down over the face, just standing right against the... There's like a fence, a metal fence with sort of a black thing with spikes on the top, standing right against it, staring out onto the pavement. I'm like, what? God, you keep walking. What? And then I looked closer and realised it wasn't a monk at all. It was just a bloody bush. It was purely just a bush, and like there's a bin bag or something on it. As you got closer, the outline of it moved away, and it wasn't a person at all. So, thank goodness for that, put the wind up me there. Got closer, and just as I was right upon it, I realised I'd been looking slightly to the side when I looked up again, and it literally was a hooded figure. A hooded person. I don't mean like a ghostly figure, I mean an actual person standing there just with arms by their sides, staring out onto the bloody pavement right in front of them through this metal fence. And again, sort of your heart goes, what the heck? And I've realised it wasn't like a monk's robe or something. It was an anorak, one of those anoraks with a hood with the fur around it, all done up. Like a snorkel, like one of those snorkel things, if you remember those, used to call them snorkel coats. Similar to that. And it's like, oh my God. And I didn't realise exactly what it was, and that it was actually a person. I was right next to it again. It's like, oh God, keep walking. Ah, yeah, oh. Like that, and went past. And it's just the strangest thing. Absolutely shit me up. Anyway, go back to the hotel, okay, no problem. And then the next day, obviously I tell the people at Brooks, God, I went past that bloody church last night, and there was like a bloke in like a anorak with it all done up over his head, standing by the bloody thing, put the wind up me, you know. I thought it was a bloody ghost monk or something, and then thought it was a bush, then it was a person, and, you know, all that sort of stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, that place is weird. Then as we walked past it that very day, there was about 6 people in identical anoraks, all done up with hoods, and they were like shifting big black bags, like, you know, this really thick black bin bags, rubble bags, called rubble bags. I'm just moving them around, and 2 of them had like a really long one that at first looked like they were carrying a body bag or something, but it obviously wasn't. It was too short when you look again properly, and carrying one each end between them. And he just sort of walking past, he couldn't work out what on earth they were doing or what they were moving from where. I don't know if they were people in some way renovating it, but I mean, maybe it was like some sort of, you know, civic scheme where they get the prisoners to go out and do stuff or something, but there didn't seem to be anybody in charge. They were all wearing the same black anoraks with all the hoods done up around them, and one of them was there at night just standing staring out of the bloody fence. And I never did work out what on earth was going on there. It was quite spooky there even during the day, you know. And then I remember, God, we walked about 5 minutes up the road, and suddenly a car came out of nowhere, screeched down the road, and then pulled a right, literally 90-degree turn, and drove onto the path in front of us, blocking the pavement. And it's just like, oh my God, what? We've just seen spooky people, and now we're going to be mugged or something? What the heck? And then it just immediately reversed off and went. It was just somebody doing a really dangerous turn in the road. But that was a really bad 12-hour period for being spooked out by weird stuff. And that is the closest thing I have to a ghost story. People with weird anoraks doing something by an old church. My favourite ever story of that type is from a friend who now teaches physics, I believe. And he said when he was young, he was very into the programme Eerie, Indiana, if you remember that, which was like a sort of junior X-Files things, starring an actor called Omri Katz, which is an amazing name. I was going to say I don't think he was in anything else, but actually he was in that film Hocus Pocus with Bette Midler and that. That's not relevant. He was a big fan of that, to the extent that he would actually have his door key on a bit of string around his neck, like the character... I can't remember the name of the character from Eerie, Indiana. That's going to annoy me now. Marshall. I think, was it Marshall? Somebody remind me in the chat, actually. Anyway, yeah. That's really annoying me. I think it was Marshall anyway. So, yes, big fan of Eerie, Indiana. So, therefore, into the whole kind of supernatural investigation sort of stuff. And he said he was walking over a bridge and saw a silhouette of a sort of sad old man in sort of a dark hat and a dark coat, just leaning over the bridge, looking into the water. As it sort of led into this sort of wooded area. And as he was walking up, he thought, oh, that's a sort of odd image. And then as he walked, the man just disappeared, just faded out of view. And it was like, oh, what? What? That bloke was there, and now he's gone. And yep, the bloke just totally disappeared in front of him. But he did not leave it there, because being a fan of Eerie, Indiana, and probably... Was it before X-Files or after X-Files? He'd have been into that as well, anyway. He did not leave it there. He did a bit of investigating, and he spent 10 minutes just like walking around looking at stuff. Suddenly the man returned. And then he took a step forward and the man disappeared. And he discovered what it was as you were walking over the bridge, if you stood in a precise spot, the light coming through the trees was obscured by the sort of trees and that in the background, and so from this angle it looked like the silhouette of a man standing in front of standing on the bridge, when in fact it was literally just shadows from the bloody forest. And if he had, not been into looking into things like that, to this day he would think he saw a ghost on that bridge. But instead, he discovered what it was. And that is why he is now the official British Ghostbuster. If you have any ghosts, tell him about it. He'll capture them in a small trap. It's amazing. Anyway, I've put the image back on because I've just realised leaving it black was probably a bad idea for anybody who was then joining the stream. Oh my god, my computer's... There is literally somebody in the chat saying, I can't see anything, but I can hear it. Sorry, that's not your fault. We had gone black for spooky story time. Oh, dearie me. So, how are we doing on the old money front? Oh my goodness, £2,881. I reckon we are going to hit 3,000, and then we will play Granny's Garden together. I nearly said Granny's Garden forever. That sounds like the worst form of purgatory, but there we are. Right, have a quick look at what's going on in the chat. Do you like The Walking Dead? I have never played The Walking Dead. Actually, there are multiple Walking Dead games. There's quite the good Telltale ones and that really awful first-person one, isn't there? No, I've never watched The Walking Dead. I sort of heard about it quite late. And there was already like 3 series by that time. Do you know what I mean? I was like, oh, should I watch this? So you went, it's really good. But it starts off good, then series 2 is rubbish, then it picks up again a bit later. I'm like, what? I don't have time for this. That's the problem with American TV series. Every series has to have like 22 pissing episodes. Whereas we have like 6 over here. Do you know what I mean? It's just such a time sink. And you have filler episodes. Some, this isn't so good. And do you know what? They didn't really know what they were doing at the start. Or they wanted to go at the end, at the start. And you end up with something like Lost, which I'm so glad I never watched, because everybody I know who watched it ended up so angry with it. No, it's just too long. It's too much of a thing to get into. I'm so glad I watched Game of Thrones early, because I really enjoy that. But if I came into it at like Series 5, I'd just look at it and think, my God, I don't have that many hours left in my life. Dearie me. Have I ever played Leisure Suit Larry? Oh, yes, I have played Leisure Suit Larry. We had a version of it on the Amiga, and in order to play it, you had to answer questions to prove how old you were, which were basically American trivia questions from like the early 70s and stuff. So we were just guessing all the days before Google, We had to guess the answers before we could play the game. And it was an early Sierra adventure, so it was very unforgiving and killed you every 14 seconds. But hey, it was a bit rude, and we thought that was funny when we were about 14. Ah, dearie me. Have I tried the PC-98 Touhou titles? No. No, I've not. I will make a note. I can't even remember what the PC-98 is off the top of my head. It sounds like one of the Japanese systems, but PC-98... Toho. Got to be better than that thing I played in the Casio Loopy the other day. My God. Oh, dearie me. Is there going to be an Easter special? There will be an Easter special on the Ashens channel. It's all filmed. I just need to edit it and put it out tomorrow. Because I'd planned to put it out tonight, which was incredibly stupid, because obviously I'm doing this live stream, so that would make no sense. Would you do a special on US Gold titles? That's more the sort of thing Kim Justice would do. I think she may have already done it. Have a search, fella. You might find that out. Ah, dearie me. A friend of mine reckoned he saw you in Kinross in Scotland a couple of years back. Have you ever been up there, or was he truly losing it? I was in Scotland a couple of years back. We stayed in Edinburgh for a week. I've now got to look up where Kinross is. If Kinross is around Edinburgh and Dundee, then it may well have been me. I don't remember going to Kinross, though. Let's have a look. And, oh, yes, that kind of way, isn't it? Yeah, it's possible. We may have stopped off when we went to Dundee. Yeah, because I remember we drove over the bridge through Dunfermline. Yeah, it's a possibility. It is a possibility. Have you been to Wales? No. No, I haven't, oddly. I really should. It's not that far, is it? Dearie me. Have you ever played GTA Vice City? Yes. Yes, I have. Great soundtrack. I could never get into the 3D GTA games. Don't know why. It's something open world. Puts me off. Do you own a Philips CDI? Oh, God, yeah, I used to. I do still have one. I now have one of the ultra-rare handheld versions, which were only used in shops as kind of display pieces. So there we are. Have you been up to Newcastle? Yes, I go up to Newcastle at least once a year for the Retro Gaming Festival. My friends in Newcastle. So, yes, I like Newcastle a lot, actually. It's one of my favourites. Did you play any games from Thalion for the Amiga? I remember the company Thalion. I'm going to look up, actually, all the Thalion games for the Amiga, and I'll tell you if I've played them or not. First, I'm going to change the visuals because it is boring me. Let's go back over the spaceship. There he is with his funny head. Right. Right. I shall have a look at a website which will list all the Thalion games. And then I will tell you if I have played them or not. Basically, I just really want to know what games Thalion did because I remember the name, but I can't think of any of their specific games. Right. Here we go. Search. How many games did they release? 19. A320 Airbus. Never played it. Amber Moon. That looks familiar, but I think I'm thinking of Aisha. Nope, never played it. Amber Star. Remember it? Never played it. Atomics. Never played it. Chambers of Shaolin. Yes, I had that game. I remember it not being very good. Dragonflight, never played it. Enchanted Land, never heard of it or played it. Ghost Battle, never heard of it or played it. Leaving Taramis, never heard of it or played it. Lionheart, is that? Oh, I remember Lionheart. Yeah, latter day Amiga game, visually impressive, but nope, never played it. Magic Lines I've never played, Neuronics I've never played. No Second Prize, I loved No Second Prize. I'm not a big fan of racing games, but No Second Prize is like a really fast polygon-based motorcycle racing game, and it's really, really good. I seem to remember it being better on the Atari ST. Is there an Atari ST version? I think because the Atari ST had a very slightly higher clock speed, so it's slightly better for sort of polygon-based titles. But yeah, there was an ST version, what I'm thinking of. If I remember, No Second Prize was given away on the last ever issue of Amiga Format, which was rather a nice... not Amiga Format, Amiga Power, which is rather a nice ending prize there. And now I've opened so many stupid tabs in this browser, I think I've crashed it and I can't see any more. That's extremely handy. Hang on, let's close a few. Oh no, we have control again. Although, unfortunately, it has just killed that page, which is somewhat irritating. There we are. No, no, come back. Damn you. Oh, I've lost it now. Oh, forget it. Well, the answer is I've played a couple of Thalion games. That will do it. Did I ever play... Oh, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Yeah, that's... I've completed that on PC. It would have been through, you know, DOSBox or something. Yeah, it's an interesting game, but it's a massive extrapolation from the original story. Doesn't quite hold together, but and some of the puzzles are still fun. It's interesting that the author of the original story and the game, Harlan Ellison, does the voice of Am, the evil computer in it, but... not entirely sure his performance is... I don't know, it's not how I imagined it, put it that way. But it's hilarious the way he shouts, Gorister! At one point in the game. So much so, that was my text alert on my phone for about a year. Have I played Street Hassle for the Spectrum? A game where you beat up dogs and grannies. Yes. I actually had it, bought it. It was a budget game at the time. It's a very black and white game where you play a character called Underwear Man, who just walks down a street attacking random characters like grannies and gorillas who have a go at him. It's all very strange, and it's was a bit rubbish. But it provided a small diversion for a while, which was really the most you could hope for from the vast majority of budget games for the old 8-bit computers. There were a few joys, but not that many. Right, let's see how we're doing on the live stream money front. We're up to £2,982. Thank you very much to Brian Mitchell, Krista and Joe. Hooray, we know Krista and Joe. Thanks, guys. Shane Wager, or Varga, or Vega. Who knows? He probably does. If not, it'd be really awkward when he introduces himself. Jessica Corbett and Peter Guess. Thank you, guys. This is all bloody amazing. We're getting there. Soon we will be at 3,000, and then we will have to play Granny's Garden. But first, I fancy another game. I think I might play Dragon Talk that somebody mentioned earlier, just because I never have. It shouldn't be hard to get up, because it's a well-known game. Oh, yep, there it is. Oh, well, there it was. I just pressed the wrong button and got rid of it, so that's really handy. Okay. Oh. Right, I'm going to push us over to Dragon Talk now. Ready? Anybody know the number at I-27? It's bloody copy protection. No! This game hasn't been sold for 8 million years. we going to do? Right, I'm going to check the World of Spectrum site and see if it has the necessary information. Unbelievable. Usually you get a version where this has been patched out, but nope. I have 3 different versions and they all have password in the title, which is a bad sign. Right. Dragon Talk. Happy talking, Dragon Talk. Talk about things you like to do. You've got to have a password if you don't have a password. Right, Dragon Talk is the sequel to Avalon. As I said earlier, I didn't know if it was which one came first, but it was Avalon and then Dragon Talk. Right. Code sheet. I've got the code sheet, guys. I've got the code sheet. I-27. The answer is 4855. Yay! Oh, I hope I've got a Kempson's joystick set up for this emulator because those keys look insane. Hang on, A Z. Oh no, I can do this. A Z B N M. Oh yeah, I can do that. Oh, fire is 8. Oh, what? That's. All right, I'm going to try the keyboard controls. It went beep. That's got to be a good thing. Press enter for new game. Yes, please. Music. Also, pink-faced devil at the top. Is that the thing that was eating the spider and butterfly earlier? How do we make it start? How do we make it stop? Begin. No! Oh, here we are. Oh, good lord. Right. Oh, blimey. Right. Yes, so you're the weird lotus position wizard who floats around. Okay. It's weird. It kind of looks like he doesn't have a beard from the front, and that's his neck until he turns. You see what I mean? Right, so I'm the white one. There's a green one there. Seek the Lee-Rod. Lee-Rod Jenkins! Okay, let's fly that. Oh, no, that's not a thing. I have absolutely no idea how to play this game. I've literally never even seen it running before. I've only seen screenshots. So, I think I just burnt my bum. That wasn't a good thing. Oh, something's happened. There is a spookiness. Away with you, spookiness. I want this bow and arrow. There we are. Bow and arrow. Oh, what's happened? Oh, how do I fire? Oh, your word. What? Move. I should have read the instructions. Protect thy soul. Oh, blimey, that got spooky quick, didn't it? There's some sort of Robin Hood dude coming in on the left. Blimey, this is. Oh no, I can't go off that. How can you tell which way you go around? Project thy soul. Project thy soul. What? Can I go? What is going on here? I'm very confused. Wispwood Forest. I'll give you Wispwood Forest. Right. So that makes him land, and then you can sort of Bane. What does that do? Wraithbane. Oh, blimey. The problem is I haven't got time to sit there and go through a bloody menu. Look. These tits keep coming and hurting me. Servant. I can't select servant. Oh, yes, I can. It's weird. A helping hand. Go on, then. What has happened? Apparently nothing. So are these blue guys bad? Are they good? Are they people who've just come to spectate? Right, let's go for Bane. Wraithbane. Right, we keep seeing ghosts. I'm going to presume these ghosts are wraiths, and we've got something called Wraithbane, so let's give this a shot. There's a spookiness in this screen, isn't there? Oh, what? Didn't we go through here earlier? What? What's going on? This is very strange. Here we are. Right, we're back. I feel like I'm fundamentally misunderstanding something here. No, Bane. Your rank is now Apprentice Magician. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Queen Purple. Oh, my goodness. Well, that was a thing. I got 0.0%, which I'd like to think is a world high score. Yeah, I would need a considerable amount more time to work out what the hell is going on with that, to be honest with you. And again, So, yeah. Is that how you become an apprentice magician, then? To become an apprentice, my son, you must sit cross-legged in the forest, float in the air, burn your arse, and then sit down confused while a ghost makes you fly up into space. Only then will you be an apprentice. Bloody hell. Right. Have we got to 3,000 yet? Please say yes, so I don't have to play that again. Whoop whoop, 3,100. Oh, bloody amazing. Right. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. First, next week's lottery numbers. 7, 14, 20, 25, 26, 29 and 41. Now, what is going to happen more immediately is we will, as a group effort, attempt to play Granny's Garden, which is an educational title from the 80s and Britain. If you're American, think a kind of mental version of the Oregon Trail. Well, in the sense of it was the educational title everybody played, not in the sense of the way the game works. Right. Let's jump back to test card. If you need to go to the toilet, do that now. And don't tell people about it. That'd be weird. See you in a minute. Oh, no, you don't. We're not having that looping. Right. I've got good news and I've got better news. Granny's Garden is up and running on the ZX Spectrum emulator. So, here's what happened there. I was looking for an old CD-ROM I have of what is effectively, at the time, illegally distributed ZX Spectrum games, back from the days of the Commodore Amiga, which I've kept for years in case I needed it. And then I checked my emails, and the ever-excellent Dave Brain, a friend of the channel, who you may know from Gucksack, one of the best YouTube channels that now no longer makes content, which makes my heart weep, had emailed me, and somebody who works on the video game TV show Go 8-Bit had inexplicably sent them on to him, who has sent them on to me. So, thank you to the team of Go 8-Bit. Dave does the graphics for it, if you're wondering. So that's... wow. I have nothing to do with that program, and you have very kindly saved me some hassle there, folks. So now... Wait for it. Wait for it. It's edutainment time with Granny's Garden. First we've got to load it. Don't worry, it will load very quickly because emulation. Who likes purple asterisks? Oh god, part 1 of 3 million. Ready to start? We certainly aren't. Oh wait, apparently we have to say yes. Ah, dearie me. Right, so this is how education was in the 80s. This was our entire education, in fact. You just played Granny's Garden, then they gave you a GCSE in astrophysics. It was amazing. That's a famous English folk song, and I cannot remember the name of it. If anybody can mention, come along. Right, there is a magic tree here. Nope, there aren't any trees. There's just a load of asterisks and red block characters, because the Spectrum cannot do brown. Right, which do you think it is? Right, come on then, guys. Which one's the magic tree? I'll give you a hint. It's the one with magic in it. I don't know how long I have. Somebody's saying I was still playing this shit in the mid-90s. Yeah, tell me about it, mate. They're probably still showing it now, actually. Well, yeah, actually, they still do a version for modern PCs. Somebody has said 2D. Let's try that. 2D. Please put the letter first. Why? Surely you'd put the number... Wouldn't you put the vertical axis first? Oh, God. Man, if you think this is stringent and annoying now, just ye wait. There is no magic in that tree. That'll be why it's turned blue, then. Right. Which do you think it is? C1, somebody has said. C1. There is no magic in that... So you just have to pick things at random. This isn't a game at all. This is to teach the children patience, futility, and hatred of computers. C2. Somebody's got C2. I don't know if it's always the same thing. Oh, that was a very confident way somebody had written C2, but there we are. Welcome to the Kingdom of the Mountains. What? Where's Granny's Garden gone? What's happened? Have I loaded side B by accident or something? Do you have a password? What? No. What are you talking about? Can you see a cave? And let me just double check. This is part 1 I'm running, isn't it? Yeah, side A was different to this, I'm sure. Mind you, I haven't played it for many years, so who knows. Right, can you see a cave? Well, obviously not. I mean, is that blue thing supposed to be a cave? I mean, it looks like the corpse of Horus. Can you see a cave? No. Yes, you can. Yep, this is definitely an 80s classroom. Do you want to go in? No. Yes, you do. It spewed blood on me. I'm not going in now. You are inside The secret cave. It's not very fucking secret. If you tell everybody where it is and then demand they go in it. The king and queen of the mountains have been locked away in here by a wicked witch. Oh, yeah, this is the start. Okay. I seem to remember there being more stuff around a garden and, like, the word fig written on a building or something. But so anyway, Granny's garden, magic tree. Their 6 children have been taken away and hidden by the witch. Bloody hell, this witch is good at hiding people. I've got 6 kids, a king and a queen. Blimey. Would you like to help the king and queen? No. That's not very nice. You're going to get killed. This bloody witch has taken 8 people, including a king and a queen. What a chance do I have? Right, then maybe. Can you pay me? No, not megabytes. What are you going to pay me? Come on. What do I get out of this? The answer to say yes, apparently. You must try to find the missing children. Yeah, we've kind of established that. The first one to look for is a girl called Esther. Esther Ranson! The king and queen's pet raven will help you to find her. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Here it comes. Still better than Birdemic. Hey! Oh, yes, it's Mr. Snuffleupagus' bird. I am the king and queen's blue raven, as opposed to their pink raven and their green raven. I have magic powers. Well, yeah, you're talking. That's a pretty good start. Would you like me to help you? I'm not going to turn that down. I need all the help from magic ravens I can get, mate. Right. We must go to the woodcutter's house. Why? The witch has made the woodcutter leave his house and turned it into a prison for Esther. So you know where she was all along. Aren't there enough people in the kingdom that they could storm a house that's been turned into prison? I wonder how the witch made the woodcutter leave. I think she knocked on his door and then ran. Right. Are you ready to come with me? Why do you keep asking me these questions? No, sorry about it. I need to brush my teeth first and just check Reddit for new posts. Don't be silly. You are ready. The land of Hobson's choice. Ah, this is the building with fig written on it. This is the woodcutter's house. Do you want to go in? Oh, yes. If I ever see a white house with no door and the word fig written on it, I'm straight in. Do you know, I actually looked at we went round a house that was for sale recently that was almost like this. It was the most insane place I've ever seen in my life, right? It had 6 bedrooms, because it had like this annex bed. It's a huge old place, but it was really run down, hence... so it wasn't very expensive something. But 6 bedrooms and 7 toilets. Every bedroom had an ensuite toilet. And I said to the estate agent, surely this place was like a guest house at some point. He went, nope. I said it must have been. He went, nope. We have just no idea why there were so many toilets. We also found evidence of an 8th toilet they were going to fit, but couldn't quite get it in there, next to the fuse box for the electrics. So they put a sink in instead. That's nice and safe. But the weirdest thing was there was a bedroom, and right in front of the bed was a toilet. Like, not in another room, not behind a door, just a toilet sitting at the end of the bed in like this alcove thing where the roof was so low you couldn't stand up and use it, and even if you would sit on the toilet you'd have to lean right forward. Seriously, it was the most ridiculous place I've ever seen. I can only assume the person who had all the work done on it had like really chronic permanent diarrhea and was just terrified of being more than 10 seconds from a toilet. And he had one put in a room without a door separating it from the rest of the room, and it was right next to a bathroom anyway. Oh, ridiculous. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to Granny's garden. Do you want to go in? Yes. Before we can go in, you must solve a little puzzle. Would the answer be fig? There is a secret word on the house. What is it? Bum. No. The word is on the wall. Try again. Bummo. It's Italian. No. It is in blue letters. Oh, now I get it. It's the legal term arbitrage. Also a film starring Richard Gere. No, it's fig. Why are you asking us if you knew all along? Now we can go inside. Right, we'll play it properly from here on in, but I did enjoy that. But we must be very careful. The witch has set some traps for you. Oh, great. Do you want to open a trap? No, of course you do. Do you want to take an apple from the tree? Why not? Why not? Go on then. Keep the apple safe. Why? It's a bloody apple. Let's go and get another one. There's a tree full of them. We are in the hall. It is very dark, but you can see a long stick by the wall. Are you going to take it? Oh, long stick. Could be used for kendo. You put the apple on the end of it and then have an apple stick. That could be useful. Hope it's not the witch's broom in disguise. Yes, I'll have the stick. You now have a stick. And an apple. What a lucky boy you are. Right. We are in the hall. It is very dark, but you can see a cupboard, the back room, the kitchen, and some stairs. Where do you wish to go? So this child is being kept in a house? This is all a bit creepy, isn't it? CBK or S. Okay, that makes sense. What do you reckon? Shall we look in the cupboard, the back room, the kitchen, or go down the stairs? Whichever answer I see first from the quickly scrolling things. Somebody asked if this is Zork. Nope, this is much worse. Or much better, possibly. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh dear, this is taking too long. Stairs! Stairs is the first thing I saw. There we are. Stairs. We are on the stairs. Good start. There is a nasty snake here. Its mouth is open wide. I think it wants to eat you. What can you throw at it? Well, obviously the apple. The apple is a big round thing. It'll get caught in its mouth. Gotta be the apple. Come on. Apple. God. Man, you have to press each button down really firmly and then wait for it to register. What a good shot you are. You have killed the snake. Oh, a lot of death for a children's game. Marvellous. You go up the stairs. I thought there were stairs going down for some reason. At the top of these stairs is a note pinned to the wall. Ooh, a £5 note. It says equals 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 equals. Esther is in the house, hidden well from you. Look again, and you may find that one broom is now two. You go back downstairs. Well, that was pretty strange. Also, the italic font. My God, look at that. Right. We are in the hall. It is very dark, but you can see a cupboard, the back room, the kitchen, and some stairs. Right, we're not doing stairs again, so cupboard, back room, or kitchen? Cupboard, back room, or kitchen? The choice is yours. We sing while we wait, because I don't know the delay. And let's get that indoors, or something. Cupboard. We're going for the cupboard. I just saw the word cupboard 3 times and none of the others, so cupboard. We are in the cupboard. It is very cold in here. Are you sure it's not the fridge? All you can see is a red broom. Are you going to take it? It said something about the broom now being 2 or something, didn't it? Or there being 2 brooms. Is the fact it's red relevant? Is blue good? Is red bad? Is this a trap? Is it what we need? I don't know. Choose. Do we take the broom? Yes or no? Yes or no? Or Matumbo, which is a new thing I've invented that sits between yes and no. And the first thing I see is yes. If this kills us, it's the fault of Anime Fan Deluxe. Silly! 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 Why? What's so silly about taking a bloody room? Oh man, that's a face and a half. Imagine her eating an onion. Ha ha! Now I've got you. I'll send you home at once. I'm sure that's how she talks, like a sort of drunk Emperor Palpatine. Right. Well, you were a fat lot of bloody good, weren't you, mate? That's because you've got skis rather than feet. Also, you appear to be an elephant rather than a raven. Look, basically, you're just not a raven. I am sorry, but the witch has sent us home. You will have to try again. What? Oh my god, this is far worse than I remembered. Right. Well, I love the way you just take... There's a broom here. Do you want to take the broom? Yes. Silly, silly, silly. Why? It's a game. It could have been... Oh, God, right. But shall we avoid red things in future? Is this the thing? There is a magic tree. It's C2, mate. We know it's C2. We had this before. Unless it changes randomly, but I don't think the game is quite that involved. Oh, no! Oh, no! Okay. Where do you think it is, everyone? God! This is the worst thing since last day. Right, C2. C1, yeah, let's go for C1. There is no magic in that tree. Also, why did the witch go? Because the red broom is... Oh, God, which do you think it is? I just saw a 3D. That would be D3 in their parlance. Oh, blimey. I didn't press 3 hard enough. There is no magic in that tree. Why can't we just ask Granny? Oi, Granny, which tree's got the magic in it? A2. Thanks, Granny. All right. I just saw A2 actually weirdly come up in the... Wow, that's got to be... Oh. I thought that was serendipity then, but no. I just saw D3. That'll do. Oh, no, we've done D3, mate. What are you playing at? What are you playing at? A1. Okay, we'll try that. Oh, blimey. B2, I just saw. Well, technically 2B, but that's the way it is, isn't it? B2. Oh, for crying out loud. Should have brought my own magic with me. This is like Harry Potter's Adventures in Tedium World. Which do you think it is? We're going to go for B3. No, we're not. Oh, yes, that was weird. I just said B3 and saw it in the chat again. Maybe my eye is just drawn to it because I was already thinking of it. I just saw A2. We've done that one, mate. B3, we've done that one. When I'm saying we've done that one, there's a delay, so you probably didn't know that. I think we're just going to have to just go through the others sequentially now. So A3. Do you know, I seem to remember this being a treat at school, being able to play Granny's Garden. There's a bit where you have like 3 baby dragons and another bit. I remember that. I'm not sure I ever played it. I remember the house with Fig on, but yay! Welcome to the kingdom of the mountains, where we put asterisks on red sticks, and the tree at the bottom looks like a space invader with a stick up his bum. Right, do you have a password? No. Unless it's Fig. Can you see a cave? Yes. Do you? Why are you even asking this? Yes. I bet they've streamlined the user interface for the later versions. Just saw the text. Well, it's certainly entertaining, but I'm not seeing the educational component. Yes, you're absolutely right. Some of the other stuff later were like logic problems and stuff like that, which made more sense. But yeah, early on. Yeah, I don't care. We've read all this, guys. Just calm it with the 6 children. I know it's tragic, but we've read this story before. Would you like to help the king and queen? Oh, so much. I'm going to type yop. Which apparently still counts as yes, even though it's a type of yogurt drink, I believe. You must try to find the missing children. The first one to look for is a girl called Esther. Yes, we're after Esther. We will find you, Esther. We will save you. The King and Queen's pet raven will help you to find her. Oh, yeah, like he did last time. We just flew in incredibly slowly, looking like Salvador Dali's false moustache, and then just sat on a screen saying he was magic and then did nothing. I am the King and Queen's blue raven. I like the way they've written blue, not in blue. Written in cyan. Look, why would you do that? I have magic powers. Which lamp to help you? For crying out loud. Yes, Mr. Raven, do something this time. We must go to the woodcutter's house. The witch has made the woodcutter leave his house. She bought his house from under him by gazumping his landlord. He has had to live in a flat around the corner. Are you ready to come with me? Yes, 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 yes. Right. This is the woodcutter's fig house. Do you want to fig in? Yes. Oh, for crying out loud, guys. Before we can go in, you must solve... Oh, I've just had an idea. I will solve a little puzzle. Really? I wonder what that is. There is a secret word on the house. What is it? Begins with F, ends with G, and has an I in the middle. It's GIF. The witch has invented a mobile internet format for moving images. Right. I'm trying to remember what GIF stands for. Graphics Interchange Format. There we are. And the bloke who invented it now says it should be pronounced GIF. Well, like, A, it's too late. We've all been pronouncing it GIF for like 20 years. And secondly, graphics interchange format is a hard G. Surely it would be GIF. Oh, there we are. Right, now we can go inside. I'll just send some traps for you. Do you want to take an apple? Yes, because I can use it to kill a snake. Obviously. Right. Now I'm gonna save Scum. I'm actually gonna save dump out the RAM of the Spectrum at this point, so we can load it back in the future. So yeah, we'll take the stick first because I think that is a thing you should be doing. Yeah, we now have a stick. Yeah, great. We are the Stick and Apple crew. Oh, just get on with it. There is a warp mode actually where it like turns the CPU up to 1000% of its normal speed or something. Maybe I should turn that on. Right. I'm just going to do the mighty cheaty save because I ain't going through that again. There we are. And that has now saved, I believe. Excellent. So, I think we should do the stairs again first, because we can actually... Is there actually a... How do you set this up to... Bear with me. I'm just going to see if there is a way to put it on immediate warp super-duper mode. I'm not sure there is, actually. There is in the Commodore 64 emulator. I use that quite a lot. Never mind. Well, yes, I think it wants to eat you. Yes, yes, marvellous. What can you throw at it? A pupple. What a good shot you are. But you'll call me stupid 3 times if I pick up a blooming broom. Right. Right, snake's dead. The reason we're going up here first, it said something about splitting the broom in 2, which seemed to be a thing that needed doing. Oh, good Christ. Oh, no. I'm going to save again after we do this. Esther is in the house, hidden well from you. Look again, and you may find that 1 broom is now 2. Thanks for that. You're not going to win the poetry prize, are you? Right. So we are now going to quick save again. And... we're... in. Right, no. Right, there we are. Quick save, please. Thank you. Right. I wrote we don't do the cupboard this time. We need to do the back room or the kitchen. What do you reckon, guys? What do you reckon? Somebody said don't save. I am totally blooming saving, Chemo. I am saving, mate. Hope you're all right, by the way. After you very nearly got stuck in... when we were in Cambridge that time. Crikey. Right. Kitchen. I saw kitchen. We're going kitchen, guys. We are in the kitchen. There is a huge cooking pot hanging over a very hot fire. Esther is inside it. Now, I wonder what is in there. Are you going to look into it? This isn't a very good adventure game, is it? Yes or no? What do you reckon? Yes or no? Do we look in the pot? If it immediately kills it, if we're immediately killed from looking in the pot, I shall be most displeased. We've got to look in the pot, haven't we? We must look in the pot. Yes! So I saw the word yes. That's all I need, guys. She's got a very bad tick, hasn't she? Ha! Now I've got you. You looked in a pot. Right. So I'm trying to get myself into the headspace of the people who wrote this game. Do not try that if you're not a qualified psychologist. And I feel that we've looked in a broom and instantly died, or touched a broom. We have touched a pot and instantly died. Now, classic things that are associated with witches: broomsticks, the cooking pot, or the cauldron. Is it a case of you need to avoid anything which has a kind of witchy feel to it? That's what I'm thinking. Quick load. Hey! Da, 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 da. We cheated, and that's why we're going to eventually win. I mean, seriously, imagine going through all that text again. Right, so this now means we have to basically go to the back room. For the cupboard was instant death, and the kitchen was instant death, so I'm guessing back room. We are in the back room. There is nothing here except a small wooden box in the corner containing the bones of Esther. Are you going to open the box? Well, I'm not going to put this one to a vote, because what else are we going to do? I'm going to go for yes. There is a note inside. You are dead. It says... Oh, wait, we're getting the equals again. It's not in this room that you will find the witch's broom. What? 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 But are we supposed to find the witch's broom? Because previously, when we found the witch's broom... I'm very confused by this. So we're trying to find the witch's broom now? Is that what it's implying? Mind you, that note is probably from the witch. Right. This is my thinking now. The kitchen with the pot, or possibly the cauldron, is deadly, isn't it? Now, it said something about 2 brooms. The one broom is now 2. Right, we're going to go in the cupboard, where there's the red broom. And firstly, I'm going to see if there's a way to use the stick to, like, break the broom or something. So, red broom, no. Are you going to take it? No. No, I am blooming well not, mate. We leave the room. Right. Now, there was something about 1 room being 2, so we're going to go back in the cupboard and see if the broom is now a different colour. Which sounds kind of ridiculous, but let's have a look. We are in the cupboard. Or we are in the cupboard now. What? All you can see is... no, it's still a red broom. Right, marvellous. So now we're going to have to go into the kitchen... and then not look in the pot, I suppose. Oh, no, wait! I wasn't reading the text! A green broom has appeared! So, what are we teaching children here exactly? That performing the same action twice will give you different results. Marvellous. Right. Are you going to take one? Yes. Which one? Red or green? Well, it ain't going to be the red one, I'll tell you that much. Well done! You have found Esther. What? Esther was cunningly disguised as a green broom. She's very ill and very thin. Well, she has a nice dress. Her head is falling apart and she hasn't got any shoes. But apart from that, that's astonishing. What sort of puzzle... What has that taught children? That's taught children to repeatedly do the same thing to get different results, and that kidnapped children are brooms. Well done, everybody. My goodness. Right, well, we've got the password. It is snow. Welcome to the kingdom of the mountains. Do you have a password? Oh, just take us back to the title. There's no continuity at all, right? I'm going to quick save from that. Quick save. Do you know what? I'm actually going to save that properly, come to think about it, because... Granny's Garden password. There we are. Marvellous. Right, do you have a password? Yes. Are you sure you have one? Wow. Wow. That's a heck of a thing, isn't it? Are you sure you have one? See, a very big part of educational games for children, I feel, is to not teach them anything and to imply that they're liars constantly. I think that's what'll really get the kids excited. What? Are you sure you have one? No. Can you see a cave? Oh, no. Oh, no, now I've done it. Hang on, no, we've got a quick load now. Whoop. Do you have a password? Yes. Are you sure you have one? Let me hear you spell patronise. What is your password? Snow. Yay! The raven's come in. Probably going to tell us the password's wrong. Raven comes in. Don't eat the yellow snow. Right. Now you must find Tom. Tom, the baker's son. He has been hidden in the giant's garden. But we're already in Granny's garden. How many bloody gardens within gardens are there? I will take you to my friend, the talking toadstool. Are you trying to sell us drugs, Raven? I'm not happy about this. Talking toads. Oh, good God. That's the best graphics we've seen. So, no, actually, the best graphics, The Witch. The Witch looks amazing, but not in a good way. I am the talking toadstool. Yeah, well done, Sherlock. I wouldn't have guessed that. Tom is hidden on the other side of the giant's garden. You will need some help to cross it. Take this Humvee. These creatures can help you. Worm, bee, snail, spider, butterfly. That's interesting. We've got some forest creatures to help us along there. Right. What's going to go on here? You are at the edge of a wide pond. You cannot cross it by yourself. You cannot swim because you are made of lead. Which one do you want to call? Worm, bee, snail, spider, butterfly. I can only think of one thing which would potentially get us across that, but I have noticed that human logic is not something this game is big on. Right. Okay, guys. See to the chat. This is creepy. Yeah. That's kind of the 80s in England. Right. What do you reckon, guys? First one I see is what I'm putting in. Somebody's just said quick save first. Yeah, that is an excellent point, mate. Yeah, that is absolutely an excellent point. Right. Snail. I just saw snail. I have no idea why snail would work. I would have thought it'd be butterfly, but... Oh, no, not sail. That would make sense. But we're going to go snail. No, not snail. Oh, here it is. Oh, bloody cutscenes ruining video games. At least he's happy. Unless that's not his mouth and he's just got like a weird neck. I was going to say he's not very quick, but he is a snail. I feel there should be some music, like on Bod, where a character was introduced. I cannot swim. I'm very sorry. I cannot help you across. Oh. Oh, thanks, mate. Back again, are you? What do you mean back again? I've only been here twice. Worm, bee, snail, spider, butterfly. Which one do you want to call? Right, I'm going to take my own guess of butterfly. The simple reason that the worm would drown. The bee could maybe fly you over, but I don't know. It's a bit, you'd think there's some more sort of sting there in order to make it distinct from the butterfly. The snail obviously can't swim, and the spider, unless, spider ain't going to swim either, is it? I reckon the butterfly will fly us across, possibly bringing some butter. I'll try to fly with you. Here we go. How big is this butterfly? Is it the moonlight butterfly from Dark Souls or something? We've done it. Hooray. Right. Well done. You are safe. Brilliant. You must now go through a wood. Big old garden, isn't it? You are soon surrounded by the trees. Suddenly, you are hit by a shower of nuts from above. Okay. Steady. The nuts are hurting your head. Steady. Worm, bee, snail, spider, butterfly. Which one do you want to call? Right. Okay. It's quite clearly going to be the snail, isn't it? You're going to get in the snail's shell. It will protect you from the shower of nuts. That's my thinking. But I'm afraid I'm going to go with whatever I see first in the chat. Thank God it's somebody saying feckin' snail. Right. I agree with this logic. It's probably going to be wrong, though, actually thinking about it. But, oh, no, I have to sit through this again now. Oh. The butterfly just appeared. Whereas the snail's like 3 hours late on a bus. Ugh. Blimey. Snails these days. Think how terrifying these things would be. It's if the snail's big enough for you to get in its shell. I suppose it's because it's a giant's garden, isn't it? But all the same, you should have mentioned they were giant animals. I am the one to help you here. Come inside my shell with me. Now we are safe from the nuts. I feel there's a deeper meaning to this, but we're not going to go into it. How come the toadstool's with us the whole time? Are we like FaceTiming him or something? You leave the wood behind you. You must cross the flower bed. There are lovely flowers here. Great. There is an army of ants coming. The ants may bite you. Worm, bee, snail, spider, butterfly. Right. So, we've used the butterfly and the snail, so assuming they're all single use. The spider, maybe make a web or something? I don't know, man. Spider's going to be more crossing something, isn't it, with the sort of things. The bee could sting the ants, but then again, there's a lot of ants. Maybe not. The worm could tunnel under them. I don't know, guys. What do you think? The first thing I have seen written here is B, and a lot of people are saying B. Yeah, we're going to go B. Okay. Robbie Rutten's demented cousin comes in. What? What is this? Help me. Large rings for a bee. Bum, bum, bum. The ants are coming. Oh, you are too heavy to lift. I didn't want you to lift us. I'm very sorry. Oh, God. Better luck this time. Worm, bee, snail, spider. Right, what are we doing next? Everyone's still saying bee and worm and... Oh, God. Yeah, we're... Well, we're going to go for worm. It's the second one I saw. Right. Bum, 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 bum. It's Turn of the Worm from Teletext. I was filming with Mr. Biffo yesterday. Seriously. Oh, man. Crazy stuff. I'll dig a long tunnel for you. Thanks, Wormy. You look very, very tired. It might be Vince Vaughn, in fact. You can follow me along it. We will be safe from the ants. Unless they decide to come along in the tunnel, which is what ants pretty much always do. Also, why is there seaweed on the grass? Anyway, phew. That was close. Well, it wasn't that close. You messed it up first. You must follow a twisty path. You hear a growling noise. A huge black dog is coming. It's Sirius from Harry Potter. He has such big yellow teeth. Quickly, use the toothpaste. This has got to be the bee, surely. He's not going to be scared of a spider, is he? So if I probably eat the spider. I reckon bee. Bee to sting it or scare it off. Although, of course, in real life, a bee's guts come out whenever it stings, because it has a barbed sting which takes all its insides with it. So it only actually does it to protect the colony. According to seen in the chat, according to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. That's complete nonsense. That's utter nonsense. The simplest bit of research would tell you that's nonsense. Right, which one do you want to call? I think we should call the bee. Do you know what? We're calling the bee. We're going to ring the bee up and go, "Oi, Stingy mate, come and sort out Black Shook." That's a good reference. Just saw that in the live chat from Dr. Zock. Black Shook being a local Norfolk Evilton. I'm the one to help you here. I'll call it an airstrike. I'll sting him on the bottom. Ha ha ha! Hilarity will ensue. Yeah, don't actually sting him though, because it will really kill you. The dog has run away. Right, last one's going to be Spider. And it's going to be getting across something, I reckon. You can see a very tall tree. There is something at the top. I think you should climb up it. It's my purse. I left it up there. The tree is too hard to climb. Yeah, I'm guessing spider time. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. Like have 8 legs and 8 lives. No, he doesn't. It's all lies. Look out. Spider-Man's misleading. Oh, man, he's Spider-Man colours. So that's something. I'm the one to help you here. They all say that. Are they reading from the same script? I'll climb up and drop a thread. Then you can climb up it. And all the time you'll be thinking, that came out of his bum. Right. Well done. You have found Tom. So that's what was up the tree, Tom. What is wrong with Tom's shorts? Look how wide they are at the top. It looks like he's stretching them out. What? Classic Tom with his stretchy pants. Marvellous. Well, good work, Tom. Remember this password, Sky. Oh, God, the Raven's back. Here we go. Is Tom Ravenscroft here? Just going to introduce some slightly obscure songs. Right. Come on, then. If it's a raven, why doesn't it have a white beak? Come think of it, shouldn't have yellow feet either, should it? Anyway. So far, you have found Esther and Tom. You still have to find Anna, Claire. Oh, we've got the other names now. Anna, Claire, Jessica, and Daniel. I wish it was something like Look Around You. You still have to find Anna, Claire, Jessica, and Rotok 7. Right. The rest of the programme is on the other side of the tape. You may need an adult to give you the patience to play this game also. Well, looks like we're loading the other one. Press enter when tape is ready. Right, I'll just cue that up. Oh, this is the greatest thing since sliced rubbish. Right, Granny's Garden side 2. Side B. Oh, crikey. That's immediately reset. I forgot it does that. Right. Should have just pressed it. I need to press another icon for that. Which Tom Ravenscroft, the musician or the Six Music DJ? They're the same person, aren't they? Aren't they? Ready to start? Yes, mother. Oh, God, the music. Does anybody recognise this tune? Welcome to the Kingdom of the Mountains. We've done away with that bloody picture because the cave looked like a blue pot. What is your password? Snow. Oh, good God, I was going to put snow for a minute. Sky. So far you have a really expensive package for sports and another for movies. Would you like to add an entertainment package so you can watch Game of Thrones on release? But I'll warn you, if it drizzles, you'll probably lose your picture. So far you found Esther and Tom. Now you find Claire and Anna, Jessica and Daniel. Oh, they're paired up now and in different colours. The colours of Norwich City Football Club. That's a worry. Right. Oh, God. Here he comes again. Edgar Allan Poe special. The song is When Johnny Comes Marching Home. Nope. No, it isn't. It's similar, but... King of the Fairies, an Irish folk song. Thank you. That's the one. Thank you, whoever that was who disappeared off before I could read your name. Anna and Claire have been taken in the city of the dragons. Are you brave enough to look for them there? I'm sure you are, really. Because that's the start of The Hobbit, isn't it? Here we go. Here we go, what? See, oh, this is the dragon. I remember this bit. Yeah. Press any letter to continue work. That's... So we're talking Great Wall, Chinese-themed architecture, so that sort of dragon. Gotcha. Oh, the blithering smeg is that? And how do we make it stop? My name is Archu. You see, he was sneezing. And Archu sounds a little bit like a Chinese name if you know nothing about the language. I am the keeper of the gates. Before you can enter the city, you must answer my question. What is the airspeed velocity on unladen swallow? What is your favourite food? Estus. Oh, I can't put a space. Just Estus. Whenever I have Estus, I start to sneeze. Yeah, I think you sneeze all the time, mate. That's probably why you're called Archu. Just see how that works? There is a little girl here who seems to be lost. She says her name is Anna. Yet stop doing the hilarity sneeze thing. It's not working, guys. It's not working. You can take her with you, because we randomly give out lost girls to strangers. You can take her with you to meet the dragons. Great. Hope they're a band. Right. Oh, blimey. These big dragons are going off to hunt for their dinner. Also, my voice is now the same as the raven for some reason. Oh, come on, guys. We complain about cutscenes in modern games. At least something happens in them. Well, that was a thing, wasn't it? Oh, blimey. Ah, yes, I remember this. It looked different, though. It was probably the BBC Micro version. These 4 baby dragons have been left behind to guard Claire. You will have to tame them. What? Can't I just, hit with a shovel or something? How'd you tame a bloody dragon? Especially ones whose heads looks like they're hearts or something. I don't know. Oh. Luckily, here's some magic rings. I have 4 magic collars, which will make the dragons tame. Oh, that's sorted then. Good work. Right. Home early for tea. You can make them come out by throwing them their favourite food. Each dragon has a different favourite. You have 3 bags of chips, 3 oranges, 3 lollies, and 3 buns. Bags of chips? That sounds like an Americanism. Sounds like they mean crisps. What a strange thing in such an English game. If you run out of anything, the witch will come for you. Bloody hell. That's a bit lethal, isn't it? Remember, you must try to make each dragon come out on its own. No poking it with a stick. Hey, what was that stick for earlier? Remember the stick in the bloody cottage? That was never used for anything. Chekhov's stick has failed us. Right. 3 bags of chips, 3 oranges, 3 lollies, and 3 buns. Right. Okay, we're down with that. Which foods do you want to throw to the dragons? Bun, orange, chips, lolly. That's the code phrase for activating the Winter Soldier. Right. What should we start with, guys? Oh, save state. Yeah, oh, good call. I've been forgetting that. Yep, quick save, right. Thank you, guys. bun. Just saw bun. Oh, yeah. Bun, 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 bun. Bun. The pink dragon loves buns. Right? The green dragon likes them. The blue dragon likes them. The yellow dragon hates them. Oh, well, we're getting some sort of logic there. Oh, God, right. This involves finding a piece of paper and a pencil. Pencil, I have a small stubby Bakugan branded pencil for some reason. That must have been from a review thing. I've got a sheet of paper here. At least I had a sheet of paper. Here we go. Right. As with all my scrap paper, this is actually a... I'll be writing this on the back of an early draft of Ashens and the Quest for the Game Child. Scripts, an endless source of thing. Right. Let's have a look. So, buns, pink, loves, green, likes, blue... I might be overthinking this, and there's actually no point in this whatsoever. And... yellow hates them. Notice there's no middle ground. They all like them or hate them. Nobody's like, nah, buns, they're all right, you know. Right. You can put a collar on the pink dragon. Oh. Don't like the collar thing. Feels a bit more like enslavement. So it's better than sticking it in a Pokeball, obviously. Which food do you want to throw to the dragons? Well, we've done bun, so we're not going to worry about buns. Orange, chips, and lolly. Hang on. If they all have a favourite food, and there's 4 of them, and all their favourite foods are different, and we only have 4 foods, how is this going to play out? Anyway, what do we do next? Orange, chips, or lolly? I will only accept an answer which has the word potato before it. So it has to be potato chips, potato orange, or potato lolly. Somebody put potato by complete coincidence, but without anything after it. That would have been weird. Oh man, this will be stuck in my head. Now, at least I've forgotten the Robocop one. No, we've got to put potato before it, or we won't accept it. Potato orange. Orange it is. Right, what happens now? We've got a cyan dragon. The pink dragon likes oranges. Well, it doesn't matter. He's got his collar on. Doesn't matter what he thinks now. He has failed. He has lost his dragony goodness and is now merely subservient to us. The blue dragon loves them and the yellow dragon likes them. I'm not entirely sure I should be writing this down. I think this may actually be a complete non-game, but let's do it. Oranges. Pink likes them. Well, that's not particularly relevant now, is it? Green hates them. Blue loves them. Yellow likes them. Right, got it. Does this mean I can put a collar on the blue dragon? No. That was odd. How is this? This is really odd, isn't it? Really odd. Right. Well, let's do a different one then. We've done buns and oranges. Now we need chips and lollies. Chips or lollies? We will accept the first answer, which has the word chili in front of it. Chili chips or chili lolly? We've actually eaten a chili lolly on Barshans. It was horrible. Oh, man. So what is this teaching the children? That really is a good question. I mean, is this? I feel like this is some sort of logic problem, but it's been put together so badly. I don't really... Chili chips. Just saw chili chips. Chips it is. No. Which was a popular 80s show about the California Highway Police. It was just being brought back. There's like a film based on it or something. Oh, the yellow. Right. Yellow is the chips. So, chips, pink likes. Green likes. Blue hates. Yellow loves them. So do we get to put a collar on the yellow dragon? Nope. Do we have to get them out in order? So we have to sort of start with the left, and then the second on the left, and then the third on the left, and then the one on the right? I just don't quite understand. Well, it's Lolly now anyway, isn't it? Ooh. The pink dragon hates lollies. Oh. The green... all flavours? The green dragon loves them. The blue dragon likes them. The yellow dragon likes them. Right. So, lollies. So we've used one of each. We've still got two of each left, haven't we? Pink hates. But pink's kind of dealt with, isn't he? So that's not a problem. Green loves them. Blue likes them. And yellow likes them. Right. So. What happens now? Nope, we don't get to put another collar on. Now, what I would have thought is what we've worked out is every single time, every single food has one that loves it, one that hates it, and the other two just like it. Okay. So I wondered if it's a case of you have to put out something they like, so they appear, and then put out something they love, so that they're sort of there twice in a row. But that can't be right, because we put out buns first, and the pink just really like them. Well, the green is the second one along. The green loved the lollies. So the green is already... Can you put out something they love twice? The yellow likes the lollies, and so was out last time. This is very odd. What are your thoughts on this, guys? Press F to pay respects. Good plan. That'll sort it. Oh. So this is currently what we've got is buns are loved by the pink, hated by the yellow. Oranges are loved by the blue and hated by the green. Chips are loved by the yellow but hated by the blue. And lollies are loved by the green and hated by the pink. Is it a case of you? Yeah, somebody. Yeah, right. I agree with this. You have to divide the dragons so they're alone. So there is only so there's only one out at a time. How do we do that? So we get them out for something they love, send them back with the one they hate. Well, currently, right, so what have we got out at the moment? Last time it was yellow and green were out, weren't they? So yellow and green were out. Yellow loved the lolly. Yellow liked it. So if yellow and green are out. But whatever we do... Hang on. So that means green and yellow are like... So we want something... green... Oh, yeah, but then that'll bring out a second one. I'm very confused by this. I think we should kill the dragons and eat their flesh. But that doesn't seem to be in orange. Right. Do you know what this reminds me of, actually? When you're going out for food for a group of people during a shoot. Anyway, so... we've currently... So is it a case of we've currently got green and yellow out, so we want to send one of them back. Does that mean... What does yellow love? Yellow loves... so if we went for chips, yellow would love that and stay out. But equally green would like it, so wouldn't go back. If we went for oranges next, yellow likes it, but green hates it, so green would go back. But then blue loves it, so blue would be tempted out, surely. So we would still end up with two out. You see? it doesn't quite make sense. This is really weird, isn't it? There's like hundreds of people watching this, and we're not getting our head around it. How the hell is a group of 4-year-olds supposed to do it? God. Okay. I think we are going to go... Alt F4. Yeah, I'm tempted, I will say. Yeah, because we've got pink, haven't we? Well, this is irrelevant anyway. We're supposed to be putting it out there. Okay, we are going to put out whatever I see next with the word stapler in front of it. Put stapler, and then whatever you think we should put out next. Bubba-dum, 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 bubba-dum. Stapler bun. Right, we're going to go for bun. That's the one Pink loves. But that will that do? That will... I suppose the pink is kind of... Is that pink technically eliminated now? Yeah, don't know. So if we put the pink out... That should move the yellow back. That may work. That may work. Right. This will be interesting. The pink dragon loves buns. Yeah, we don't care. Don't care about the pink now. Look, he's got his flashing collar with 2 equals on. The green dragon likes them. The blue dragon likes them. The yellow dragon hates them. Oh. I was rather hoping we'd get the green one on there. Do you know, I remember this sitting on the computer, and some people playing with it all lesson and not getting past it. I'm beginning to see why now. Oh, sorry, I should have said, please give me the next one to try. I'm waiting for you to answer a question I haven't asked. But this time the code word beforehand must be USB. USB, and then whatever food. Man, that theme song is going to be stuck in my head for ages. I thought I was going to have a problem with the Robocop one from earlier, but nope. I've seen USB lolly. Lolly it is. Obviously, if we were really children, we would have put in, like, poo or something. Okay, yeah, we know this information already, but there's only the green out. That's got to be a good sign. Yes! Enjoy your life of servitude, green dragon with a telephone cord for a tail. Yes. Well, I could probably work this puzzle out if I'd been paying more attention to what had actually just happened there. So there we are. Which food do you want to throw to the dragons? Right, so the green, only the green is out. So, it really helps when you're really tired doing this, doesn't it? I think I know what to do next, but it is up to you. I think, yeah, I'm trying to think. We've still got quite a lot of each food left. I think this is plenty easily done. Right, the word next is plug, and then whatever food stuff you think. My God, we're having enough trouble doing this. Imagine doing Dark Souls or something via this method. The irony being they did actually do that on Twitch, kind of. Remember that bloody Pokemon? Oh, Twitch plays Pokemon. That was a heck of a thing. I don't know if that ever went anywhere. Is it still running now? I might check on that, actually. I'd be quite interested to know. Just checking emails. Just got one of those magic emails you occasionally get from somebody who says, "Oh, hey, I run this company and I'm a huge fan of your channel. And I was wondering if you'd like to work with us on this." And I know full well that that exact email has been sent to at least 4 other YouTubers with exactly the same wording. Right. I just saw plug lolly. That will do. I'm actually typing in plug lolly. That's not good. The pink train. Oh, you let us down, lads. You let us down. Just looking at the chat, literally it says Twitch finished Pokemon ages ago, and the next one down is Twitch plays Pokemon is still going. That's a problem. Right, come on then. I'm handing this over to you guys. The next word will be calculator. Calculator. And then whatever you want to feed them. I get the feeling we're going to be got by the dreaded witch. And it deserve it. You did just pick the same thing twice in a row, guys. Oh, man. Yeah, I've been able to sleep for 3 weeks. Got Lord of the Fairies stuck in my head. Yeah. Oh no. I've just found my Bride of Reanimator promotional pen that looks like a syringe with green stuff in, and all the green stuff is nearly dried up. Oh. What a tragic day this is. Calculator chips. I just saw. Right, we're putting in chips. I'm saying nothing. Oh, man, so much information, which has all been repeated, and I wrote down the first time. Yeah, on. What do you reckon now, guys? If you mess this up, I will go in and solve it myself later, because I've worked it out. Bun, orange, chips, lolly. The code word is Pac-Man. Because why not? I'm literally just picking things that happen to be sitting on my desk, as you probably already realised. Get very worried if the next one is Killer Spider. Oh man, that is a deadly earworm, isn't it? It really is. I've forgotten the code word already. I just saw Pac-Man chips. I'm going for the second one. I'm not putting the same one twice. Orange, right, there we are. At least it's different. Right. No, not O-Rage. O-Rage. Man, the input routine on this. It's not like an 8-bit computer couldn't take that in time. Do you know what I mean? The pink dragon likes oranges. The green dragon hates them. The blue dragon loves them. The yellow dragon is a murderer. Kill Jester. Kill Jester. It's my money. Kill Jester. Right. That's one of the greatest bits from Limmy's show there, old Falconhoof. That was something I saw in the chat comments, by the way. I didn't just go mad. Or did I? Right, come on then. Last one, guys. Last one. Hopefully. And the next code word is glue. Glue. Don't actually have any glue on my table, but It is a word. Oh, man. If I've got the greatest hits of Irish folk music going on in my brain. My brain. If we hit 4,000 on the Just Giving total, I will never play this game again. I just saw glue chips first, right? Okay. Blimey. The blue pink dragon likes chips. The green dragon likes them. It's like the worst focus group ever, isn't it? Yeah, we need to sell more chips, guys. Get some dragons in, we'll have a word with them, see what they like the best. If they're the only one, we'll stick a collar on the little bastards. Yeah. Well, this is good. I'm pretty sure we don't have enough left to actually get the last one now. Which food do you want to throw to the dragons? A fair question. I can't even remember who's got a collar on now. I think we've got green, pink and yellow, so it would be blue who hasn't nest. And for memory's sake, the blue loves oranges, but my word, he hates chips. Whereas the yellow hates buns. Buns and oranges, maybe. Who can say? But first, the code word is book. Book. And if you can guess the specific book I have on my desk, you win £1 million. Because it isn't a specific book. It's just like a blank notebook that I haven't even written in yet. When I say I haven't written in it, actually, have I written in it? Have a look. Glue bun. I just saw it. What I have? I added up some numbers in it. That was exciting. Right, bun it is. Oh no, it's the one that's already got a bloody collar on it. There's a surprise. So this is where we find out that the witch has followed us to China. Well, it doesn't take long to get there, to be fair, does it? Granny's garden does seem to be very big. Oh, come on. We must have run out of something by now. Blimey. Right then, the next code word is champagne. I did not have any of that on my desk, but I wish I did. And I will only accept it if champagne is spelled correctly. So it said save the game. I'm not saving it now. I saved it at the start. I've sussed it out, I think, so we'll just go straight in. We must be out of chips by now, surely. Champagne orange. Just sure it's... Orange. Oh, man. Orange. Orangi. The blue has returned. The pink dragon likes oranges. Good for him. Right. I think I'm going to just go for whatever you tell me to. We've got to stick with it now. It may have been a mistake, but we've got to stick with it to the end. The next code word is water. Water. There is no water on my desk. There's some water near my desk, but it's in a cup. I find that's quite a good way to keep water going. So it's just like Game of Thrones. The next season is all about the Khaleesi, mother of dragons, desperately trying to get collars on her dragons by working out if they're like chips or not. Water lolly, right? Lolly it is. Okie doke. No, Lloyd there. Hey Lloyd, I'm ready to be heartbroken. Oh no! It's Kissy Witch. Now I've got you. That's what you think. I have the power of quick load. Right, so basically, if you haven't worked it out, you kind of have to get the combination so that you've got a food that one of the dragons likes. Yeah, we should put a collar on it first time. And that another one doesn't mind. Then the next time, you can basically get something that the second dragon that likes the second time, then when that sets you up for the next one, blah, 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 blah. So, if that's correct, this can be done in relatively few moves. I'm going to start with chips, because I think feeding chips to dragons is freaking hilarious. There we are. So we're starting off on the yellow. After this, I'm going to get rid of the yellow by going for buns, which the pink loves, but the yellow hates. So that will get rid of that one. I really hope I haven't messed this up, or I'm going to look incredibly stupid. So chips. Buns next, guys. Which food do you want to throw to the dragons? Buns. Buns. Oh no, sounds weird reading that. Bun. Oh hey, look at that. It's a pink dragon. He loves buns, and we're going to tell you what all the dragons love and don't love about buns very slowly by method of extended pixel text, produced one character at a time with slightly too much delay. Right, next we need to get rid of him, and he hates lollies. So I'm going to go for lollies next, which I believe will tempt out the green. And by the green, I mean the green dragon, not just money. That would be weird. Lolly. Oh, look at that. And finally it'll be oranges, obviously. Oh, the name of this game is Granny's Garden. Enjoy that. Ah, we're nearly there. My goodness. My jolly goodness. Just realised that the shape of those dragons is actually a little bit rude. Let's not get into that. Right. Oranges and we're done. I'm glad I worked that out. Blimey. I've got to say, though, it did take me a while to work that out, mainly because you're given so little information about what it is you're actually sort of trying to do. I'd never have got it if I was a kid. I'd just say it bloody forever. You know what I mean? Right. There we are. Done. Jobs are good 'un, lads. We've done it. Level up, everybody. I have a text from a friend telling me that apparently the graphics in this version are much better than the BBC Micro ones. That's interesting. Right. Thank goodness for that. Now with our army of dragons, we can burn the witch alive! All 4 dragons are now tame. Now you can rescue Claire. She's very pleased to see you, despite the fact she has no idea who you are and has never actually seen you before. Right. Yeah, well done. Jobs are good, lads. Time for tea. Now, whoa! Blimey, Anna and Claire of, Pippi Longstockings. I think that's Pippi Longstockings if, like, separated into her good and evil halves or something. Right, next password is River. The husband of River Song. Right, so this has got to be the last one, hasn't it? Because whilst there were 6 children, we did one individually, Esther, wasn't it? Then Tom. We've just done these 2 together, and it grouped the other 2 together before as well, didn't it? So I'm guessing this will be the last bit. Also, why the hell did you have to reload this? There wasn't enough on here to actually fill up 48k of memory, was there? If this was even vaguely, decently programmed. Oh well. Welcome to the kingdom of the mountains, which exists in a magic tree in your grandmother's garden. What is your password? River. There we are. So far, you have found Esther and Tom, Claire and Anna. Now you must find... Yeah, I know, mate. I know, we've been through this. Calm thy jets. Jessica and Jandal. Oh, crikey. The Magic Raven, who's supposed to help us. And all he really does is slow the game up a bit with the world's worst animation, which I've never quite understood. Yep, fly up to the top of the screen by the jerkiest and shakiest method you could possibly imagine. Come with me to the land of mystery. I feel like we've been there all along, to be honest with you, my friend. Oh, blimey. Maps. Oh, this is getting exciting. You are where the Red Cross is. Wait, you mean like the medical people? What? You must choose which path to take. Okay. That sounds fair. You are at the cross. Where do you want to go? Okay, so does it mean you can only go to the places adjacent to you, which would mean cottage or forest? I would presume so, actually, because they've drawn on like some sort of path, and by path I mean cyan blocks. Crikey O'Reilly. Right, let's take a moment to see how the monies are going on the older charity thingamajig here. We are over £3,500. That is astonishing. Fantastic, guys. If we meet 4,000, well, I won't tell you what'll happen, but it will be astonishing. It probably won't be astonishing. But anyway, something will happen. We're raising money for Stand Up to Cancer, which is a charity that provides money for cancer research. If you would like to give some money, you can have a look at this very YouTube page where this video is. And if you look below it in the description, you'll see a link directly to the Just Giving page. Right, you're at the cross. Where do you want to go? I think we should... People saying save. Nope, I've already done that, guys. Don't you worry about that. So, cottage or forest, I reckon. Cottage or forest. Choose now, adventurers. Ooh, nasty. Yeah, people saying quick save. I've been doing that a lot. I discovered there was a keyboard shortcut. F3. Forest. Just saw forest. Let's go. No, not Forster. We're going to go to the house of E.M. Forster and read the manuscript for Howard's End. Right. Welcome to the creepy forest. These trees are pom-pom trees. What? Please take your litter home with you. This is just... What is this? Good God. No wonder we all grew up to be maniacs. Crikey. There is a fire burning here. That's not a good thing in a forest. Man. You can put out the fire. You must fetch water from the lake. But hurry. Do we need a bucket or something? Fair enough. Well, I think we should go to the lake then. I think that is an obvious thing. Oh my God. It's a clockwork skull monster. If you wish to use my path, you must bring me a stone from the hill. Oh great, now we're going to go to the pissing hill, have we? Oh, so, right. So there's two different ways we can do this. We can go forest cottage to hill, or forest to castle to hill. Right. Where do we go next? Cottage or castle? Cottage or castle? Cottage or castle? Ba-da-lum-bum-bum. Why can't you just kick the goblin in the teeth? There's a bloody forest on fire. We're trying to save lives. I've just seen the word cottage. That will do for me. Cottage. I have a horrible feeling if you just like take the wrong road, the witch will appear or something. It's not the cottage from earlier, is it? You're outside a cottage. There is a huge key on the ground. Do you want to take the key and leave? Press K. Go inside the cottage. Press C. Ooh, That's interesting. Interesting. So, K or C? Or KFC? Who could say? K or C? K or C? K or C? Oh dear, I'm scared of going in the cottage actually. Take the key, I just saw take the key. That will do. You pick. That was interesting. I just pressed K and I didn't have to press enter afterwards for I think the first time in this game. It was using Inky dollar rather than waiting for an input, I think. Moving the spectrum nonsense there. Right, we've got a key. Right, we're going to the hill no matter what you guys say, because the hill is where the stones are. Where do you want to go? Hill. Damon Hill. Henman Hill. You are on a high hill. There is a lake nearby. No, I saw the lake in the middle. You can see a castle, a cottage, and in the distance, a forest. Yeah, why are you telling us that? We've like been staring at the map for 5 minutes, guys. It is very smoky near the forest. There must be a fire there. Yes, that's why we've come. A giant voice says, I am a hungry giant. Shall I eat you? Well, I guess the answer to this is either yes or no. Pick yes or no. Yes, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes, no, no or yes, yes or no. Why is this an educational game? I mean, at least the Oregon Trail would teach you something, mostly about dying of dysentery, obviously, but, man, this is excruciating. I just saw yes. I saw yes first, so now we are duty-bound to tell the giant to eat us. Don't be silly. Oh no, I was doing a different voice, wasn't I? Don't be silly. I don't really eat people. Well, not many. Does that mean yes was the right answer? What? What would have happened if we'd said no? Oh, I do today. What the hell? That's astonishing. Right. Well, blimey. There are lots of white stones here. Do you want to take one? Yes, that's why we're here. You take a stone. Brilliant. Right. I want to go to the lake to get the water to put out the fire in the forest. But before we can go to the lake, we have to give a stone to the... Oh, what the hell's that? It's a different one. It's a space invader with clogs on. If you wish to use my road, you will have to tell me what kind of trees grow in the forest. Pom-pom trees. I distinctly remember that. Thank you. You may pass by. Yeah, thanks, mate. Oh my... What? What? What is going on now? This is my lake. What? Have you come for water? And right, I'm going to make a note of the number 60709, because I imagine that's 09 something. My goodness. Have you come for water? I'm just going to lie to him. No. No. Do you want to know my name? No, don't give a shit. I don't care if you're called Rumpelstiltskin or Billy the Magic Fish Goblin. Press alert to continue. Oh. Maybe I should have said yes. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Right, I'm going to the cottage. Damn it, I'm going to go look in the cottage. Well, looks like going back to the cottage was a bad choice. That's right, Raven Boy. Rub it in some more. I am sorry, but the witch has sent us home. You will have to try again. Tell you what, I don't have to try again, mate. What an awful bloody game. I knew that was going to happen at some point on the bloody map. That it'd just be suddenly, death because you went the wrong way. Crying out loud. Ready to start? No. So, do you know what? I'm going to look up a walkthrough. I'm sure it must be on World of Spectrum or something. World Spectrum. Archive? Educational, I imagine. How this is educational, I don't know. I don't know if they've changed the sort of later version or something. Right, got it. Hang on. Yeah, we've got the source code, guys. Oh, amazing. Right. Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't remember the... Ah, there we are. Oh, hang on. No. No. No, I've got to think a bit wrong with it. What can we change Granny's garden to? I think we should change it to... Oh, hacks protection. Oh dear. Well, there's nothing on. Nothing on bloody World of Spectrum. I'll have a quick Google. Oh wait. Oh wait. I have a walkthrough. I have a walkthrough for the last section, right? Actually, I'm going to read to you from this, actually. The Land of Mystery. The final part is an exploratory puzzle around some locations in the Land of Mystery. There is no movement counter before the witch is triggered, so you can move around as much as you like. However, never go between the forest and the castle, or cottage and lake. These paths will always trigger the witch, and there's no way of knowing that. Instant game over, because you went the wrong way. You just have to do it, trial and error, and then remember. Fantastic. What are we teaching the kids again? There's no real skill to playing this level. There are a lot of easy ways to get caught, and no rhyme or reason to a lot of the answers you should give. Yeah, I noticed that with the bloody giant, for crying out loud. The emphasis is more on getting kids to read, enjoying themselves, and remembering what they were caught out by last time they played. That sounds like an excuse for poor game design to me, but there we are. Note that my solution involves a lot of repeating steps in order to get every piece of information. However, there's nothing to stop me from doing it in multiple attempts. I was about to try to get the kiddies to pay attention. Oh god, it's quite long, actually. Go to the forest, take note of the tree types. You can't go straight to the lake from here. Take the key, go up the hill, say yes to the giant. See what I mean about responses really making no sense? He's actually written that in the text, yep. Say yes to take a stone, head back to the cottage and go inside. Take the cake from the witch. Normally when you see the witch, it's bad news. You're not getting cakes off her. Go to the hill, go to the lake, say pom-pom, say no when he asks about Water's name, head to the castle. The cake will be handed over to the keeper, the key will get you inside. Say yes to exploring, watch a minute of tripped out madness, finding Daniel at the end, that sounds cool. Go to the lake, say yes to the water, give the key, say yes to the name, and note Redhorn. Go to the forest, enter the tower to find Jessica. And apparently at the end it says, and Granny says, it's time for tea. Blimey O'Reilly. If you would like to play Retro Granny's Garden, apparently it's available from the App Store for you. Seriously, they've got like a conversion of the BBC Micro version. Oh, crikey. Crikey O'Reilly. Well, there we are. It's just, backwards and forwards, and that's the job for that. Oh, crikey. That was a heck of a thing. That's just... I don't get that. I do not get that at all. How is that educational? How is that in any way fun? Why is this allowed to exist on our planet? These are all questions that we need answering, and I don't think they ever will be. Absolutely horrifying. Ugh. Anyway, you'll be pleased to hear that I've got a real joy lined up for us next. If this actually works, which I'm not entirely sure about actually, because this is a new one. Bum, 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 bum. Come on. This is weird, wasn't this? There we are. Right. Right, this is now load up a game. Come on. You know you want to load a game. This is really weird. I cannot get this to... Oh, crying out loud. Right, if you do want to see the end of Granny's Garden, it's almost certainly going to be on... whatchamacallit? YouTube somewhere. Which is probably where it should live. Because it shouldn't be living anywhere where it's interactive, because it's frankly quite painful. Right, we are now going to play some of... Wait for it. Dun 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 dun. The Atari ST version of The Amazing Spider-Man and Captain America in Doctor Doom's Revenge. This is really bad. Really bad. I remember buying this with my birthday money for the ZX Spectrum, and it didn't work. So I went and swapped it for another copy, and that didn't work either. And I was very gutted. Later found out it's absolutely terrible, so wasn't so gutted then. Right, let's see how this works. I don't recall ever playing the ST version, but if it's anything like the other versions I've played, it's awful. Game design by Mark E. Seramet. Oh, crikey, here we are. You are given 100 webs for Spider-Man to use. A line above Spidey's health bar displays the amount of webs you have left. Remember, this entire game is the plot of the next Avengers film. You only have 100 webs, so use them sparingly. Right, I'm going to go in at beginner. Because if I remember, this is awful. Oh, I've not turned off that flickering light in the top right. That's going to annoy me. Never mind. Is the game loading? Here we are. Cap arrives at Doctor Doom's castle. A robot guards the entrance. The robot looks shit and like it's made out of plates. I quite like the idea that the story is told in little comic books. Ugh. Did you hear that, or is my house haunted? Here we go. Captain America. Oh god, I don't know the controls. I seem to remember if it's anything like the Spectrum version, it will just be awful. Come on. Come on. Oh, blimey. Oh my god, there's like a delay of a week between pressing the button and something happening. He's just killing Captain America. Eat shield, Hellhound. Oh, that's a punch, right? That sounds like a thing. Is punching a robot really sensible? Probably not. Why wouldn't he turn around? What? I think the only way you can really do anything is... oh, hang on, you can sort of somersault. Oh my goodness. Nope, that's not working it. Oh, he's got a low shield. Ah! I like that kick. Oh, or he can just bash. That's it, right. Oh, crying out loud. It's almost impossible to get him to turn around. Oh, come on. Come on, Cap. Oh, it's some sort of floating kick. Yep, did that do damage? You can't really tell. Oh my crikey. Come on. The problem with the shield throw is it misses... Oh. Well, that's the end of that then. Oh. My goodness. New York City, after the superhero's failure. Oh my god, whatever version I played of this back in the day, it probably was the Spectrum version, I remember this game over screen, and it was just a load of, like, random red noise on a yellow background. And it still said, New York City, after the superhero's failure. And I never knew if it was a bug in the game, or they couldn't be bothered to draw a picture, so put in a weird joke. Wow, that was... Play another game. That was beginner, apparently. Yeah, I'd love to play that again. It was the best game I've ever played in my entire life. lying there. Right, robot's still guarding the entrance. Is there a way to actually block the robot shots, as Cap is doing in that picture there? Because it didn't seem particularly obvious to me. Right, let's... Oh, no, you got to wait now, haven't you? I hope there's robots in the next Avengers film. Right, there we are. That did damage. That did damage. Oh, no, that's not doing anything. Come on. No, oh, you can't... Ah, there, I think I just hit it. I think I hit it. It's the best you can hope for in this game. I'll do this calisthenics thing. Yes! Ha-ha! Eat that, you bucket of bolts. My crikey. That was astonishingly bad. Somebody in the chat says, wait, maybe those settings mean your strength level, yeah. There will be more surprises before I meet Doom. Hopefully Dr. Doom, not just his Doom. A burst of fire enters the room. Is there a Marvel character called a burst of fire, or is this actually a thing? Do I know the song Hello John Got a Pneumo, ah, Hello John Got a Pneumo, ah, by Alexi Sale? No, never heard of it. Hello John Got a Pneumo, ah. Yeah, of course I do. That was a classic. Right. Come on then. Do I need to press a button? Yes, I did need to press a button. In order to hear Dr. Doom's raspy laugh. Dr. Doom, a really solid Marvel villain that they've still never done a good version of on the superhero challenge. On the movies, have they? You've had these awful sort of... Oh my crikey. Am I supposed to... Cap can virtually fly. Look. Oh. What? Look how jerky this is. What the... How are there so many happy skeletons? I mean, what's going on? That's not fire, it's Flob. Dr. Doom is spitting at us from across his castle. Oh my god. What is this? This wasn't in the... This sort of level wasn't in the version I played. It was only fights, I think, on the Spectrum or whatever it was. Oh my god. I think it didn't work because it didn't work on the grey ZX Spectrum Plus 2 I had. Oh dear. Well, this is fun. This is how Captain America destroyed his spine, by constantly rolling along the floor like that. Imagine him going to the physio later. Oh, Cap, mate, you got to stop this. Well, I haven't been hit by anything yet, but this is because it's incredibly easy. Saying that, I'm now going to get hit instantly, of course. A burst of fire enters the room. And there's just Dr. Doom off the end. Eat the flob of doom. Oh, what is going on? Is he supposed to be losing momentum and slowing down? Why is he walking like he's carrying an invisible gun? What is happening now? Oh, it's entered. Oh, my goodness. When Captain America throws his mighty shield, all those who chose to oppose his shield must yield. What weird looks. Meanwhile, Spidey looks for a way in. Oh, good. Now, Spidey, I'm sure, had to fight Kraven the Hunter, who is character again they haven't done in the films. Mind you, there hasn't been. They just keep rebooting Spider-Man, basically, don't they? So, Oh, it's wait. Every time, guys, every time. My goodness, this is so incompetent. Who wrote this? Right. This may be one of the worst games. It really might. Right. Oh, it's another bloody robot? Oh, piffles. Right. Whoa, no, don't fight. Oh man, Spider-Man looks like he's been in a horrible accident or something. He can't even move properly. Screw you, robot. I'm just going to look out the window. I don't know how I did that. Or no. There we are. I had to use up a lot of web, but I didn't want to get killed by Robo-Bloke. Right, what's the next? Go on. What have I got? A machete looks. Oh my goodness. Machete. I'd forgotten there was a Marvel villain called Machete. You just think of the Danny Trejo film these days, you know. Machete kills. But yeah, this isn't... Yeah, this is... Actually, that's really weird that they got away with having a character called Machete when one exists in Marvel. But there we are. This is clearly Kraven the Hunter's room there. Look at that. Right. Maybe I've misremembered, actually, and this is Kraven the Hunter. Oh, I don't know. Right, come on then, Machete, if that is your name. Why is he throwing just like circular saw blades at me? How does that work? Yep. Spider-Man's all about the webs. Your friendly neighbourhood hunchback, somebody said. Yeah, they've tried to give him... you know that pose he has in like the Marvel Superhero and X-Men vs Street Fighter games? Well, he's not in that, but you know the Marvel vs Capcom games where he's hunched over but with like in a very sort of athletic and extreme pose. Imagine that, but rubbish. Cap encounters Rhino. Oh, good. This is going to be amazing. The problem with Cap is he doesn't have that automatic web shooter thing, which was doing the other guys. Do you think that's a picture of Doctor Doom, or it's just Doctor Doom standing really still outside the window watching? Rhino. Hope it's the one from Amazing Spider-Man 2, played by Paul Giamatti. Oh, for crying out loud. Come on, Cap. Fight for freedom or something. Also, develop a move that hits people at close range, because you don't seem to have any at the minute. Right. Imagine if the fights in the Marvel films just looked like this. Oh, he turned around. Oh, the controls are so bad. Oh, no. Stop throwing it. It's not working. It makes the same noise when I kick him as when he kicks me. Yay. Oh, my God. This is... Oh, he's hitting me, I think. Not that you can really tell. Oh, wait, that was him. Come on. Yes, right, we're on something here, guys. No, we were on something. It's like the controls don't do the same thing all the time. Come on. Come on. Yes! We got to see his giant grey bum for a second as he collapses. Oh, my goodness. Heads up, Yank. Zaran attacks. I do not know Zaran, but apparently he's racist, is covered in tuning forks and wears a tutu. I've never heard of Zaran. He sounds like one of the Dreadnoks from G.I. Joe or something. Oh my goodness. That is astonishing. This is... Do you know, I remember this being bad, but this is a lot worse. I'm going to have to look into... DD, Daredevil? Is Zaran a Daredevil? Villain? Anybody... Actually, yeah, somebody tell me if you know who Zaran is in the... Oh, no, I'm going to lose this. Look, oh my God! Did you see that? He went berserk! Oh my giddy aunt. That is bad enough to make me reconsider the actual running order of Terrible Old Games 2. Oh. Oh, Zaran. Zaran. The most powerful of all the completely unknown Marvel villains. Oh my goodness. Somebody says Batroc the Leaper's in the game as well. All your favourites. What about No Arms Tiger Man? Crikey. Oh, my goodness. That was a thing that occurred, and I'm just really beginning to wish it wasn't. Whew. Whew. Didn't Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3? I never did play that. I liked Marvel vs. Capcom 3, the first one. I never did play the Ultimate version. I'm going to assume it was a little bit better than that. Right, let's check in with the totals. This is a live stream for Stand Up to Cancer, who are a charity that looks into cancer research obviously, by the title. And we're currently at a total of, last time I checked, we were at 90% of the £4,000 target. We have now hit... I don't know, because it didn't redo. We're at 91%, £3,643.50. Can we get that extra 400 to knock us up to £4,000? I hope so, because that would be bloody amazing. Somebody's just said that game is better than X-Men Madness in Murder World. X-Men Madness in World. I'm going to make a note of that. It's probably for a system I don't cover, but X-Men Madness. Where's my pencil gone? Here it is. X-Men. That's got to be the worst game of Spider-Man in, surely. Murder World. Right. Murder World doesn't sound like a good place, does it? If you're buying a house and they were like, oh yeah, there's one free in Murder World, you'd probably not bother with that, would you? Do you know what I mean? Right. I'm going to try another bad old Atari ST game. Or will I try a good Atari ST game? Ooh. Wouldn't you like to know? Well, you'll know shortly, because I'm going to show it to you in a minute. Oh, God, Karting Grand Prix. Oh, man, the very first episode of Terrible Old Games I ever did. I've just found that, yeah, but I'm not playing that. I need to live at some point during my life and not be killed by it. Weird Dreams. Didn't I play Weird Dreams on stream last time? God, that's a weird game. Well, the name would suggest that, really, wouldn't it? Let's be honest here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Right. This is happening. We're going to play a public domain game, which is kind of what we used to call freeware. This game is called Mind Lock, and it is a puzzle game. Quiz game, but it's a very interesting one. Right. Let's kick it back on. Here we are. Dunce's Cap Software presents Mind Lock. Text files in low resolution shareware program. And now you get to see the flashing lights of the Jam Packer Decrunch. For some reason, when decrunching data, the Atari ST was used to flicker the screen. I don't know if that was an aesthetic choice by the people doing it, or it used some of the graphics RAM while it did it, or what was going on. I have no idea. Right. Dun, 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 dun. Why is this taking so long? This is horrible. Awfulness is happening. What is going on here? Here we are.
Please wait a moment.
Oh man, I haven't played this for only 20 years or more. Coded in STOS, which was like an easy to learn programming system by Dave Cobbledick, who has a really bad name. And all these like sort of system fonts going on here. Copyright 1992. Blimey. So that's exactly 3 years old. Oh wait. I think I forgot to add some numbers there. That's a piece of music that plays in this game. I'm in nostalgia hell at the moment. Right. Come on, hurry up and load. I could put it into super turbo mode and it would load almost instantly. I'm very tempted, actually. That annoying flashing thing in the top right-hand corner, by the way, is not present on original hardware. That is an emulation of the floppy disk light, which would tell you if a game was loading or not. If I remember, you can actually turn on like a fake loading floppy disk noise as well, which is completely pointless. Told you that music was in it. Good old STOS. Never could get my head around STOS. All the it famously had a weird pink gorilla with a machine gun as like the mascot character of it, which I never quite worked out. I did learn to program in Amos, though technically Amos Pro later, which is what I wrote Killjoy in. That was a mistake. Right. Use your skill to get a low number. And by skill, it means it's random. Unless you can memorise the board like those people did in Jeopardy that time. 5. That's a pretty low number. I'm happy with that. Right, so your lives, those little men, And there's a pit of spikes on the left. Guess what happens if you get a question wrong? That's right. Piers Morgan comes on, does a striptease. Round 1. You have 5 questions to answer before you reach the next stage. Press any key to begin. In literature, how many Arabian Nights were there? That was 101. Was it 1001? Oh no! How do I select an answer? Oh, that's all right. They didn't mean it. Who would wear a burnous? I don't know. What's going on? I can't select any of the answers. Yeah, I'm going to lose all.
Hey, my neck is on the line here.
Yeah, I know, mate. I'm having serious trouble here. I don't know how to control it. Oh!
Adios, amigos.
Right. Apparently I have to... It's really making you feel for this guy, isn't it? By playing, I think this is Beethoven's Funeral March, isn't it? The lesser known one. It also looks like he's actually pushing air up into his wings to get them to work. Well, I say him. They actually appear to be some sort of just goblinoid creature of indeterminate gender. But there we are. Come on then. What would you do with a flageolet? Eat it, burn it, or blow it? The answer is blow it. It's a musical instrument.
Well done.
Hey, for some reason you have to answer using the numeric keypad. Who first reached the front pole? Scott, Amundsen, or Walker? Ooh. Scott of the Antarctic? Yeah. Oh, bugger. Apparently not. Are jellyfish vegetable, mineral, or animal? Although,
Well done.
animals, obviously. Ooh, pi seconds. What was John Speed famous for making? Maps, speedometers, leather-bound books. Leather-bound books, isn't it? No. Oh dear.
Hey, my neck is on the line here.
Well, don't jump off then. Nobody's forcing you. What's a samphire? Oh, I know that. It's a seashore plant.
Well done.
What kind of precious stone is the Koh-i-Noor? Diamond? I don't know.
Well done.
In which television serial does Miss Ellie appear? Oh, it's got to be Dynasty or Dallas, hasn't it? I'm going for Dynasty.
Adios, amigos.
I was wrong. My knowledge of 80s TV programmes that I never saw. Oh, God, I have to sit through his incredibly long sequence now. I do like the way the others wave him off. Dun. Oh, my goodness. Do you think Dave Cobbledick put in a secret routine where you can skip this bit from when he was testing? Maybe he did, maybe he removed it before launch. I like the way they all set up for the next one as well. By population, which is the largest city in the world? London, Peking, or Tokyo? Oh, what would that have been at the time? Probably Peking. Nope, probably Tokyo in that case, damn it. Of which 2 colours is the Spanish flag composed? Well, it was red and yellow last time I looked.
Well done.
Hooray! And it's another pit of spikes. That's the way they wave. How good are you at maths? Okay, we're in trouble now. You have 3 questions to answer on the subject of mathematics. 100 points for each correct answer. Press any key to begin. How many ordinary bottles does a Magnum hold? 5.
Beep.
What is the square root of 169? Yeah, like I can work that out in my head quickly enough.
Well done.
Actually, I could. How many centimetres are there in 12 metres? Is that as obvious as it sounds? Isn't that easy after the other ones? Oh well. I should probably answer quicker, actually. If you were driving at 50 miles an hour, how many kilometres per hour would be... Oh, I do not understand kilometres per hour at all. Oh. Apparently I understand them a bit better than I thought. My main memory... Oh my god. Amazing. My main memory of that last one is if he gets pushed right to the end, he goes, naff off, to the person doing the poking with the stick. You'll be asked to give the meaning of 3 different words. 100 points for each correct answer. Press any B to begin. Don't care about points. Do horses whinny, whinny, or whiny? Whinny.
Well done.
That kind of get out of the way. Define hobbledehoy. Last day of the year. A wandering tramp. Or an awkward youth.
Well done.
It's an awkward youth. Define elephantiasis. It is a disease.
Well done.
Yeah, he's off. If you got them wrong on that one, a big weight comes down and slowly shakes him off the thing. bridge the gaps, and score a huge bonus. Oh, this was rubbish. I remember this. Ready, steady. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, I think I've got the timing down now. He's chuffed, you know. Oh, bugger. Well, still more fun than Doctor Doom's Revenge. Right. Can we get this on the way round? We have 7 attempts left to get 1 hole. Oh! Gotta wait for it to go all the way round. Ah! Blimey. Come on. Oh my god, the noise! The noise! Ah! I actually had to take my headphones off. Oh.
Well done.
The mighty Mensky just said in the chat he knows. What is it with these noises? Seriously, Dave Cobbledick, if you're watching, mate, go back in time and sort it out. Yeah, the mighty Mensky just said in the chat that he knows miles per hour to kilometres per hour from Outrun, which is a thing of excellence. I'm not playing this game anymore. It's awful. I seem to remember quite liking this, but probably I was very young and enjoyed the fact that it had little cartoon men who spoke, I imagine. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it anyway. Let's have the logo back for a little bit while I drag on another game. Oh, man. That really was a nostalgia hit for me, though. I have not played that for a long time. What else have I got on here? Ooh, WizKid. God, those were the days. There's a weird ticking noise going on. Oh, stop now. Ooh, don't know if you can hear this ticking noise. What is that? Weird. Oh, Hostage. Oh, the man. Sorry, I'm just going through this directory of old games that made me really nostalgic. Harlequin, that wasn't very good. Chaos Strikes Back. Oh, man. Man, did I play that with my friend Phil forever. I have a hierarchy of Atari ST games in folders. Normal, bad, and then inside bad is terrible. What's it actually in terrible? Oh, they're not all terrible, actually. Oh, I remember that one being pretty bad. Hoo-hoo, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to play In 80 Days Around the World by Rainbow Arts, who are quite a well-to-do company in their way. However, it must be said that the problem with Rainbow Arts was they did release Graffiti Man, if I remember, which is an astonishingly awful game. Right. Here they are. Rainbow Arts presents. Present. Oh, look at the little men at the bottom. This is quite nifty. I'm liking this. Oh, look, they're coming on to form the logo. Oh, look at this. Oh, no, I'm sold now. This is clearly good. Clearly good. Mensky wants me to play Skate Tribe. No! I think I did Skate Tribe last time, didn't I? Oh, yeah, I think I did Skate Tribe. Blimey, Skate Tribe. In 80 Days Around the World. That's a slightly inelegant way of putting it, but it works. Based on the famous novel by Jules Verne. Created by Digital Artwork for Rainbow Arts. Programmed by... I don't care. Just go on with it. Broken 1988 by The Invisible. Hacker groups of the 80s and 90s. Wow. I swear I've played this, but I don't remember it. I probably haven't played this for a couple of years, actually. I think it's when I was researching the first book. I'm chuffed. Right. Yeah, shut up. So, incredible £20,000 bet. Yesterday, the Reform Club betted against one of its members, the well-known Mr. Fogg, that he would not be able to travel around the world in 80 days. The same night, Fogg took the train to Paris. Geston. Where he went to reform... No, it's exactly the same word below, but in German. This is the worst formatted newspaper ever, and it's been chewed by a dog. Look at it. So it doesn't tell you the rest of it in English. Right, deep breaths. So what are we doing? Oh, we've got this cursor thing going on. It only goes left and right. Bribe, cards, play, pause. Cards? £500, what? Cards, what? I don't get it. Low. Oh, higher or lower than a... The days are going past. Well, it's going to be probably higher than a 5, isn't it? I don't understand what a B is. Is that a jack? I don't know. Lower. Okay, definitely higher than 2, obviously. Depending how they're working the ace. Oh, I went higher than an 8. Yes! You won. Wow, that was fun. Play? Play what? Okay. Play the game and not the sub-games? I don't... Well, I'm slightly confused about that. I have no memory. I've definitely played this. I don't remember it. Very odd. Ooh, funky music. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my goodness, yeah, I remember it now. Right, so we've got... oh my god! The demons have come to life! Go, Phileas, go! Watch the scrolling. Oh god, he's got spears! Can I kill them with spears? Please tell me. Die, demon scum! Ah, I can throw it into the demon's nads. Yay! The music doesn't quite go with what's going on, does it? Wow. Oh, the scrolling! Oh my goodness, what? Oh, I've fallen! Vic, I've fallen! Oh, the rats! The bats! The hats! The cats! Come on. Up here. Oh, man. Yes, it's pretty bad. I ain't gonna lie to you. Wow. Woo! Can't stop me. Man, what is the roof of this place made out of? It's in serious trouble. Oh, great. What am I even supposed to be doing? Where am I? I'm Bobbin. Are you my mother? Ugh, there's groping prisoners. What's going on there? Hang on, that looked like something to the left that I maybe should have been more interested in than I was. How am I supposed to get past these things? Just jumping and hoping, really. Hissy snakes. Right, can I jump up here? No, how do I get to that ladder up here? Right, this is weird. Ah. Hang on, why is that guy got so many frames of animation when nothing else does? Are you friendly? Nope, you're draining my health. You absolute swine. Right, Golden Buddha. That's got to be a good thing, surely. Oh! My god! It's a crazy giant with a spiked mace. I can't get away. Is he the boss? He's just literally stuck me in the corner of the screen. I can't do anything. Yeah, I've lost control. He's just running to the right automatically. That must have been the boss. My god, what the hell was that? First hurdle cleared. We received the message that Fog came through the Indian jungle, or the Indish jungle. He is now on his way to Yokohama by ship. His journey will take him over Singapore and Hong Kong. Marvellous. My goodness, what was that? That was absolutely mental. Right, how do I... Oh, there we are. Has the game just crashed? It just came up with the B, which is the busy mouse cursor for the Atari ST. Oh no, we're all right. I'm not going to play cards again. Bribe. Who can I bribe? I have lots of money. Bribe. Bribe. Who am I bribing? What? What does that even mean? Apparently I'm in Calcutta now. What? Play. Oh no, now we've got off to Singapore. No, we're in Yokohama, right? Is it going to be another shitty platform level just with a Japanese background? After several days on sea, Fogg arrived in Yokohama. His aim now is chartering a ship to reach San Francisco, if he wants to stay in time. Yes, he wants to stay in a non-physical dimension. That will really help him out. Just going to turn the music down a bit, because it's making me kind of ill. Right. Oh, here we are. I'm not controlling this, by the way. He's just running automatically. Is this because I bribed? I don't have any enemies to fight. What's going on? Why did he turn towards the screen and make a... Now there's some guy with no shoes running at him. What? Oh my goodness! We're forming a human pyramid? What the hell is going on? What? Go to Japan! Form a human pyramid! Why not? Come on, mate, go for it. He's got a serious liver problem, this chap, the colour of his skin. Right. What? But nothing does anything. All you can do is shuffle left and right. Did I not have him exactly on? Oh, my goodness. This is the worst thing. Right, I'm going to go for one more now. Oh. Right, new thing. If we reach the 4,000 goal, we don't have to play this anymore. Right, this is it now. Right. And my guess is maybe you have to catch him on one shoulder. I don't know. I don't want to think about it too much. What an awful bloody game. Right. Let's check in, guys. How are we doing on the old live streaming thingamajiggy? Whoop. We are at 100% of the £4,000 target. With £4,017. Thank you to two anonymous people. Mikkel Gregerson, Matthew Utin, and Meeg. Or Meag, I don't know. Oh my goodness. That's fantastic. This all makes a big difference to cancer research, guys, and it's massively appreciated. Thank you very much. Now I don't have to pay any more terrible games. But you know what? I'm bloody going to. Let's see if we can get it to 4,500. We go to 4,500, I will sleep. That is my promise to you all. Oh god, the crystal, I hated that so much. So much. This is fascinating. It's got this like old directory of terrible Atari ST games, which was kind of, my interest in that is what kicked off the videos for the terrible old game series. You'll notice the first two games were from the Atari ST, and then yeah, sort of spread out into other things later. Oh, here's a good one. Top Banana. Top Banana was an Amiga game that used a lot of colours on screen at once. They converted it to the Atari ST without any form of dithering, and the Atari ST could only show 16 colours on screen as opposed to 32. It is a goddamn mess. An absolute mess of a game. It really is. Let's fade over to it. If anybody wishes to... oh, there we are. Donate some money. Oh dear, what's this? Please let me put in anything. Yay. Yeah, if you wish to donate some money to Stand Up to Cancer, if you have a look below the very screen, this is being broadcast on YouTube, there is a link in the description. Right. Kick it to them. Terrifying doll face in bottom left. If I remember, this had music by Betty Boo on the Amiga as well. There is no music on this version. Is the character supposed to be Betty Boo, actually? I never thought of that. Oh, that's not working. So, what do people think of the aesthetics on this one? This must be one of the laziest ports in history. Actually, I think lazy is too mild a term. Just truly dreadful is probably a better one. You can barely even tell what she's supposed to be picking up. Is that a chainsaw up there? Oh no, the controls are not good. Crikey. If you've ever been sick on an Atari ST monitor, that's pretty much what it looks like. Oh my goodness. It's more like Rainbow Islands than I remembered, but less like Competent than I remember. That's actually far worse than I remembered. Crikey. Oh. Wow. Well, gameplay-wise, it's nowhere near as bad as a lot of stuff, but I've got to say, from more of a technical perspective, it's not much fun for the eyes, is it? Is a very polite way of saying it. Right, let's read some comments. Ask questions in the comments, and I will then see them in approximately 30 seconds. Because that's how the delay works. Actually, I'm going to have a look at what else is in this amazing directory of old Atari ST games. It's absolutely fascinating me. Oh god, there's a lot of games by Paradox Software in here. If you know what that means, you will know why that's bad. Lands of Havoc, wow. That's really not a good game, but it's one of the very first... It may actually be the very first game written for the Atari ST. Ported over directly from a much less powerful computer. Shackled? What is Shackled? Oh, Space Station. Oh, my goodness. That was the sequel to Haunted House. If you know anything about those games, just wipe it from your memory. Amazing. Oh, dearie me. Right. Show us some Cisco Heat, says somebody. Oh, Cisco Heat, right. Cisco Heat may be the worst racing and, in fact, the worst driving game, full stop, ever released. Seriously, it's absolutely unbelievable. If we get to 4,500 before quarter to 1, which is like half an hour's time, I will show you Cisco Heat, and I will have trouble setting up the emulator because I'm very tired. But it will be interesting. It's so bad. It's a Commodore 64 game. I don't have the emulator set up at the minute, but my goodness, it is bad. I am going to try a game called Shackled, which I cannot remember for the life of me. Apparently Atari ST game. It's on the same disc as Beyond the Ice Palace, which is a very bad sign. Although Deflectors, oh, there's well, Deflector was good. This is looking familiar. Is it a Gauntlet clone? I don't know. Let's fade over to it. Shackled was brought to you by Hatred and Ignorance. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I can't actually appear to move or do anything. I'm calling that quite a problem. Oh no, I can maybe... Wait, what? Hang on. Am I the green guy? Yes! Oh my goodness! This is... Oh. Imagine a version of Gauntlet you can't really play, and you've got Shackled. Here we are. What? Something's happened. What? What is going on? Oh, the green men are bad men, I think. Right. What's that? It's running like 3 frames a week. I can't move any more down the screen than this. Who is this red guy who just stands there? Oh my goodness, I see what's happened. This is a 2-player game. And the red guy is player 1 or player 2. And he needs to be separately controlled. Probably by a joystick in the other port, which obviously I don't have. And the reason it won't scroll down the screen is he has to walk down with you. Oh my goodness. Did I start it wrongly? Or is it just the worst thing ever? Blimey. Right, do you know what? I'm just going to kill that one off immediately. That's just so awful. I like the character's dressed as a mouldy potato as well. Wow. I remember looking into that a while ago. Maybe I couldn't... I didn't have a second player, so I sort of forgot about it. But, oh, man, that was... Woo. Was that an arcade conversion, Shackled? I think it might have been. I honestly can't remember. Anyway. Oh, Miami Mice has just turned up again. No, no, no. Fast lane. What is this? There's one way to find out, and it's going to be painful. Oh, the music. Right. Oh, this music really springs to mind. Fast lane!
Hello, driver. Get to your car and start your engine.
Alright. Can't argue with that. The Spice Engineering Challenge. Looks like a car racing game to me. Please choose an option. Okay, you haven't given me any options yet. Gordon Spice. He's a robot with grey skin. E. Salazar. Ray Belm. T. Tiring. Well, that's all of them. Obviously, you've got to be Gordon Spice. C1 Championship 1989 venues. Press space to view circuit maps. Press fire to... Oh, let's just begin the game. Yep, into the race. I'm happy. Let's just go. Press 5, set up car and qualify. Oh, crikey, look at this. Pick a system. Space for setup, alright. So yeah, that'll do. I don't really care that much, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, all systems are fully functional. Let's race. Fuel report. Yeah, we've got the fuel. Right. Let's qualify. Before this music drives me mad. Ooh. Oh, I thought those were the in-game graphics. I was quite impressed there. Oh my... Oh, blimey. Well, I think by sussing out the controls, I've already lost my chance to qualify. Wow. Look how little of the road you can actually see. I gone done damaged me tyres. Crash. Cause. Car hits roadside obstacle. A systems report is advised. We have drawn over this badly digitised image of a car. I don't think I'm going to be able to qualify, really. But, oh, what's wrong with the engine noises in all these old games? It just never quite worked to the sound chips of the time, did it? Right. I like the way there's a rear view mirror. I've just noticed shows you nothing except the top of your own helmet. That's useful. Alright, I'm doing better this time. Oh, good grief. Qualifying laps in games are always a bit naff, aren't they? Oh god, I'm down to really low gear now. No! I've stalled it. Yeah, but how do I change it? How do I do anything? You seem to be able to change up gears, but not change down? What? 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 Well, that was fast lane. If that's life in the fast lane, I would hate to see life in the slow lane. Because, yeah, it would just be painful. That's enough of that. Blimey. And people complain about ET on the Atari 2600. It's absolutely unbelievable. Right. Let's have a look back at the old chat. I shall scroll back a bit and see what people are asking. Oh, I can't find them because the chat doesn't quite work like that. Damn it all to heck. Damn it all. Right. In that case, let's have a think. Go on. Ask something in the chat. And I shall answer it using the power of words, which I shall render audibly using vocal cords. My goodness. A piece of music stuck in my head forever and ever. Oh, Stunt Car Racer. Somebody mentioned Stunt Car Racer. That was an amazing game, even. Less of an amazing name, but definitely an amazing name. Killjoy remake. No, stop asking that, because I would need to vet it first, because I have no idea what is in that executable file. I do not have time to play it all the way through to make sure there's nothing weird in it before streaming it live for a charity. Play the Pie Man for the ZX Spectrum. I don't know what that is. Pie Man? Oh, you've put PIE. Do you mean PI? The old Automata game? Yeah. I always found it odd that Automata was pronounced Automata and not Automata, which surely is the actual pronunciation of that word. But Mel Croucher, who started the company, is on. I've seen him interviewed talking about it and saying Automata. So, yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Dun, 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 dun. What's Harry Partridge up to these days? Making cartoons, I imagine. He's a cartoon man. Keep an eye on his channel, and you will find out. We demand Stod, says somebody. Stod would be cannon fodder, which is an amazing game, but I don't have set up at the second. It's also a bloody difficult game. Also not as good as everybody claimed at the time, I never thought anyway. And the second one's bloody dreadful, but there we are. Opinion on Age of Empires Rise of Rome. I don't know. I've played Age of Empires. I've played Age of Empires 2 a lot. I'm not sure what Rise of Rome is. That doesn't help, does it? Spoiler for tomorrow's Easter special. That's easy. There's virtually no Poundland items in it because there was nothing interesting in the pound shops this year that wasn't there last year. I nearly cancelled the Easter special, but then I noticed Kinder were doing a lot of interesting different egg things. So I just bought a load of those and interspersed it with really horrifying Easter items that people have given me over the years. And that some friends came back with from a trip to America recently. Which pub is best in Norfolk? Well, there's several thousand pubs, so that's not really going to be an easy one, is it, to answer there. Cannon fodder for Jaguar works. I did not know that existed for the Jaguar. That's interesting. I remember there were console versions, but here's the thing. Do you like Rick and Morty? Of course I do. Because if not, I wouldn't know how plumbuses are made. Please play Street Hassle. We can play Street Hassle. That is a thing that can happen. That is absolutely a thing that can happen. In fact, I can do that relatively easily, I think. I might set that up in a moment. Anyway, how long before the new book comes out? I don't know, is the answer to that, because publishing is a vague magic. The manuscript will be ready... when I say soon, relatively soonish. The idea is to get a big push and get it out in the shops for Christmas for the trade edition, and obviously get the backers editions out before that. So we shall see, my friends. We shall see. Meantime, I'm going to draw some sparkles on this. Hee sparkles. Will there be more Computer Archive Boxers videos? I don't think so. No. I've been through various interesting bits and bobs with that, but they didn't get a terrific amount of views, to be honest. So probably not. No, but I will be doing other things at the Centre for Computing History, I hope, because it is an amazing place and they have amazing stuff. I might get some of their experts there to chat about really bad consoles and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Will you drink to Lily the Pink? Of course I'll drink to Lily the Pink. She was the saviour of the human race. Will you play VR or review HTC Vive? I have an HTC Vive in my office and it's bloody amazing. But I don't think it's something you can review. I mean, I've been quite interested in talking about VR stuff for a while. I think people sort of look at it from the wrong angle, so to speak. But I don't know. It's a difficult one to film, although we did have an offer for Bartians actually from a chap who does the mixed filming, so you get the sort of image of what's happening on the screen, but also you get the person overlaid on it, which when done properly, like his stuff was, it's very impressive. I think that's quite a good one. Where do you get all those collector's editions of games? Early days, from friends who bought them and then didn't want them, because they'd lend them to me and then never ask for them back. And when I offered them back, would basically say they didn't want them back. And then later on, I just started buying them cheap because they nearly all turn up really cheap in shops. They'll be like selling them for £80, and then within like 3 weeks, you can get them cheaper than the game without the statue. Watch Dogs 2 was a classic for that. I bought Watch Dogs 2 and the statue for £10 cheaper than just Watch Dogs 2 without the statue. The statue has a value of minus £10. Oh, my goodness. Will you play Zeldas from the Philips CDI on the Switch? Is that physically possible? I would hope not, to be quite honest, because that sounds like something that would be a bad thing. A very bad thing. What's the best place to get a copy of 50,000 Shades of Grey? Keep an eye on Amazon, see if one comes up cheap. One did eventually, because I bought it, because I didn't actually have a copy myself. I only had the pre-issue one, where you check it's all been printed properly, but one did come up, so there we are. Will you play Mousetrap on Bars v Hens on Ashens? Oh, Mousetrap, no, probably not, because it's an excruciatingly tedious game. It's just that the setup in the middle is quite interesting. Well, there we are. Please play Paperboy. No. Paperboy's not that interesting. Plus, is there an Atari ST version? I feel there was, actually. Yeah, I was going to say no, but now I'm thinking about it. There we are. What system was Manhunter on? I don't know. I can't remember Manhunter on the top of my head. Hang on. Nope, can't think what game Manhunter was, so that doesn't help. I am afraid that doesn't help at all. Do you think you'll be making another film? Oh, yes. We are well onto that. It's entirely scripted. Well, I say entirely scripted. You're always going back and changing things, you know what I mean? But, and, yeah, we should have news on that soon, I hope. That would be very nice. Yeah, there's stuff going on with that at the moment. So there we are. Whatever happened to the rest of the military rations? Ooh, they still exist. They are in a box. In fact, I found the box today by coincidence while going through some old stuff. I've got more than I thought, so that's quite interesting. Laser Squad. Laser Squad was a good game. Oh, yeah. I liked Rebel Star as well. Well, Rebel Star 2 more than Rebel Star 1. And Julian Gollop, who made those, also did a really good early 3DS game based on a Tom Clancy thing. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a really nice turn-based game. Very nice indeed. Can you sing the Paperboy tune, please? No, because I can't remember how it goes off the top of my head. Hi, Steph. Oh, dear. Oh, excuse me. How is Warwick Davis doing these days? I don't know. I haven't seen him for ages, but he's very well last time I saw him. He's a good guy, is Warwick. Very good guy. Do you still own the goose? I don't think it's actually possible to get rid of the goose. I think maybe you can't throw it away. It can be given as a gift, but due to its curse, it will always come back if you throw it out. Ah, dearie me. Cow Postman. We've still not got a copy of Cow Postman. I think that may be lost to the ages, as tragically. Occasionally we'll come up with people who have played Cow Postman and remember Cow Postman. Interestingly, one of them backed up something I remembered about it being a lot less impressive than Barry remembers. Like an order of magnitude less impressive. It almost played like one of those early mobile phone games where you just tapped one button sort of thing. But yeah, I have a feeling that has been and gone, I'll be honest with you. There's a few lost games. Well, quite a few lost games. When you're looking at public domain stuff, especially, you know, there's various public domain things I've been looking for in the bloody Atari ST for years, and they will just never, ever turn up. But there we are. Such a tragedy. Things aren't looked after. Games, eh? It's a funny thing, video games, they're so sort of transient. They disappear so quickly, don't they? I mean, if you know, you want to see a film from 1937, you could almost certainly go and get it off the shelf in bloody HMV, or they'll order it in, or you can get it from Amazon, or whatever. You want to get a video game from 1986, you won't even have a system to play it on, let alone be able to get a copy of it, you know what I mean? It is a sad thing. A sad thing indeed, my friends. Dun, 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 dun. Oh man, that Mindlock music's stuck in my head now. That's not a good thing. Somebody says, have I ever heard of Percy the Potty Pigeon for the Spectrum? I still have the original cassette. Percy the Potty Pigeon. Percy the Potty Pigeon. I have no idea what that is, but I tell you what, we can soon find out. Percy the Potty Pigeon sounds like he should have his own theme tune. It must be on here in one of my many directories. P is for Percy. Yes, Percy the Potty Pigeon is a Gremlin Graphics game from 1984. This is the music. Oh my goodness, look at this. What are the keys? What are they? Are there any keys? What's going on? Oh no, I think I've paused it now. Oh. Okay, this is odd. Ah, wait, oh. Oh no! Oh, it's using Sinclair joystick interface. Hang on. I think I can fix it. Oh no, we've got it. Got it going, right. So I am Percy the Pigeon here, presumably. His energy is running out. That spider looks like it's come out of butterfly or something. Are we supposed to be feeding these birds at the top? Oh, my energy's come back. Right, I'm guessing we have to go down, pick up the white maggoty worm things, yep, and feed them to the bairns up the top. Right. This is a fairly prosaic game. Quite a pretty little screen in its own way. Oh, I love the way it walks. Like the little legs go and the head goes backwards and forwards. That is attention to detail. Oi! You evil red bird. You stole my worm. This is a badness which must not be allowed to occur. Oh, he really does actively chase. Hey, there we are. Oh, my engine isn't going up now. That's a worry. Yeah, we're all right. So, what do we do now? We've eaten all the worms. Can we fly off the screen? Yes, we can. Why is there a tiny helicopter? That's weird. Let's have that one. Up we go. And have one of those. This controls remarkably well. And here is Gremlin Graphics themselves. Now we're talking. Is that flower alive and trying to eat things? That's weird. Oh, you thieving. Oh dear. Percy just got completely churned up in the rotor blades of a helicopter, which is a tragic end for any pigeon. Oh, that flower's deadly as well. Oh, crikey. The difficulty has gone from very low to super high, dangerously quickly. Oh, I think we're going to have to fly over there. And the chances of getting past that red bird are pretty slim, aren't they? Oh, no. Nope, did it fine. Oh, no, stay away from the bee. Oh, the bee gave me energy back. Hooray! It must have been an inner bee. Okay, that didn't make any sense. I'm going right over the roof of Gremlin Graphics here. I've got us a road now. Oh. And that's what happens when a pigeon meets a car. Absolutely astonishing. Well, that was a thing. That really was a thing. Thank you for that. Telling us about Percy the Potty Pigeon. That wasn't that bad a game, to be honest with you, but it did get extremely difficult very, very quickly. Apparently bird matter on an aircraft is called snarge. That's amazing. That is an amazing thing. Snarge. Snarge. Did you ever review a TV Boy or TV Boy 2? That rings a bell. If I remember, TV Boy is quite around early... Well, say early. It's one of those sort of things they sell in Argos that connects directly to your television as older games on. And the TV Boy had a load of fairly hacked Atari 2600 games, if I recall correctly. I seem to remember it being a bit crap. I'm sure I must have one somewhere. Must have. Play the Oregon Trail. We know the Oregon Trail's quite good. We've seen it before. Did you ever play Spy vs. Spy for the Commodore 64? No, I played it on the Spectrum, and I think I've played a 16-bit version as well. So I know of the game, based on the Mad magazine characters You can run along with a stick and beat up the other spy whilst placing traps everywhere. The idea is to get a load of stuff in a suitcase and then escape with it, if I remember. And there was a sequel called The Island Caper that was similar but took place on an island. And that's it, really, I suppose. Whew, dearie me. Right, we're running out of time, guys. I'm going to escape before 1 a.m. because that may involve the lack of my health. In case you're not aware, we are raising money for Stand Up to Cancer, which is a charity that funds cancer research. If you would like to donate some money to them, it would be very well used. And if you look on this very page on YouTube, in the description below is the link where you may donate money. What about Sabre Wolf for the Spectrum? Oh, Sabre Wolf! Oh, yeah. That's a hell of a game. One of the ultimates. I was never massively into that series of games. My friend Phil absolutely loved them. Remember watching him complete Underworld, I seem to remember. I'm sure he's completed all of them, actually. I'm absolutely sure he has. It's a pity the last one, Maya Mare, was never made, which is such a shame. Another Spectrum recommendation, Skelby the Schizophrenic Droid. Skelby the Schizophrenic Droid. Right, well, let's get it up. I've never heard of either of these games. Skelby the Schizophrenic Droid. Skelby. It's a very strange name. Yeah, here it is. Skelby the Schizophrenic Droid, 1984 Qubit. So it's a game about a robot which can't discern between reality and fantasy. What? Is a bit of an odd one. Right. Oh god, there's noises. It is by B. Benson. Now we're talking. Oh, it's got Kara micro speech support. Right, hang on. I can actually activate that from a menu here. Kara micro speech is just the, or Kara? I don't know how to pronounce it actually. Is what just awful piece of hardware you would plug into your Spectrum that would give it dreadful speech effects. That does also involve resetting the Spectrum. There we go. Scabby. You'll notice I use the micro speech for one of the subscribe for more things I do at the end of my video. Right. Instructions. God, the noises. Skelly, our hero of the game, is a runaway droid. You cannot stop him, only change his direction. Much like life. He has to collect all the squirmers in the maze to get to the next level. Blimey. Avoid. Gravy stones are dead squirmers. They kill. Maze walls crunch clumsy droids. This is a version of Snake, isn't it? Squirmers. Get all of these finished levels. Shockers. Give an extra 50 points when you go. Right. QAOP for keyboard. I think I can deal with that. Get one of these, and you can get this. Double trouble. If you get it, then if you eat thing, you get a thing. What? You sound weird. You're talking nonsense. As you finish a level, the next becomes more infested with walls, and there are more squirmers to collect. You will not get far, because you can see that the writing's on the wall. Barry Benson, you hilarious man. Essential... Thank you. Essential Consultants Limited. I'm going to assume weren't that essential. Right. Yeah, that's fine. Wow, the noises. I hope I've got the volume down low. This is like Snake with all the fun taken out. And it's not bad, really, but it's not... I don't understand why he's got to be a robot. It doesn't kind of make any sense. Why the constant annoying noise as well? I mean, how does that help anything? Oh! Well, that's done it. Yes. I've got to say, this is actually a lot more fun than it looks. And it's a lot more fun than it sounds, obviously. I'm going to have to turn this off purely because of the noise in my headphones is slowly killing me. But that was an interesting one. Wow, thank you for that recommendation. That was a heck of a thing. Blimey. Oh, my God. Ah. Wow, that was a noise. A noise that was. Oh, crikey. I'm trying to fiddle with my headphones here because it nearly killed my ears. Well, that was a very, very strange thing. Also, why was he a robot? And why the pointless reference to mental illness? That was a very strange title. But there we are. That was not an unknown thing in the 80s, to give your games titles that had nothing to do with actually what's inside them, or what you do in them, or basically anything about it, other than a very, very loose connection to the title screen. Well, I say that, sometimes even the cover art had nothing to do with the game. God. I wonder what the most misleading cover art ever is. I'll bet there's quite a few contenders for that, you know, the more I think about it. What a game. What a game. What was the Grange Hill game on? Mr. Sam Hawkins asks. That was ZX Spectrum, probably various other formats as well. That's a weird game, the Grange Hill one. Very strong anti-drugs message. If you buy drugs off a drug dealer in the park, it gives you like a really depressing, long ending where it tells you how your life's been destroyed. But at the time, Grange Hill had a very strong say no to drugs theme going on in the programme. They even released a single into the charts with the people from Grange Hill singing a song called Just Say No. Do you know what an Apple Bandai Pippin is? Yep, I literally have one next to me, as was revealed earlier in the stream. Hang on, you can hear me tapping the box. There we are. I need to get that properly sorted out for review a few months down the line. What are your opinions on the geopolitical climate of Moldova? Controversial! That's my opinions on the political climate of Moldova. Squidge has the most deceiving cover art. Yeah, you may have a point there. Actually, yeah. A Spectrum game with the longest name ever. My name is Uncle Groucho, you win a fat cigar. Yeah, that was an automata. I hate saying automata. It should be automata, but that was an automata game. It was one of the games where you could win a prize by completing it. You had to work out which famous fictional character was being referred to in the game by solving puzzles and getting clues and that. And the answer was Mickey Mouse. I don't know why that springs to mind, but there we are. Ah, dearie me. What's your social security number? I don't have one. That's an American thing. Have I ever played Bouncing Heads for Commodore 64? No, but I have played Dancing Monster, which is really quite awful. It's a ridiculously monster that dances, and you have like a crosshair that moves around. You have to shoot body parts that flash up in a list on the screen. We thought it was terrible at the time, and I'll tell you what, we were right. It's actually worse than I remember, by a considerable degree, which really is saying something. Ah, dearie me. I'm going to see how the old money's going. I don't think I'm going to have to play Cisco Heat, which pleases me immensely. Ah, no Cisco Heat. Cisco Heat is so bad. So bad. So very bad. School Days, please. Oh, School Days. Man, that's a game. I prefer the sequel, Back to School, because there was more stuff to do in it, and there was like the girls' school opposite you could go over and do all extra stuff and that. Very good games. Very good games indeed. I tell you what wasn't a good game that was sold as a rip-off of it, but was just a shitty platformer. The Happiest Days of Your Life, which was another sort of school-based game, but a very naff one, to say the least. Have you ever thought of doing a one-off Ashens mystery box full of tat and all retro stuff? Kind of did that. We had an Ashens box with branded merch and stuff in. Been there, done that. Have I played The Island of Dr. Destructo? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Rescue on Fractalus for the Atari 65 or 130XE. Yeah, most of the 8-bits had run that, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's a very famous game, Rescue on Fractalus. That was ported to a lot of different machines. It has the dreaded sequence where basically you rescue these little spacemen guys, and you see them run, quite well animated actually, out from the caves wherever they're in into your spaceship. But occasionally it would be an evil alien that just looked like a spaceman from a distance. You wouldn't know until he ran to your ship and then suddenly would leap up and smash through the bloody windscreen with his fist, if I remembered. It was quite surprising. Oh, yeah. Horse Lord for the BBC Micro is the worst video game I've ever played in my entire life, says David Glavayoki. Horse Lord for the BBC Micro. I'm not aware of that. That's interesting. Horse Lord. I don't think that's even on my list for terrible old games. Mind you, perhaps it isn't really that terrible for one reason or another. Does it actually have horses in it? Does it actually have lords in it? That's what we need to know. What do you think of the Dark Souls 3 DLC? Which one? The Ashes of Ariandel was quite good. It's a bit short. It felt weirdly disconnected from the rest of the game, which, well, they often do, the DLCs for Dark Souls, to be fair. But, yeah, it was all right. I haven't played the new one yet, unfortunately. Was it the Ringed City? Can't remember the name of it. But, yeah, I just haven't had time because I'm writing the book and all that sort of thing. Did you ever find Cow Postman? No. I think that one's gone. I can't even find bloody references to it now. I am convinced, however, that there is a VHS tape knocking around my dad's house somewhere of crap I recorded in like the 90s, and I recorded a load of different Amiga games onto it, and I'm thinking we did Cow Postman. So there may actually be some very low quality footage of it, but that's it really. There was a game in the 2010 comp.sys.sinclair crap games competition, some stuff came out of that, called He Had Such a Big Head That If He Were a Mouse, He Would Have to Toss the Mice from Under the Bed with a Brow. That's an amazing name, but I have no understanding of that whatsoever. Oh, dearie me. Have I ever been to Games Workshop? Yes, I have been to Games Workshop. They sell really some of the best acrylic paint if you're making props and stuff to this day. But it's always difficult going in because I'll buy like weird colours. Like when we were doing Tech Dump, I remember buying a purple, another thing. And the guy's like, "What on earth are you painting?" I'm like, "I'm painting props for a BBC show. I'm not painting miniatures. Leave me alone. Why does your shop smell like a wrestler's armpit?" Ah, dearie me. Right, we're nearly there, guys. I'm going to give up at 1 a.m. I think the money has pretty much dried up coming in now. I think we're at 105% of the target with £4,191 plus over £500 of gift aid, which is pretty astonishing. If you do have any spare money, if you have a look below the YouTube viewing screen you're watching this on, in the description is a link, and that link will take you to the page which you can use to donate. Exciting, isn't it? Bum, 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 bum. Did I ever own a ZX Spectrum Plus 3, the crappy floppy drive one with very few games? No, I did not. Not that many people did. Yeah, it was weird. It was when after Sinclair had been bought by Amstrad, and Amstrad were very keen on the old 3-inch floppy disks, which they were pretty much the only machines to ever use in this country, that format. And they literally made a Spectrum with one of those disk drives built in. And as you quite correctly say, very few games released on it, to say the least. I can only think of a few off the top of my head. I mean, they do exist. It's not like there was only 5 or something, but there really were not very many. I'm going to actually look up list of Spectrum Plus 3 games. I would like to know. List of Spectrum Plus 3 games. Or Spectrum Disc games, I suppose, another way of doing it, because I'm sure you could buy an external drive to plug in the others. I'm saying that, and now I'm not entirely sure. Looking at the list on World of Spectrum, there's just hundreds of the buggers. Quite a lot. Did they really release this many? Were some of them only in mainland Europe? I don't know. Was there really Trevor Brookings' World Cup glory for the Spectrum Plus 3? Yes, there was. Yes, a lot more games released on disc than I thought. Maybe this didn't reach the shops, or maybe I just didn't look, because I didn't have one, which does make sense. My God. To be fair, a lot of these are businessy sort of things, but there's quite a few games in here. Skate or Die. Oh my goodness, I remember that. Mainly because of the chap in the skate shop who with a Mohican haircut, and if you clicked on him rather than something to buy, he used to say, "Don't you like my do?" Well, it was text, so I don't know if that's exactly what he said in that way. But those are the words. Those are the words. My goodness. Yeah, quite a few Spectrum games. That really surprises me. Right, I'm going to try and catch up with some of the... Oh, blimey. I'm trying to grab something out of the chat here, but it's going very, very fast. Bring back Poundland specials. They never went away. I did one a few weeks ago. That was an easy one. Have I played Circus of Fear? I don't think I have. I'm gonna Google that because I can't think what that is, but it sounds familiar. Circus of Fear. Oh no, it's a film. That's probably not it. I can only find references to the film with Christopher Lee and Klaus Kinski. Somebody's uploaded the entire film to Daily Motion, which is a bit naughty. Circus of Fear game. Ooh. Inspector Gadget and the Circus of Fear. That rings a bell. Oh no, that's an earworm, isn't it? Yeah, I remember that being... Isn't Inspector Gadget and the Circus of Fear... Is that the one that has a cameo from Horace in it as you go along? Can't remember, and it was actually going to be another game, but they just slapped the graphics and license on it in the end. Nope, can't remember. Too long ago, guys. Too long ago. Have I played Fiendish Freddy's Big Top of Fun? God, I remember that. I definitely remember that. There were 16-bit versions, I think like a Commodore 64 version. If I remember, the Commodore 64 version is really bad. But I could be getting confused with stuff there. It's been a long time, a long time. Bring back Munch Pack reviews, somebody said. I mean, I literally did one like the other day. Seriously, it's on the channel. I stopped doing them for a while because they got a bit boring. Then they stopped sending them to me, but they've reappeared now. I've got a different snack company for the next mystery boxes, though. Treat Box or something. I think I've did it before years ago. Can't remember though. Gods on the Amiga. Oh yes. But the thing that always springs to mind on Gods for the Amiga is the weird screaming sound your character makes when he's killed and explodes into all those golden skulls that sort of turn inside out. Sort of goes, Mrrr! Well, there's more high pitch than that. Mrrr! I can't do it. It's a very unique sound, and occasionally people steal it and put it in things, and I always spot it a mile off, for it is most unique. I still remember Gods being quite good, and I went back and played it recently, and it's really not a good game at all. Controls are fucking weird. Very, very weird. Your next book should be about good but incredibly hard games. Oh man, that could be a million things. Plus, the problem with difficulty is a bit subjective. And if a game is really overly difficult, then it becomes pretty terrible, really. So there's quite a lot of crossover there. Have you ever played Dizzy Prince of the Yoke Folk? I think I must have. I think I played all the Dizzy games at some point. Tell a lie, I'm not sure I played Spellbound. And I didn't play the first one much. Didn't like the first one particularly. Will you be reviewing the GPD Win? I've got a GPD, but not the Windows version. I've got the one that runs Android. It's all right, but the D-pad's not amazing. It's very portable though, which I do like. The Windows version is interesting, but the Open Pandora I've got kind of fills that thing up. So there we are. Have you ever heard of a BBC Micro game called SpaceX? My mum remembers playing it at school. SpaceX, right? You say there are no references to it anywhere. Let me see if I can find out. SpaceX. Might not be references to it if it's an educational thing, because they're often sort of dealt with differently. SpaceX. Right, let me have a quick search. Can't find anything. It's possible she's misremembered the name. That's one of the most common things when you're searching for an old game you can't find. You've slightly misremembered the name. And it's often because the name of the game doesn't really make any sense and your memory has come up with one that does, which is a common thing. Or maybe it used to have the word SpaceX on the screen, but it was actually called something like Star Potatoes, you know what I mean? Yeah, so it will exist, obviously, if your mum remembers it, but as it stands, you're probably not going to find that, I'm afraid, mate, which is a shame. Have you played Shower with Your Dad Simulator? No, I haven't, but I have seen it in action. To say the least, it is a game. Technically, it's a very strange thing. Dearie me. Right, the time is a ticking on. A ticking on. In fact, it's now 1 o'clock. I should probably escape. So, final total. Thank you to Casey Domer, Mark Vaughan, Jacob Ventresca, Ron Bandish, and Zero Shift, who were the last people to put some money in there. We got up to £4,239 plus £500 gift aid, which is 106% of the £4,000 target. Bloody fantastic. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. I have been now streaming for 6 hours constantly. That's probably enough. My neighbours are probably wondering why I'm shouting. Well, they're not actually. There aren't any neighbours over that wall. It'll be fine. Ah, dearie me. Well, we played some bad games tonight. There's no getting around that. We played some very bad games indeed. And most of them were much quicker than I thought they'd be. So we ended up chatting a lot more as well. And then we nearly completed Granny's Garden, but the last thing is just basically trial and error. And life is not long enough, my friends. Life is not long enough. So, big thanks to Jeff Minter again for writing really fantastic visualizer programs that we have been using. Whee! Let's do one of the other pretty ones. Whee! Oh, that's a good one. I never did get into the full controls for this, but you can make some interesting little things. The idea of it is you sort of connect your mouse up to it and move stuff in time to the music as you listen to it, and it's all very relaxing, I would have thought, actually. Ugh, not that one. Hate that one. Ooh, that's a good one. It's more like a swarm of wasps, that. Ah, there we are. There's the thing. Wonder if you could turn off decay and just leave it doing that. The answer appears to be no. Righty-ho, guys. That is the end of that. 6 frightening hours. Just before I go, I'm going to refresh the donation page, and yeah, if you want to get your name read out, put some money in now, and then I shall look through and I shall read it out by moving my eyes over the letters, which through years of practice I can interpret into English words, which I can then speak out loud. Many others of you will also have learnt this process. It tends to be quite useful in society, I find. But yeah, if you want to donate at the last minute, have a look at the description to this video below the window it's appearing in, and there's a link there to the page. I'm going to give it another couple of minutes, because then I will have done exactly 6 hours, I think. Actually, let's have a look at the YouTube ingestion thing. Oh no, 5 hours 28. That's not right. That's not right at all. I'm sure it isn't. Have we lost half an hour there somewhere? That's very odd, isn't it? Yeah, it says we've been live for 5 hours 28, but that can't be right because I started about 5 minutes past 7. A weirdness is occurring. I wonder if that means the one it uploads to YouTube won't actually show the whole thing. Oh, that's a bit of a disappointment. Very odd. Although I do save at this end from the streaming software anyway, so you know, it's all good, innit? We'll be fine. Wow. 2,360 concurrent viewers for this. Crikey. That's a lot. That is a lot. Average view duration, 18 minutes. That's quite long for somebody waffling on about old games. Quite pleased with that. Right. This is your final call. If you should want your name read out as being one of the final donators. You'll have to donate very quickly, for we are escaping in a minute or two. Meanwhile, here is Chop. Oh my goodness! Is that the themes of the Addams Family? Oh, the Munsters? I was not expecting that. Blimey, that was a thing, wasn't it? Go on. Final Atari ST game while we wait. Chopper X, which is by Paradox Software, infamous for using very loud, awful music, to the extent that I'm actually going to reduce the volume on the stream a bit. So you may have noticed that pretty much the only enemies are tanks. Most frightening thing, this is one of Paradox Software's best games. Oh good, we're back to the start, that's nice. This is a very early ST game. In fact, this is one of the first games many people will have played on the ST due to the time and method of release. The trick, of course, is that the tanks cannot fire straight forward because apparently they're rubbish. Oh. Different type of enemy. Wow. It's like a tank that can't move or change direction where it's firing. Oh, yes, it can. Well, I was wrong there. Boats. I have never got anywhere near this far in this game before. Talk that one up, didn't I? I feel I should record this for posterity in this bizarrely multicoloured high skill screen. No! No, it must end! Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Oh, and I kid you not when I say that is one of Paradox Software's best games. Some of their others. Oh, unbelievable. Anyway, enough. I will now read the names of the final donators, which have got us up to... Oh my God! We're nearly up to £4,500. That's astonishing. Oh my God, I feel I should read more than the last 5. Hang on, let's have a scroll down. Oh man, this is taking a while. Actually, there's considerably more than I thought. Dum, bum, 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 bum. Wow. You guys have been amazing at the last second here. Come on, load more, load more. Oh, it's not working. Oh no, we've got there. Come on, load more. Oh man, the longer you get down, the longer it takes to load extra names. I think it's actually stuck now. Here we are. Right. Here we are. We've got to the end. We've got to the end. Right. So, big thank you to the last few donators who were Taylor Phillips, Nikki Chillag, Adam Taylor, Mark Vaughan, again, Chemo Misenica. That reminds me, if I see you again, Chemo, I've got a really astonishing anecdote about the... after I left you at that hotel in Cambridge. Yeah. Something really weird and vaguely amusing happened. Anyway, Oliver London, thank you. Oliver Graham, Alex M, John Hudson, William George, Hannah Cookie, Henry, Weil L. Howris, Dylan Nichols, he's done it twice to make sure, Super Nerd, Jamie Rowe, Daniel Etches, Durrell Racco, Jonathan Ramseywack, Casey Demur, sorry, that's Casey Domer, but she gave extra money for pronouncing her name right. Forrest Wilkerson, Royce Walthrop, Adam Dixon again, he's in Australia, Jar Bleeker, or possibly Yar Bleeker, Caitlin Woods, Heeper, maybe, Grant Jones, Adam Foreman, Joe Broom, Amy Grimes, Dave Hughes, and Sean Taylor. I shall now reload it, just in case there's a few extra after Sean. It's taking forever to load now. Anyone would think I was hammering my connection with a really strong upload of video. I mean, you know. Come on. Oh God, there's several more actually. Blimey, we've hit over 4,500. That's astonishing. After Sean Taylor, we have Tom Burgess, John Swanson, Weil L. Harris, Kibo again, and Joey Nebulous. I hope that's his real name. Where's Joey? I don't know. Around. Right. I'm going to do a final F5 just in case. As we say goodbye from this dangerously overlong Stand Up to Cancer stream. But I was going to keep going until I hit the target and then see if we could get some more, and we did, so that is all good, isn't it? Right. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Because in many ways, this was more like a radio show than a standard stream. Just there wasn't any music, because I can't afford to license it, other than that one piece of awful hold music. You know, the one that sounds like this. I have that ready just in case something does actually go wrong. Although, if you think about it, if something went wrong, then it's very unlikely I would be able to press that button and it would work. It's worth a thought, isn't it? Anyway, that is your lot. Good night, people. Thank you very much. You've done an astonishing thing in raising a lot of money for cancer research, and that's bloody excellent. Goodbye, folks, and I'll see you around on the internets.